Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗔𝘂𝘁𝗵𝗵 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The universe they see is modeled after Dynastic's 2020 story, A Hero's Journey. 3 Also, thanks to a discussion I had with @LazarusJack99, I need to point out that the 𝗕𝗏 only applies to the theater, not the universes they see, meaning they could see girls be with Izuku that aren't in the 𝗕𝗏. After about 5 minutes everyone had calmed down from the whole thing with Izuku now having multiple girlfriends and Eri now having more than one mother. Alright everyone, let's continue to the next universe. Lost said first looking to what universe he found. Oh, this could be good. Lost thought. Starting the screen we see Ryuku, currently talking with Miruko, Fat Gum and Hawks, following a raid on a villain camp. Hey look at that, this universe is about us too, Fat Gum said. Ryuku and Miruko look really close, 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. Well, 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 and her are kind of like sisters at least to me, Ryuku stated. Wait, what? Ryuku, I didn't know you thought of me like that. Rumi said, well, in some universes, you two are more than just sisters. Lost thought. 18 After the meeting ended, Ryuku suddenly gets a text from her kid. Looking to is she had a smile on her face, and then started to remember how she reunited with the kid and made a bond stronger than 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗏𝗧. Ryuku, you're a mother. Rumi said, no. That's not me. Remember Rumi, and besides I've never found anyone that's piqued my interest, Ryuku said, maintaining her composure. Sounds more like she adopted a kid with that last part. Denki said, oh. Ryuku, do you have a secret kid? Does this mean I'm a big sis? 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 said, going to Ryuku, 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 please, calm down, that's not me and I don't have a kid nor have I adopted one, Ryuku said, trying to calm 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 down. Though if there's one kid I'd love to have as my own, I think I'd pick Midoriya. Ryuku thought 10 years ago we see a professor finishing up his latest test and going over the data. Everything I anticipated has come to pass. With this we should be able to continue the experiments and further improve the project, the professor said with a grin when another person suddenly came in with a worried look on his face. So looks like some kind of a run-down medical center, Hawk states. Yeah, but just what kind of experiments is this person talking about? Midnight asked. Dunno, but from the looks of that kid's faces, seems like they're about to get busted. Rumi said, can't you see I'm busy? The professor yelled, sorry sir, but they're here. The person said. The professor response was just a raised eyebrow. Who's here? The professor said in an annoyed tone, the police and heroes are here sir. The person restated, which shocked the professor out of his head, what? How are they here? This place is supposed to be undetectable. The professor yelled, I don't know see, the person said, but was cut off by both the professor and a sudden explosion-like noise. No matter, seem like the government has called for some flashy heroes to do the job, rather than real ones, the professor said, getting up and heading to the door. Sir, where are you going? The person asked. To greet them, of course. They are out guests now. It's be rude not to, the professor replied with a crooked smile. Now while I'm gone, I need you to transport the project to a safer location. It that understood. The professor said before going to meet the heroes. While on his way to them, he sees the other scientists that were on site were seen either panicking or were going to help take care of the project. This will be the first time I used my quirk for combat, the professor said, and he turned the corner and saw All Might, Endeavor and Ryuku currently taking on some of the guards. So this is a raid on their lab, though I think it's a bit much to have All Might and Endeavor there, Kirishima said. Well, you can never be sure ribbit. Tsuyu said, what do you think they were doing there? Mina asked, currently having Eri on her lap. Well, if what they were doing has caused the police and heroes to show up, then it must be illegal and therefore they must be villains or working for villainous groups, Hilda said. So you wanted to make our job easier, huh? Professor, Endeavor said, knocking out a guard. Well, looks like government decided to bring to me the 2 strongest heroes, and what have we here? The number 12 hero, soon to be 10 Ryuku, the professor said, keeping his polite act. Spare me the talk, you have someone of mine and I want them back, Ryuku said with an angry tone with a hint of sorrow as well. So they're there to get a certain someone that appears to be important to Miss Ryuku, Izuku said. Any idea on who it could be? Denki asked, 𝗕𝗫𝗢𝗎𝗓 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 both said, wait, you really think so? 𝗕𝗫𝗢𝗓 said, well, you are the closest one to Ryukyu, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched it'd be you 𝗕𝗫𝗢𝗓, 𝗬𝗪 stated. But if that's the case, then just what happened that would cause her to be in that place? Mirio asked, give up, Professor, your time of illegal experimentation has come to its end. Hand them over. All Might stated, and just will you accomplish by getting me, my fellow scientists will still continue my work and that thing is and always will be my lab rat, the professor stated with a grin. Ha, Professor, you really think we're the only ones here? Eraserhead, Miruko and Midnight are also here as well. All Might proclaimed, Toshi, you know you should be giving the enemy information like that, right? While it can cause the enemy to feel more afraid, you have to use it at the right time, Nana asked. Why, 𝗬𝗪? I'm sorry, guess it just became habit to say it early, All Might replied with an uneasy smile. Oh really now? Well then I guess I'll just have to take my leave, the professor said as his part of his body changed into the form of snake. I know you, Quirk, give you the abilities of a venomous snake, Ryukyu stated, slightly changing into her dragon form. You've done your research. Well, I should expect that from the number 12, but what you should know is it also gives me the agility and venom of a snake, the professor said as he dashed at the dragon and spit venom into her eyes, knocking her into a wall and being temporarily blinded in one eye. Ryukyu. All Might yelled, worried on what happened to the female hero, but was knocked out of his train of thought by a swarm of robots. I'd worry more about your life, not hers. Number 1. The professor mocked, spiting another wave of venom at Ryukyu. You two handle the robots. I'll handle the professor. Ryukyu ordered, blocking the venom with her metal claw. Don't order me around, dragon. Endeavor spat back, yet obeyed and faced the robots. Endeavor, you don't speak to your allies like that, right? All Might asked. No, I don't. Whispers, at least not any more whispers, Endeavor said, looking to Ray. Hey, Ryukyu was just trying to help, 𝗕𝗫𝗢𝗓 said with a pout. Kinda sounded like Bakugo a bit, Shoto said. 6. What was that? Icy hot. Katsuki yelled. 1. Oh, just be quiet for once please, Mina said. Don't order me around, raccoon eyes. Katsuki yelled. See the resemblance, anyone? Shoto asked, with was responded with all the students agreeing just to make Katsuki more annoyed too. Detroit. Smash. All Might yelled, punching the robots, making an intense amount of wind pressure to go along with it. But to their surprise, the robots were simply pushed back only a few inches and had little to no visible damage on their bodies. Well now, these robots are heavier than they look, All Might said, stepping back. Then let's see how they handle the heat. Endeavor yelled, blasting a wave of fire over the robots. Yet aside from their bodies having a blacked color, the robots were overall completely fine. Well then I guess we should take this seriously then, Endeavor stated. I guess we should, All Might said as the two up then ramped up the intensity of their power and jumped back to the robots. Based on the resistance to heat, I'd say that whatever those robots are made of, they have laminated coltan on their metal endoskeletons. Melissa stated, there's not a lot of metals that can handle the amount of power All Might can give out. Oh, I got it. All I need is some coltan and I'll build that baby, no time flat. May said, drawing up some blueprints. May no. Power Loader said, May yes. May replied, maybe I could help with that. Melissa said, making Power Loader even more scared. 14. Now then, let's dance, dragon, the professor said, and then lunged towards Ryukyu. 4. In response, Ryukyu jumped up and fully transformed into her dragon form, thus making her land HRD on the professor and pinning him to the ground. Gra. Damn it, you little 𝗧𝗪𝗧. The professor yelled, trying to claw his way out from under her. Ryukyu simply put more pressure on the professor and then slashed him across the face with her metal claw, making him pass out. Sheesh, that really was your first time using your quirk to fight. So predictable, Ryukyu scoffs, tying him down. Now, just what have done to him? Ryukyu thought, going to aid All Might and Endeavor. Okay, so it's not 𝗕𝗫𝗢𝗓 that she's looking for, since she said him, not her. So who else could it be? Momo asked. There isn't really any boy that has significances towards Ryukyu. Izuku, you have any idea? 𝗕𝗫𝗢𝗓 asks. Well, I don't really know Ryukyu very well. The best guess I could give would be Mirio or Tamaki, since they're your best friends and you likely would have told Ryukyu about them. Izuku states. Hey, you sure you don't have a secret, kid? Rumi asks. 6. Yes, I'm sure, Rumi. If I had a kid everyone would know about that, especially you. Ryukyu restated, switching perspectives. We see a young kid running in the shadows, terrified. Just run. People are here to hurt me. I have to run. I have to hide. The kid said to himself as he came outside and went up into a tree. As he did, the moonlight came down onto him, and what we see is him with different animal-like features, with blue-like scales and 2 horns coming out of his faded dark blue hair, and what his was wearing was rugged, old and dirty, and under them bandages and open wounds all over his limbs. So that's him, huh? Hawk said. What did they do to the kid? Fat Gum yelled, concerned, with the ones that were there to save Eri, seeing a resemblances between them. He's just like what Eri looked like, Uraraka said as she and the girls go to hold Eri. But who is this? No one here has that shade of blue hair, Denki asked. Wait, Lost, is that me but as a boy? Nijire asked. No, it's not Nijire. Even if that were you, the male version of you, everyone here would be able to spot him easily. Don't worry, you all will find out who it is soon enough, Lost stated. While this was going on, Ryukyu felt a sudden need to protect whoever this kid was, as, like Eri, she could see the fear and hurt in his eyes. Then add in the fact that this kid was supposed to her adopted kid, and it's more reason for her to feel that way as well. What's going on? Are there heroes? They look familiar, but I can't remember. The kid thought, looking behind a tree and seeing a group of people. However, he heard a sudden footstep that was close to where he was, making his heart skip a beat in fear. What do I do? Hide. I need to hide. I can't go through it all again. I don't want to go, the kid said to himself. Yet as he finished his thoughts, he felt a sudden surge of power within his body. He looked to his hands and legs and noticed that they had become semi-transparent. Did my quirk just evolve again? The kid said, scared and confused. One. I've never seen a quirk like that. Lost, tell me, what's the kid's quirk? All Might said, it's a kind of evolution-like quirk. Through the passage of time, the quirk grants the user more and more abilities that either will help him in certain situations or give him a direct counter to another quirk, Lost explained. 12. Interesting. So I kind of quirk that allows the person to be able to adapt to almost any kind of situation or environment, and be a direct counter to other people's quirks. All he would need is time for his quirk to evolve, and he could take down almost any villain. The only kind of counter to him would be to not give him the time he needs for his quirk or to catch him off guard. Izuku muttered. 3. Izuku, you're muttering again, Melissa said. Oh, I'm sore, Izuku said, but was cut off with Melissa putting her hand on his mouth. It's fine, Izuku, me and the others aren't gonna judge you about that. Just relax, Melissa stated along with everyone else. After a bit of time, thought the kid suddenly felt a surge of pain across his body and he became visible again. While the footsteps started to get louder and closer, so the kid rushed to hide behind a rock. When he peeked over, he saw the hero, Eraserhead, Miruko and Midnight, along with what looked like a person whose body seemed to have smoke surrounding his body. Jeez, whoever that was, he can run, Smoke stated. Yeah, whoever that was, probably can match my speed, Miruko stated with a grin and stretching her legs. Don't get so relaxed, you two. That person could have lead us to an ambush, Eraser said. With a scarf at the ready. They think I'm a villain. The kid thought, shaking in fear. They think that kid is a villain. Kendo asked, it's an unfortunate truth. Even us heroes can't easily distinguish who's the enemy and who isn't sometimes, All Might stated. Remember everyone, just because you go into enemy territory doesn't always mean that everyone you encounter is a villain, especially if it's a recovery operation, Nizu stated to the classes. That said, even in those situations, keep your guard up no matter what you see or hear. Villains will use every kind of underhanded tactics to get an edge, even using civilians or other heroes to get you to drop your guard, Aizawa added. Yes, sir. They all responded. Well, if this person has the stamina of run like that, after all this, then maybe he'll have enough stamina to handle a little torture, Midnight said with a smirk. Torture. And, please, hurry. I can't take it anymore, Mama, please help me. The kid thought, starting to cry a bit. Namuri, this is why you need to keep your thoughts in your head. Look what you did to that kid, Ryukyu stated, a bit angry as she felt her heart sink seeing this kid cry out for his mother, which was her. Sorry, Ryukyu, Midnight said, bowing, feeling bad that she caused this kid to feel that scared. Midnight, you need to, Aizawa said, but was cut off with by the screen. Midnight, can you keep things like in your head and not say it out loud? Aizawa stated with a grunt. Thank you me, Aizawa stated soon after the kid heard more footsteps and then saw Ryukyu, All Might and Endeavor covered in a few machine parts. We got the message that there was an escapee and you spotted him around this area. All Might asked. Correct All Might, thanks for getting here fast you three. We need every advantage we can get, Aizawa said. Did you see what the escapee looks like? All Might asked. Wasn't much but, the person body didn't resemble a normal human body, Midnight stated. That's not a lot to go off of. Best option we have is to try and find someone that doesn't look like a normal person, Ryukyu said, but in the back of her mind, was still worried that she still hadn't found what she was really looking for. As for the kid, when he glanced over and saw All Might he had a slight change in his mood. That's All Might the #1 hero. The kid thought with a small smile but was pulled out of his thoughts when he felt a sudden pain around his body. 𝗕𝗁𝗏. The kid panicked but then smoke covered his mouth. Found you villain. The smoke stated with a devilish grin as his smoke wrapped around the kid's entire body and started to squeeze slowly and he pulled the kid out from behind the rock to the rest of them. Well done. Smoke he may be useful and give us some information, Endeavor said with a grin as the flames around his arms grew larger. Stop please it hurts mama ich help. The kid thought as he shed a few tears, feeling the smoke around his body getting tighter. What the heck? Can't that person see he's just a kid? Ryukyu yelled with surprised. A lot of people seeing it was very rare for Ryukyu to get angry. Yeah, and Endeavor, what the hell was that? Can't you see that the kid's already scared out of his mind? Rumi added, that's not me #5, besides I'm right, while he isn't a villain he could still provide valued information to them, Endeavor stated. That doesn't justify scaring him like that. And that's supposed to be her, no MY's son. Ryukyu yelled during this. Ryukyu and Miruko both looked at the person with guilt, as Ryukyu felt a pang in her heart as this person seemed familiar to her. How come she doesn't recognize him? He's her son. Denki asked. Well, maybe she never saw him in that form, Shoji stated. Maybe she's still not familiar with what he looks like. She did adopt the kid, Mineta stated too. That second one is a ridiculous assumption, Ray stated, which surprised the class. The first assumption could be true, but whether biological or adopted, a true parent never forgets what their kid looks like, Ray stated. Why, I'm now a father and I'd never forget what Eri looks like, Izuku adds along with his girlfriends. Hey, how old are you? Ryukyu asked his caring-like tone, which confused some of them. Why are you asking? Oh, Midnight said, realizing the escapee was very thin and had a small body. 𝗕5? The escapee said, trembling and completely terrified, yet the sound of his voice and size of his body matched up with his age. He stated as the pros all were taken back by how young this kid is. What's your connection to the professor here, kid? Aizawa asked, lowering his guard a bit since he could tell that this kid wasn't a threat. The kid didn't answer. He was too scared and in pain from the smoke to answer. All he did was start to shake more violently out of complete fear and anxiety. Speak, boy. Endeavor yelled and blasted a wave of fire right past the kid's face. Seeing this made Ryukyu vibrate a bit with an urge to smack the #2 hero for doing that. What the heck was that? The kid's already scared enough and you blast fire right by his face. Rumi yelled, holding Ryukyu in place so she doesn't slash Endeavor's face open. Endeavor, I believe we need to have a talk with the Hero Association about your actions, Nizu stated. Why? That's not me. Endeavor stated, that may be true, however you do have a history of going too far when fighting villains, Nizu explained. Fine, Endeavor said, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏 test dummy for the professor's experiments. The kid blurted, now shocking all the heroes. As for the theater, they were just as shocked, especially since he said, expendable. They used him for experimentation and were practically expecting him to die from it. Kendo yelled, who could do something like this? Nijire said, then remembered there was one person she knew. Overhaul. 3. Nijire said, kneeling to her. Yes, mama. Eri said, scared. Seeing all this, Nijire just hugged Eri with all her might, and later the rest of Izuku's girlfriends caught on to what Nijire was thinking and joined the hug. They never wanted to let her daughter go. Seeing this made their minds run wild of the countless things Overhaul could have or has done to their snowballs. Eri said, yes, snowballs/Eri. They all said, why you won't let anyone take me while save me, right? Like Papa did. Eri asked, about to cry. Of course Snowball, you're our daughter. Even before that I made a promise that I'd and now them two will always be there for you and will be your heroes no matter what, Izuku stated going to his daughter and joining the hug. Mama please I've waited so long it hurts I need you mama. The kid thought as he felt the smoke starting to press harder on his already frail body. Smoke let him go now. Ryukyu demanded along with Miruko, I don't trust the kid, all this stuff he said seems far-fetched so no, Smoke said. He then violently tightened the smoke around the kid's body and then they all heard the sound of bones cracking. Hey! The kid screamed in pain, feeling the bones in his body crack and dislocate. What the hell is he doing? He just a kid. Ryukyu yelled about to transform, feeling a motherly instinct kick in. That is absurd. He's just a kid. He has the kid confined already. There's no reason to do that. Rumi yelled, that person needs to have his hero license removed. Causing a young kid who's already hurt. Unnecessary amounts of pain is unforgivable. Midnight stated needless to say that all the pro-heroes were beyond angry at this person action of hurting a completely innocent child that's barely even a young kid. Despite clearly being able to see that there is no reason for the kid to lie, Miruko jumped forward and kicked Smoke in the gut, sending him into a wall and leaving an indent on the wall, and in doing so released Smoke's hold on the kid. As he fell they all heard some of the bones in his body shift back into position when he hit the ground. One, thank you Rumi/me, Ryukyu and Rumi said, hey 𝗧𝗏. What the hell was that? He's just a kid. Looks to the kid. Ryukyu is that? Miruko said, completely ignoring the rest of the pros and now eyeing the kid as he fell. His body started to revert back to normal, his horns started to go away, the scales and all the animal-like features disappeared. Ryukyu went over to the kid and reached out her hand. He was hesitant but eventually reached for it. Yet right before he extended his hand the kid pulled it back from a sudden pain he felt in his head and eyes. When he looked back at Ryukyu she noticed that his hair and eyes had changed color to emerald green, and that's when all the pieces came together. Wait. Guys, you think that's... Kirishima asked with all the students and the three mothers going wide-eyed. Izu, it's okay. Mama's here, everything will be alright, Ryukyu said kneeling down to her son. Izu, Izuzu, Greenie/Dekukuin/Midoriya, is her son. The students and Inko all yelled surprised, he's my son. Ryukyu said just as surprised, well it's not like I'm complaining, he's such a sweet kid, Ryukyu thought. Lost, care to explain this? And just why the heck is this kid's childhood always rough? Rumi asked along with the pros and most of the students. I'll tell you the first one when this part is over is 4. The second, there isn't really a good reason for it, it's just a part of your dimension's overall story that the universes follow, aside from the ones that don't have Izuku having a rough childhood, Lost said. But, trust me, there are universes out there where Izuku's childhood is far worse than this. Still remember, have to go through one of the most painful experiences ever, emotionally at least. Lost thought 5. As for the rest of the students, they were all around Izuku, either happy or jealous that his mother in the number 10 hero. Wow Izuku, you're the son of Ryukyu. Does that make you my little brother? Nijire said excited. Nijire, that's not me, and even if it was, that not how that works, Izuku said blushing. I think she'd be a good match for Deku-kun, given her calm-like attitude, and she was so helpful during the work-study program, Uraraka said. Oh, you have no idea, Uraraka. When I did the work-study in my second year, Ryukyu is so nice and kind, she'd be a perfect mother, especially for someone like Izuku, Nijire said. Nijire, that's enough, you're over-exaggerating that, I don't think I'd be that good of a mother, Ryukyu said a bit sad. No, Mississippi Ryukyu, I think you'd make a wonderful mother, you kind, calm, caring, helpful and always willing to help and take care of those in need. Izuku said, making Ryukyu blush. Maybe I could be his aunt. Ryukyu thought, what's this Midoriya, are you saying you're into the older women? Midnight says with a grin. I mean, that's not what I was implying. I just meant that Mississippi Ryukyu would make an amazing mother and or parental figure. Izuku said flustered, wait, then where or what happened to me? Inko asked, I'll explain when this finishes. Midoriya? Lost replied. Izuku looked up shocked and having tears in his eyes. Ever since he was captured and brought to that lab, being treated as a lab rat, a monster and failure. The one person that still loved him just as much as his real mother was now finally there. He reached out his hands as he felt all the fear, anxiety and worry wash away as Ryukyu hugged him. Izuku said crying, "I finally found you, my little emerald. Mama loves you, never forget that. As long as I'm alive I will protect you," Ryukyu stated as she started to cry with a smile, finally having her son/nephew back in her arms again. "To love you to mama," Izuku said, finally feeling the warm embrace of family. "Alright, that's it for this part 1 wanted to show," Lost said as he stopped the screen. "That was so wholesome," Momo stated. "Ah, my heart. I'm dying." Midnight said, "I'm glad that version of me found you, Mississippi Ryukyu," Izuku said with a smile. "Looks like you all liked it." Lost asked, which everyone more or less agreed. "Now Lost, I'd like an explanation please. What happened to me and how is Izuku the number 10 hero's son/nephew? Inko asked. "Well, first off, Miss Midoriya is Ryukyu and Miruko. You three are adopted sisters in that universe," Lost stated, which shocked the three of them. "So were Izuku's aunts in the beginning," Ryukyu said with a smile, hoping that something like that could happen with her world's Izuku. "I'm the Greenie's aunt, huh?" "Well, couldn't be too bad," Rumi said, which surprised a few people. "Now I gonna tell you what happened to Midoriya and how Izuku got to that lab. I'd prepare yourselves if I were you about what I'm gonna explain next please," Lost said, pointing to Izuku and Inko, which worried them, but Inko just put her hand on her son's hand. "Okay Inko. In this world you died in childbirth and your husband Hisashi disowned/abandoned Izuku, blaming him for your death," Lost states. The two greenies froze in place. For a few seconds hearing this, Hisashi abandoned my baby. Inko said, about to cry. Dead. Izuku said, still unclear about what to think in his mind. As much as he knew it wasn't his fault, the reasoning for that to happen was justifiable, as least to Izuku having your wife, the person that completes you, die after giving birth. Izuku saw it as, the baby or him being born, is the reason why his mother died in that world, and if he had just never been born, Hisashi would still have Inko in that world. So to Izuku he believed that, in a way, that world's Hisashi has every right to do that. Izuku. Inko said, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku said, confused since his mom, girlfriends, aunts and some of the pros were around him. "Izuku, are you okay? You're crying," Melissa asked. Feels his cheeks. "Oh, I am fine, don't worry," Izuku said, wanting to not make people worry. "Stop," Kendo said. "Stop what?" Izuku asked. "Stop putting the blame all on yourself and refusing our help," Kendo stated and hugged him. "Yet even, every time something bothers you, you always just say you're fine." "Well, not this time. This time please rely on us, especially since we're your girlfriends now," Uraraka stated, back up by the rest of Izuku's girlfriends. "They're right, Midoriya," Hilda said with some of the guys behind him. "Ever since coming here to UA, you've been facing your inner demons all alone. That ends today. We're your friends, your real friends. Rely on us as we do to you. You can trust that we'll be there to lend a hand. Besides, how can we call ourselves heroes if we can't help one of our own?" Hilda explained. Before Izuku could respond, however, Kirishima stepped up. "Midobro, you've always been there on the front lines for us, bearing all that weight alone. Let us bear that weight with you. You said to me that I was the ultimate shield to others and my friends, and that does include you, Midobro. So please, let us stand by your side when you need a helping hand," Kirishima stated, patting Izuku on the shoulder too. "Yeah, you've already gone so far as to break your body for all of us, so let us be there to help you as you always say what are friends for, right?" Shoto stated. Izuku couldn't believe it. Yes, they did this for him earlier, yet this was the first time they had been able to really prove to him that they really are his friends, by prying into what he was thinking, rather than believing that he was fine. Through this and seeing everyone else looking at him with much the same expression that stated that they were there for him and would always be, flaws and all, the idea that he made, thinking that they were being nice to him out of pity, was shattered from this action. Izuku now knew that they were all his friends out of real friendship, and that his girlfriends, family and daughter truly did love him and would be there for him. "Gee guys, everyone, thank you. Know that all of you really do care about me and are not being nice out of pity means a lot. I'm so glad to have met all of you," Izuku said, crying, but with a smile on his face. Everyone wore a smile on their face. They finally been able to remove the darkness of all the negative feels Izuku had put on himself. Yet now that they now need to make sure it doesn't start to grow back and to push it out if it ever came back? Well now, I think we should go back to the topic. As heartwarming as this is, Lost stated, making everyone a bit sad, but they understood. Again, sorry to ruin the moment. Anyway, to explain why Izuku was in that lab after Hisashi left, Ryukyu and Miruko took Izuku in as their son/nephew, but when Izuku turned 3 he was kidnapped by 𝗷𝗏 and sent to that lab. Lost explains, 𝗷𝗏. Everyone yelled surprised, is that why Izuku looked like that? Ryukyu asked along with Rumi, what kind of 𝗷𝗏 used? Izuku, to see the effects of him giving certain quirks to other people, since Izuku's quirk would always keep him alive from the side effects and stop him from turning into a Nomu. Lost explained. Everyone was shocked hearing this. That Izuku, while it wasn't their Izuku, just the thought of this happening to him was enough to scare them. Now sorry to make all of you so scared, but I can show you that world's Izuku's when he going to take the UA entrance exam. How's that sound? Lost asked, trying to put little bit of joy in them again. Sure, but answer this please, Inko asked along with Mitsuki and Rei. Of course, what is it, 𝗵𝗃? Lost said, will something like that be happening to my baby? Inko asked, tearing up. No, nothing like that will happen to your Izuku, I can promise you that much, Lost stated, which relived the 3 mothers. Well, let's start, Lost said, resuming the screen, jumping back to the present. We see Izuku with hints of blue highlights in his green hair. Now 14, currently getting ready to attend the UA entrance exam. Izuku, hurry down, you gonna be late for the exam. Ryukyu said from the living room. Okay mom. Just need to grab my jacket. Izuku replied, grabbing his jacket and putting on quirk-canceling bracelets he got from the shields on island. Looks like a nice new life for the kid. I mean, he deserves it after what we saw, Fat Gum said. Wow. Zuzu, blue highlights look good on you, maybe you could have them? Mina said, playing with Izuku's hair. Zuzu. Izuku thought, with a red face, being called that and being petted. Oh my god. His hair is so fluffy. Mina thought, with a red face. I don't know, Mina. I don't think it'd look that good, Izuku said, blushing with Mina petting him. Hey, why is Izuku wearing quirk-canceling bracelets? Melissa asked. Well, first off, you made those bracelets for him in that world. Second is, he wears them since it's very easy for him to lose control of his quirk. The drawback of the quirk is that it uses his energy, meaning that he needs to wear the bracelets so that he doesn't exhaust himself with his quirk. Lost explains, look at that smile. So rare to find, and I'm the one that brought it back in that world. Ryukyu thought, seeing this as Izuku got the rest of his stuff together, headed down the stairs only to slam face first into a pair of marshmallows. As Izuku got the rest of his stuff together, headed down the stairs only to slam face first into a pair of marshmallows. 9. Replace Rin with Izuku and Shifuyu with Rumi, and they're in a house and are not wearing swimsuits. Hey Aunt Rumi, I'm sorry I was in a rush. Izuku said, embarrassed. Oh my 𝗵𝗃, what a bold move, on Rumi no less, Midnight stated. WB. Miss Midnight, that's not me. You know that, right? Izuku said, just as embarrassed as his alternate version. Dang Greenie, I didn't think you had it in you to do that, especially to someone like me. Rumi smirked, giving Izuku a light slap on the back, playing along with Midnight, but at the same time liked hearing Izuku call her auntie. And this of course made Izuku even more red. Oh, Aizu, my little green bunny, if you wanted them you could have just asked. I mean, I did take care of you when you were a baby. Rumi teased and hugged Izuku's head back into her chest. Well, Rumi, I didn't think you'd actually play along that much and do that. Midnight stated, I don't even think I'd do that to Izuku, or would I? Midnight thought. 3. That's not me, you know that, right? Rumi said, keeping her composure on the surface, but on the inside she was somewhat embarrassed seeing herself do that to Izuku. Could you two stop? You gonna make my son pass out at this point? Ryukyu said. 5. Wait, Miss Ryukyu, did you just call my baby/nephew your son? Inko, Mitsuki and Rei all asked. Realizes, oh. My dearest, apologizes Mrs. 𝗵𝗃. I didn't mean to call your son mine. Ryukyu said, bowing to Inko with a small blush. No, it's fine really. I just wasn't expecting someone to call my baby that. Inko said, looks like my Izuku is getting more and more family to look out for him. Inko thought, now seeing Ryukyu apologizing to Izuku about what she said. Wow. Even the pro-heroes fawn over Midoriya. Denki said jealous, why's it always him? Mineta yelled, not cursing since he knows what'll happen if he does 'cause unlike you, Izuku's not a pervert and has the most kindest heart anyone has ever seen, Momo stated too. Not to mention all the hardships Izuku went through all alone, he deserves more joy than the world can give, Kendo added. Rumi let him go, he gonna be late for the exam, Hawks said. Yeah Rumi, as much as you love the kid, he's gonna be late if you keep holding him, Fat Gum said, going to pry Rumi off of her nephew. Hey, why are we there too? Hawks asked. Sorry, forgot to mention that you and Fat Gum are longtime friends with Ryukyu and Miruko, along with Midnight as well, Lost states. Then that means we're the kids' uncles. Well, I can't complain about that, Fat Gum said. Oh, so I'm also Midoriya's aunt, huh? Midnight said, back off Midnight. Before you turn the greenie into a mini-you, Rumi stated. The two of them then started at each other with a small spark between their eyes. Wow, even in this universe those two fight over Izu, Lost thought 5. Look at that Izuku, how many people you have that care about you, Melissa said. Why it means a lot to me being with everyone, Izuku said with a smile. Thanks Uncle Taishiro, Fat Gum's real name. Izuku said, still red from what his aunt just did. Hawks gave Izuku his bag and he headed over to the kitchen and saw his mother, Ryukyu, in the living room currently working on her computer. Izuku, hon, your lunch is on the counter, 𝗧𝗓𝗏, your favorite, Ryukyu said. She even know your favorite food Dekukuin, Uraraka said. Mississippi Ryukyu is a mother in that world so it would make sense, Izuku said, looking over and seeing his mother and his aunts talking with Ryukyu. Thank mom. Izuku said, I already told the boys and Nijire to come meet you outside your entrance. I'm sorry I can't take you over, I have some work to finish up, but Hawks can bring you there, Ryukyu stated. Hey, why is he taking my greenie there? Rumi asked, annoyed. It's 'cause I have a little something I think the media would love to see, Hawks said with a grin, holding out his phone. When Miruko saw what was on Hawks' phone she froze. You wouldn't dare, Rumi said. Oh yes I would, whisper soft bunny whispers, Hawks stated. What do you think it could be? Midnight asked. I don't know, I don't having anything sensitive on Miruko, Hawks said. Hey, did you just called me soft bunny? Rumi yelled. Rumi, calm down, that's not our world's Hawks, and besides, what could he even have that would surprise you, Ryukyu stated. Let me see, Fat Gum asked Hawks, then showed him. What he saw on Hawks' phone was a picture of Miruko with Izuku as a baby in her arms sleeping, while slightly holding on to one of her ears and her kissing his forehead. Before anyone in the theater could say something to tease Rumi, anyone say anything about that, and I'll kick you into the grave. Got it? Rumi yelled with a light blush on her face. Wow Midoriya, I've never seen Rumi act like this to anyone, Ryukyu said. Ah really? Izuku said, confused on how to respond to this, seeing himself as a baby being cradled by the number 5 hero, a person that is famous for being a loner, aggressive and act a lot like a delinquent does in some cases. Yeah, maybe you could, Ryukyu said, but was cut off. Keep your mouth shut, Ryukyu. Rumi said, flustered. Well, I'll be damned. Who would have thought that a hero that could send villains to the hospital with one kick had a soft side, Fat Gum stated. Shut you trap, Fat, or you're next, Rumi said. Gee guys, I'm gonna be late, Izuku said, getting back to the topic while lightly thumping his foot rapidly on the ground, something he got from his Aunt Rumi. 6. Oh right, sorry bud, Hawks said, getting ready. He even has started to emulate some of the things you do, Rumi. I'm surprised, Ryukyu said. Be quiet, Ryukyu. Not now, Rumi replied. Alright guys, I'll be going. Love you, Izuku said, giving his family a hug and heading to the door with Hawks. Hold on Izuku, Ryukyu said, stopping him. Yeah mom. Izuku asked Ryukyu, then went over and gave him a kiss on the forehead and moved his hair away from his eyes. Never forget that I love you, no matter what happens, alright? Ryukyu said with a smile, holding Izuku's cheek. Yeah greenie, now go out there and knock him dead, Rumi stated, patting Izuku on the shoulder. Thanks mom. Thanks auntie, Izuku said, giving the two of them one more hug before heading out with Hawks. That's such a touching moment, Mina said, holding her chest. See Ryukyu, you'd make an amazing mother, Nijire stated. Like what I did for Izuku, Inko thought. Indeed, and Mississippi Miruko seemed to be quite good at being Aiza's aunt, Momo added. All the students started to praise the two female heroes about being great parental figures to their cinnamon roll. Everyone please, you're all overestimating us, Ryukyu said. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd be a good match for the greenie as a parental figure, Rumi stated. I beg to differ, Inko said, catching their attention. Mississippi Ryukyu, I think that you would have made a perfect mother for my baby if something like that happened to me. Mississippi Maruko, while I don't know a lot about you, I think you'd also make a great aunt for my son. Izuku needs people that can protect from both himself and others, and you two seem to fit well, Inko explained. You really think so? Mrs. Midoriya. Ryukyu and Maruko both stated, this could be my chance. Ryukyu thought, should I? No, at least not yet, Rumi thought. Then Mrs. Midoriya and Izuku, could I be your aunt? Ryukyu asked, which surprised everyone. WB. Izuku said, just as surprised, oh. Izuku, you should agree. Ryukyu is so nice. 値ire said, bouncing around Izuku. Yeah, Deku-kun. I think you'd really like her as an aunt. Uraraka added, Enja, that kind of decision is more of my MO. Izuku said, but was cut off. I've agreed to it already, sweetheart. Inko said, ah, really? Izuku asked, yes, that's the reason I was talking with her earlier. Inko said, so then Izuku, may I be your aunt? Ryukyu asked again. Izuku looked around with pretty much everyone nodding for his to agree, since they all knew it was a good idea. Ryukyu's personality would fit very well with Izuku's, and with what they've seen from the other universe, she'd be an amazing parental figure for someone like Izuku. WWL, if that's really okay with you, then sure, Aunt Ryukyu, Izuku said with blush. Ryukyu then went up and hugged Izuku, with everyone having a smile on their face. See it? Would you look at that? The kids even managed to have a pro hero be part of his family, Nana said. Maybe she won't be the last, Midnight stated too. Congrats. Izuku on your new aunt, Lost said. Thanks, Lost, Izuku replied, still being hugged by Ryukyu. Okay, I'll show you guys a bit more of this universe before we move on, Lost said. Resuming the screen, we see Izuku saying bye to Hawks as they arrived outside of the UA entrance gate. Once Izuku got closer to the gate, he saw UA's big three, but to Izuku they're his older siblings. Izuku. 値ire yelled out, diving into him along with Mirio. Hey little bro. Finally gonna enter into UA, huh? Mirio said, hey little buddy, it's been a while since we've seen each other, we missed you. Tamaki said, oh. Izuku. I missed you so much. You're here for the test, right? Where's your mom? Did you miss me? I missed you. Why was Hawks there? 値ire, being her normal self, firing off question after question, takes a deep breath. Yeah, I'm here for the exam. Mom will be here in a bit. I missed all of you a lot. Uncle Kigo brought me to the entrance since Mom still has hero work to do, but said that she'd be there to watch the exam. Exhales, Izuku said all in one breath and was now looking like he about to pass out, while Mirio was laughing, knowing that Izuku was really the only person that can keep up with 値ire in conversation. Well, looks like Њire's still her same old self in this universe. Ryukyu stated, oh. Izuku, I really am your big sis. And you still can keep up with my questions. Њire said, hugging Izuku. But Њire were together already and again. That's not me, Izuku said, red-faced. I don't care, I'm still older than you, Њire stated with a smile. For the four of them continued to talk on their way inside when someone behind them suddenly fell over and crashed into Izuku, and the two started to fall. Well, guess I should have expected something to go wrong, Izuku thought, bracing to hit the ground. Mirio's eyes widened as he tried to catch them, but only grabbed the person that fell on Izuku. With a panicking Њire, yet Tamaki was able to catch Izuku with a tentacle arm he manifested. So that whole thing happened there too, but it was me who tripped, Uraraka said, since they could all clearly see that it was Uraraka that fell on Izuku. Yeah, it's a small event, so I guess there wouldn't really be a reason for it to not happen often in other universes with small changes, Lost stated. Oh. Deku-kun, sorry for running into you, Uraraka said. It's not problem, Uraraka. Beside, no one was hurt, Izuku said, petting her. Izuku. Њire yelled, blasting herself over to Izuku and quickly inspected his body for any injuries. When she was done, she then looked to the girl that fell into Izuku with a menacing look on her face. While this may have been just an accident, no one, and I mean no one, hurts my little brother. Њire yelled, giving off a very scary aura. Why didn't know 𝗕𝗬𝗓 could be that protective, Mirio said. Least she's not a Yandra in that universe. Tamaki whispered. 𝗧𝗏. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing that. Uraraka said, bowing multiple times out of fear what she saw. Hey, calm down Ochako. That's not you remember, and it was just an accident. Besides, I don't think I do something like that, 𝗕𝗬𝗓 said, going to hug Uraraka to calm her nerve. Well, unless someone actually tried to hurt Izuku, so you better watch yourself, Bakugo, 𝗕𝗬𝗓 thought. 𝗬𝗏, it's no big deal, you said so yourself. It was an accident, so please calm down, Izuku said with a smile. Thud, 𝗕𝗬𝗓. Izuku said, seeing 𝗕𝗬𝗓 suddenly pass out. 𝗕𝗬𝗓, what's wrong? Mirio asked. 𝗧𝗏 called me 𝗬𝗏. 𝗕𝗬𝗓 blurted out, clearly not all there. With a goofy smile too, this made 𝗕𝗬𝗓 drop her scary aura. Thank you 𝗬𝗏. Now are you okay, Mississippi? Izuku said, going to the girl. Why, sorry for bumping into you. My name's Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka said, still a bit afraid. It's no problem really. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku replies. 3 Then 𝗕𝗬𝗓 steps up. Hey, my name's 𝗕𝗬𝗓 Hado. I'm Izuku's big sis, and if you hurt him I'll blast you, 𝗕𝗬𝗓 said in a cheerful tone while having 𝗕 active in her right hand. 𝗬𝗏, calm down please. You're scaring her even more, Izuku said, tugging her shoulder. 𝗬𝗏. Fine, 𝗕𝗬𝗓 said, pouting. I'm sorry for her attitude, Uraraka. 𝗕𝗬𝗓's just really protective of our little bro, you see, Mirio said. And no, it's fine, I'm sorry for causing trouble, Uraraka said. Don't worry, anyway, we should probably head in for the exam, Izuku stated, to which the two of them started to go. Hey wait, Izuku, aren't you forgetting something? 𝗕𝗬𝗓 said. Fine 𝗬𝗏 chuckle, always so caring, Izuku said, coming back to hug 𝗕𝗬𝗓. Then after Mirio and Tamaki had to pry 𝗕𝗬𝗓 off Izuku, he headed into UA to take the entrance exam. And that's it for this universe, at least for right now, Lost said, stopping the screen. 𝗕𝗬𝗓, are you secretly a Yandra? Mina and Toru both asked. What? No, of course I'm not. I might be protective of Izuku, but not to that degree, 𝗕𝗬𝗓 said. Well, not in this universe at least, Lost thought. That was interesting with all that happened to me, Izuku said, a little scared. Hey Izuku, calm down, you're okay, Melissa said. Yeah, besides, that version of you now is living a good life, just like you are, Momo said. And now you have another aunt that will take care of you, Kendo said. Yeah, thank guys, you all know how to help me out, Izuku said with a smile. Well, we are your girlfriends, Greenie, Jiro said, poking Izuku on the forehead. For Greenie, Izuku thought, red-faced. I think you guys need some fresh air. I can tell from so of you that you want to do something right. Lost asked, taking notice that some of the people in the theater appeared to be a bit jittery. Most of the boys and some of the pros nodded. Alright then, how about this? I'll send you guys, all of you, to another universe to explore for a little bit, Lost proposed. Just what kind of universe, Lost? Nizu asked. Don't worry, it's not really dangerous, you know the game called Sea of Thieves. Lost asked. 5 I don't care how boring people say that game is, it's still appealing too. You mean that pirate, free roam game? Kirishima and a few others said. Yeah, that game originates from this dimension. I can send you all to a universe in that dimension where there are no other pirates. Basically an offline Sea of Thieves, so you can just relax on the islands or your ships and enjoy the views or take on a fort, and don't worry, you won't be able to feel pain. All the mechanics of the game apply to the universe, Lost explained too. Well, since I can see everyone here does seem a bit jumpy, I'll allow it. But only 2 hours, Nizu said, to which they all agreed. That's fine, I can set a time in the sky for you all to see in the universe, Lost said, opening up a portal, and through they see the sign, Golden Sands Outpost. Wait, but I don't know what to do there or how things work, Denki said, along with quite a few others. Don't worry, the second you step through this portal, the knowledge of how things work and what you can do will be zapped into your heads in an instant thanks to a bit of magic from me. I'll keep the portal open the whole time, Lost states. One after a bit of small talk among the students and the pros heroes about who should be in what alliance and what not, they all got ready to go through. Alright everyone, enjoy your time in this universe and remember to just have fun. Keep an eye on the timer in the sky and we'll all meet back at this outpost when it hits 0. Nizu states. Yes sir, everyone said as they all walk through the portal. Alright, hope they'll have fun and cool off now to find another universe, Lost said to himself. The universe they will see is modeled after Stillwell 03's story, The Wolf and the Rabbit. Alright, found the next universe and oh man, this I gonna be hard for them to see, especially 𝗃𝗁𝗁, have to see herself act like this, 𝗧𝗏 said. To himself, it's been about 10 minutes here, meaning they've been in that universe for just under 2 hours so they should be coming back soon. 𝗧𝗏 said then after a little more waiting they all started to come back. Oh man, I needed that. That Fort of the Damned was so exciting. Kirishima said, yeah, taking on those skeleton forts, ghost fleets, and doing those tall tales were awesome. Tetsu added, yeah, and the sights were appealing, especially the sunset and the night sky. Momo said, you were a great Captain Deku-kun. Uraraka said, really? I don't think so, I was just trying to help. Izuku said, no, you really were Izuku, we were the only alliance that didn't have any ships sink once and none of us got sent to the Ferry of the Damned. You're an amazing leader, Melissa stated, but that last thing we did was so good. All of us singing around the fire under the night sky was amazing. Jiro stated, just imagine all of UA singing, we shall sail together, in the Golden Sands outpost under the night sky 7. Welcome back everyone. I take it that you had a nice time in the Sea of Thieves. Lost asked, indeed Lost, thank you for sending us there, it was quite an adventure, 𝗍𝗂 said, making quite a few people flinch, says the leader of the alliance that sunk the most ships. Nana stated 1. We shall sail together, Eri sang with a smile, I so glad you liked the song Snowball. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 said going to pick up Eri, so what did you guys points to Izuku and his girlfriends do? Lost asked, quite a lot. We brought Eri around the islands, Momo said, we took on like 3 forts and Flame Heart's ghost ship armada, Mina stated. We joined back in Class 1 as Alliance and took on Class 1B's Alliance and won thanks to Izuku's great leadership. Melissa said Izuku and his girlfriends were in an alliance of their own, we fought a giant shark. Eri yelled 8, wow, I thought she'd be afraid by those creatures. Guess not, Lost thought. Well, I'm glad everyone here had a good time. Now I have the next universe ready for you all, Lost said as everyone got back to their seats. Alright everyone, let's just get started, Lost said looking to 𝗃𝗁𝗁 with sorrow. Hope she can handle seeing what this universe is her did. Lost thought starting the screen we see Miruko and Ryukyu currently on a joint patrol with each other. God, this is just boring, just walking around. Can't someone just rob a bank or try to kidnap someone? Rumi said bored out of her mind. 1. Patience Rumi, this is our first patrol together since we graduated. Not every patrol is filled with action nor does it have to be. Besides the fact that it's this calm just proves how low crime rates have gotten, Ryukyu stated. So this is me and Ryukyu in our early years as pros, Rumi said. Yeah, that and you two are childhood friends and both went to Lost states. Geez Rumi, I knew you liked combat but not that much, Midnight said. You have no idea Namuri. When I first met Rumi she wouldn't stop asking for a spar or really anything related to fighting. Ryukyu said 1. Hey, I can't help it, fighting's a lot of fun and exciting you know, Rumi stated 2. Yeah, Ryukyu, I get it, Rumi said still annoyed. After walking a bit longer Rumi suddenly hears something. Hey, you hear that? Rumi asks. Ryukyu just pointed to her ears and then Rumi ears. What? Oh right, forgot I have enhanced hearing, anyway follow me, Rumi said jumping away excited that something interesting was happening. The sound she heard lead her to a small alleyway yet there appeared to be nothing there. I know I heard something, maybe I should get my ears checked or cleaned, Rumi said to herself, but before she left she noticed what looked like a trash bag move a little. She went over to see what it was and she saw a kid that looked about 4 or 5 covered with trash. Izuku/Deku-kun. Everyone in the theater said, since it was pretty clear it was him considering the green hair, while Mina and 𝗎𝗓𝗓 covered Eri and Koda's eyes. What happened to him? Where am I? Why is my baby there in the trash? 𝗃𝗁𝗁 asked. 5. My god, just how many times do we have to see the greenie go through this stuff? Rumi said a bit angry. 5. Sorry, but it's just the most common thing in your dimension for him to have this kind of childhood, Lost said with a sad look. Why does Papa always have to be hurt? Eri said looking at Lost in tears. Oh god, what have I done? Lost thought feeling his heart explode. 13. Hey kid, you okay? Rumi asked walking over to him. Upon closer look she saw that the kid was crying and had weird dark stuff that looked like dirt across parts of his body and over the side of his face. Hold on Rumi, don't rush, Ryukyu said arriving over, then see Miruko about to start rubbing the stuff off the kid. Wait. Rumi, don't. Ryukyu said, but it was too late. Miruko placed her hand on the stuff that was on his face and gave it a light tug. Hey. The kid screamed in pain as the side of his face started to bleed. Rumi, that there is why you don't jump to conclusions of what's happening, Ryukyu said a bit stern. That's not me, but fine, I'm sorry, Ryukyu, Rumi said as she started to feel a lot of guilt seeing herself do this to Izuku. That looks to be quite a powerful infection, and it appears to have spread all across his body and likely into his eye as well. Recovery Girl analyzed, is Izuku gonna be okay? Inko asked worried, I'm not too sure since I can't tell how long the infection's been there on him, dear, but he needs to be sent to hospital to treat it, but don't worry, it's not life-threatening, Recovery Girl said, saying that last part cause of what they saw before, Rumi. That's not dirt, it's an infection. Come on, we need to get him to a hospital. Ryukyu ordered. Miruko grabs a small towel and puts over the wound on Izuku's face, and the two of them rush Izuku over to the nearest hospital. Once there, Miruko, who's holding Izuku, went over to there, actually scared for the kid and started to feel bad about what she did. My name's Miruko, the rabbit hero. This kid's severely hurt and needs medical attention. Rumi yelled. A few doctors came over and grabbed Izuku out of her grip, and some of them froze for a sec when they saw his face. His face was completely covered with BLD from the infection and looked like he'd been attacked by a bear. Good God. Thank you for bringing him here, we'll take care of him, miss, a doctor stated as they took him from Miruko and sent him to the OR. This is gonna take quite the procedure to fix, Recovery Girl said. He'll likely need a BLD transfusion, a large amount of antibiotics to fight the infection, and based on how much BLD was coming from where his eye would be, there's even the chance that he's lost his eye due to what Miruko did. Recovery Girl explained, my baby. Inko said, worried and crying a bit, Mom, that's not me, I'm right here and I'm okay. Izuku said, going to comfort his mother. The Miruko came over to the two greenies. Miss Miruko. Izuku said, nervous. Look, kid, while it's a different universe and all that, I'm sorry, Rumi said, which shocked everyone. The number 5 hero, probably the most hard-headed person there, just said sorry to Izuku. Seems like Izuku really can change people no matter how battle-hardened their personalities are. Miss Miruko, there's no need to apologize. As you said, it's a different universe, Izuku said, still being his normal self in trying to make people feel better. Wow, Rumi, is my nephew making you go soft? Ryukyu teased. Shut it, Ryukyu. This was one time. Rumi said, likely lying to herself. With the kid now no longer in Miruko's hands, she now had the chance to take a good look at her hands and see the kid's BLD that she had spilled. She had been through a lot with fighting villains and whatnot, but this was something she'd never experienced before, and it scared her, being responsible for the suffering of a young kid that was already severely hurt, out of complete ignorance. Dumbass. That's what you are, me. All you had to do was take a closer look and you would have seen that it was an infection. Yet you just had to rush and ripped it off the kid's face. He was crying for a reason, damn it. Rumi thought to herself, Rumi, how's the kid? Ryukyu asked, snapping Miruko out of her head. What? Oh, the doctors are taking care of him right now, but the kid was bleeding quite a bit before I got here, Rumi said, showing Ryukyu her bloodied hands. Hey, you didn't know what it was a mistake, we all make mistakes. But this isn't your fault. Besides, now that kid's here getting the treatment he needs, Ryukyu said, comforting her friend. Yeah, but still, it just wasn't right what I did. He's just a kid, Rumi said. Never thought I see the day where Miruko would show this much remorse, Midnight said. Same here. Looks like you points to Izuku really can bring out the best in others, Ryukyu stated too. Would you guys just be quiet? I mean, what hero wouldn't act like that if they did that to a kid? Rumi claimed, shutting up some of the pros. 5. Oh, are you dodging the accusation? This is new. This I knew indeed, Ryukyu teased. Stop it, Ryukyu. But why are you doing this to me? Rumi yelled, pushing Ryukyu a bit. And you too, Greenie. What the hell has you and your kindness done to me? Rumi thought. 5. A few hours had passed since Miruko had brought the kid to the hospital. Her and Ryukyu were still waiting on the doctors to finish. Excuse me, miss, but are you two the ones that brought that green-haired kid here? A doctor asked, coming out of the room. Yes, that was us, or me specially, Rumi stated, with her and Ryukyu both standing up. Is he gonna be alright? Ryukyu asked. As of this moment, it's hard to tell, We've been able to get off all the outer part of the infection and clean up the cuts on his face and body. But he's running a very high fever due to his body trying to fight the infection. We've given him antibiotics to help curb the fever, the doctor explained. What about his eye? Ryukyu asked. Unfortunately, his eye is beyond a full recovery. If the infection doesn't subside, we'll have no choice but to remove his eye. If the infection does subside, while he will still have his eye, his 𝗲𝗏 will be blurred in that eye, the doctor stated as he pulled out some more papers. From the BLD and DNA tests we've run, his name is Izuku Midoriya and is about 5 to 6 years old. We've also discovered that his body is severely malnourished and dehydrated. To be honest, we're not even sure how the kid's still alive. You're lucky you found him, cause he likely wouldn't have made it to the next day if you didn't, the doctor explained. This is so sad. Why does things like this have to happen to Izuku? Mina yelled, that Midobro is tough. He'll pull through. Kirishima stated, trying to spread some hope, but why? Why is all this stuff happening to him? Where is Inko in that world? Rei asked. Yeah, lost, please tell me, where am I in that world? Inko demanded. Just keep watching, you'll find out, Lost said in a sad tone. Malnourishment, dehydration, and the fact that he was found in an alleyway in the trash. With all that information, I think I know what that world's Mrs. Midoriya did. Nizu thought, but hoping he was wrong, the doctor gave them a few papers and went back into the room to continue to monitor Izuku. Says here that his quirk is called familial bond. Gives him the ability to use other people's quirks, but only if said person is considered a closer friend or family to him, and when he receives the quirk it's much more powerful than the original users, Ryukyu said, reading the papers. 5. That's a pretty powerful quirk, Nana states. Yeah, it's kind of like a more humane version of all for 1 inch all might add 7. All you'd need is the ability to interact with people and just friendly to others and gain their trust. The possibilities of the kind of quirks he could have are close to infinite as long as he can make friends, Izuku states. 1. But from hearing that explanation from Izuku made something click in his girlfriend's heads. Wait, but if that Aizu has such a powerful quirk, then why is this his childhood? Momo asks, yeah, Lost, you said that Dekukuin is bullied for one of 3 reasons. Either Dekukuin's quirkless, has a weak/useless quirk, or a villainous quirk, and none of those reasons are present here. Uraraka said, it could be considered villainous, having the ability to use other people's quirks, while he needs to gain a person's trust first and the person won't lose their quirk. That whole concept of using others people's quirks, it's easy for people to see it as villainous, Shinso explains. Well, Shinso, while you give good reason, you're wrong, least for this universe you're seeing, and to the rest of you, while you may see his quirk as powerful, not everyone did in that universe, Lost said, taking glances towards Inko, but went unnoticed. The two of them then looked further into the papers and found that where he lives is not too far from the hospital there in Hey Ryukyu. Looks like his house isn't too far from here. Wanna pay his parents a visit? Rumi asks. Yes, I think it's necessary that we do. His parents should have noticed that infection on his face. Ryukyu replied with that. The two pros head out of the hospital and made their way to the Midoriya residence. Okay, I need to stop this here for a second, Lost said. Why? Rumi asked. Look, I just need you all to remember that this is a different universe and what you're about to see can't and will never happen in your universe, Lost states. Why? Is something bad gonna happen to Mom? Izuku asked, starting to panic a bit, but in the back of his mind, had another thought of what they were going to see. Well, all I'm gonna say is what you're about to see eyeing Izuku's family will be heartbreaking, Lost said, making them even more worried. Looks like my assumption may be true, as cruel as it sounds. I hope young Midoriya's assumption is correct and only his, not mine. Nizu thought. Once the two of them made their way to the door, they knock and they see a woman with the same green hair as the kid and a man with black hair beside her. Hello, you're pro-heroes, I presume. How can we help? The man asked. Mr. Midoriya, I presume. Ryukyu asks. Yes, that's me, ma'am. My name's Hisashi Midoriya and this is my wife Inko Midoriya. Hisashi said. My name's Ryukyu and this is my friend Miruko. We're here to inform you that we found your son in an alleyway with a very severe infection across his face and body. Now we aren't here to judge or critique you too, but we have to ask just how the infection has gotten that bad. Ryukyu explained. However, the two of them just look at the two pros with a blank expression that slowly turned to disgust. I don't have a son, 𝗵𝗃 stated with a hint of anger and disgust in her voice. The entire theater was shocked hearing this, with the ones most shocked obviously being 𝗵𝗃 herself and Izuku. WB. Why did I say that? I do have a son. 𝗵𝗃 yelled, holding on to Izuku's hand. As for Izuku, he was frozen in thought hearing this. While it wasn't his universe's mom, just hearing her voice say that felt like a bullet to his heart. His mother, the one person that was there for him, comforted him, took care of him and saved him from the eternal nap suicide. And Izuku had just heard her voice say too, I don't have a son, implying that 𝗵𝗃 never saw Izuku as her son. In that moment Izuku began to shake and slowly cling more and more to his mother. The assumption he made in the back of his mind was this, and it turned out to be true. Was Mom lying to me when she said I wasn't a burden to her? Does Mom not see me as her son? Am I really the son she wanted? Does Mom want me? Where but a small fraction of the thoughts that went through Izuku's head. 3. Izuku. That's not true. What you heard is not true at all. You're my son, 𝗵𝗃 said, hugging Izuku as the two started to cry, with Rei and Mitsuki going to support the two greenies. Lost, can you explain please? Rumi said, being held back by Ryuku a bit. Just keep watching and you'll see. Lost, said Hisashi, then tried to close the door but was stopped by Rumi. Look sir, we don't want any trouble, but we need answers, and if this is how you're gonna act, then you're not giving us much of a choice, Rumi stated, to which Hisashi got the point and let them in. Now I'm sorry for intruding, but we actually more like I found your son in an alleyway covered with cuts that were all infected, with his faces being covered by the infections so bad that he needed medical assistance. What we want to know is how that happened under your care, Rumi restated, yet the two of them just looked at the two pros like they had three heads. How do you expect us to know why? 𝗵𝗃 replied, what? Ryukyu and Rumi both said, slowly getting more and more angry as the pieces started to fall into place. 3. My husband threw out the useless brat 2 years ago, when we found out his poor excuse of a quirk. 𝗵𝗃 said, that being the final piece of the puzzle, the two pros needed to now understand why that kid was there. The same could be said for the theater, though they very much wished that it didn't. So in that universe, 𝗵𝗃, Rei said, but was unable to finish the last word. That's ridiculous. Even if they weren't his parents, throwing him out because he has a weak quirk, in their eyes, in never a justifiable reason to abandon a kid. Ryukyu stated. As for Izuku's girlfriends, they didn't know how to respond to this. This was Izuku's mother. They wanted to say their disliking of what they were seeing, but they couldn't determine if they did. Would it make Izuku feel comforted or make him more sad and angry? This wasn't the 𝗵𝗃 they knew. The 𝗵𝗃 they knew was right there in front of everyone, comforting her son the best she could, and they weren't about to go badmouth the loving and caring mother they saw right in front of their eyes comforting Izuku, even if they were intending it for the version of 𝗵𝗃 they saw on screen. Izuku. Izuku, look at me, 𝗵𝗃 said, holding her son's head. Izuku said, crying, Izuku, that isn't me, you are my son and I love you. I said to you before that I'd always support you no matter what kind of quirk you got, both strong and weak, 𝗵𝗃 stated, which made Izuku cry even more. BB. Izuku asked, yes, Izuku. 𝗵𝗃 replied, do you want me? Izuku asked, which shocked 𝗵𝗃 and everyone else, am I really the SS son you wanted? Izuku said. 𝗵𝗃 just hugged Izuku with all her might, followed by Izuku's aunts, including Ryukyu. Yes, yes, of course I want you, Izuku. You're my son. You're the greatest thing in my life, whether you are quirkless, have a strong, weak or villainous quirk. I will always want you and will always care for you. Because you're perfect, just the way you are, 𝗵𝗃 stated. 7. Yeah, and just look at all the good you've done, the connections you've made with your teachers, your friends and your family, Rei said, gesturing out to everyone who were now all shouting compliment to Izuku of all the good he's done and how many times he's saved them. No matter what, Izuku, whether you're strong or weak, we all will always want you here, because all of us, your friends, classmates and the UA staff, we're all family, and family is there for each other, no matter what. Ryukyu states. 6. With that, most of the theater went up to Izuku to show that they cared, that they wanted Izuku to be there with them to the end. The negative thoughts that had been feeding on Izuku's kind heart had come back out, but they were able to push it back once again and again, prove to Izuku that they truly are his friends and family. You okay, Izuku? 𝗵𝗃 asked after a few minutes and wiping away some of his tears. Why, I'm fine. Izuku replied, trying to smile. Are you sure? Izuku, please, you don't have to hide things from me, 𝗃𝗀𝗁 asked, pressing the matter. Takes a deep breath. Yes, I'm sure, Mom, I'm okay, Izuku said, showing a real smile to his mother, glad that she pressed on him to make sure he was really okay. Alright, before we continue, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, I can have you to leave to not see the rest of this if you wish, Lost offered, creating a doorway next to him. No, Izuku said along with 𝗃𝗀𝗁, we need to see this, 𝗃𝗀𝗁 added, are out sure? Lost asked, concerned along with everyone else. Yeah, I can take it, Izuku said with his mother before Lost started it up. All of Izuku girlfriends, family and closest friends gathered close to Izuku just in case. Why? Ryukyu asked, irritated. He's dependent on others in order for his quirk to be used. He has no independent power of his own. His quirk is useless. Hisashi claimed. That's the most absurd reason I've ever heard to do that to a child. He's a living person, not a tool. Nana stated, angry one. Just because he needs to make friends for his quirk to work, doesn't mean he's not independent. All Might said, all for one's quirk, by their reasoning would be considered useless since its power is solely dependent on what quirks are around him, yet he's a monster and the mastermind of the LOV. Nizu said, Monama's quirk as well. His copy quirk is dependent on the fact that he needs to touch the person first and their quirk not be a stockpiling related quirk or blank as he calls it. Yet his quirk is not useless whatsoever. While his personality needs some work, he can still be a great hero. Vlad King stated. Everyone had quite a lot more to say than just that, but held off on it since, again, this is not the 𝗃𝗀𝗁 that was right there in front of them with Izuku, and they didn't want to make either one of the greenies feel sadder than they already were, and because of that, you threw him out. Your son. Your own flesh and blood. Rumi said, what else were we gonna do? That kid's nothing but a useless waste of life. He should have been able to give yous easy money, but no. He just had to get a weak quirk that relies on others for it to work. He may be our flesh and blood, but he's not our so, Hisashi said, but was cut off with Rumi grabbing him by the neck. So that's the reason. That's the way they view the greenie. As an object that was supposed to give them an easy life. Rumi yelled, it's disgusting that these kind of people exist, Mrs. Midoriya. Please understand that this is not driven toward you specifically, Midnight stated. No, it's fine. That's not me and it will never be. Izuku, I love you and will always be here for you, 𝗃𝗀𝗁 said, hugging her son. Thanks. Izuku said, listen up, for brains. That kid's fighting for his life as we speak, and all you can think about is him no giving you an easy life. You're his parents, for God's sake, the people that are supposed to love him more than anything. Rumi said she was beyond angry seeing this, that not only had these two thrown out their own kid for a selfish and stupid reason, but showed no form of remorse for what they did and no emotion with the information that their kid was at death's door. How could you do this? Throw away a child like he's nothing. He has every right to live a happy life just like you and I. Ryukyu said, glaring at 𝗃𝗀𝗁. Simple, we just tossed him out the door and left him there until he realized that we do. 𝗃𝗀𝗁 said, but was cut off with Rumi punching her to the ground. Serves her reweight. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, Rumi said, holding her tongue, but was stopped by 𝗃𝗀𝗁. No, it's fine, Miss Maruko. You can say it that me deserves it, 𝗃𝗀𝗁 stated. What happened to that me? Izuku's my son and is the kindest person ever. What happened to me in that universe? 𝗃𝗀𝗁 thought, gripping Izuku a bit harder. That version of Mrs. Midoriya, she deserves everything that's coming to her, Ryukyu said, still being careful on what she says. I don't care what happens after this, but if that kid doesn't pull through, I will make you both suffer as he has suffered. Rumi stated with a menacing look and tone. 5. Ryukyu, we're done here, Rumi said as the two pros leave. Rumi, that was too much. What if they press charges on you? Ryukyu asked as they were walking back to the hospital. That is a reasonable assumption, Aizawa stated, but do you really think they'd win, given all the information those two have on what they did their son? Emi asked. I doubt they would win, but they could still have something done to her, such as a temporary suspension of her hero license, Aizawa said. I don't care, after seeing how they view the greenie I could, Rumi said, but was cut off by the screen. I don't care, after hearing how they treated and viewed that kid, I could care less about what they do to me, Rumi stated. Exactly, Rumi stated. Sign. Well, based on what we now know, the kids likely will be placed in foster care after he Recovers, Ryukyu said, changing topic. Is there any way the kid won't be going to an orphanage? Rumi asked. The only way is for someone to adopt him, and while I don't want to say it, it's unlikely that will happen, Ryukyu said. Will I take him in again, like the last universe? Ryukyu asked. No, but you will be his aunt in this one, Lost said. Then who's the wait are saying that? Midnight asks, looking to Miruko. Gradually each and every person in the theater slowly started to catch on to just who may be Izuku's mother in that universe, but all of them were finding it impossible to see. Why are you all looking at me? Realizes, wait. Don't tell me. Am I? Rumi asked. Yes, you are Miruko. In this universe Izuku is adopted by you, the number 5 hero. Lost states. Everyone was shocked hearing this, that the number 5 hero would be Izuku, the cinnamon roll's mother in that universe. It just didn't sound like something that would fit, with the two of their personalities looking almost opposite to each other in most aspects. Wow. Just wow, Rumi, I didn't think you had in it in you to take in a kid, Ryukyu said. One? Oh, would you just be quiet? But maybe it wouldn't be bad. Rumi said, maybe this could be my chance to be the Greenie's aunt, or at least his teacher. Just have to wait for the right moment, Rumi thought. Holy Zuzu, even the number 5 hero. Where do you stop? When will you stop getting people to want to protect you? Mina teased. Wait, Mina. You make it sound like I'm forcing them to. Izuku said with a red face. Well, Midoriya, the way you act, it kinda makes it pretty hard for you. I mean them to not want to protect you, Midnight said. Izuku said, feeling his brain melt. Namuri, that's enough. You're gonna make my nephew start questioning himself, Ryukyu stated. Miss Miruko, could me, Mitsuki and Rei have a word with you please? Inko asked, along with Izuku's aunts minus Ryukyu, which surprised the heroes, but besides that Rumi agreed and the four of them went to the back of the theater to talk. A few days have gone by since Izuku was brought to the hospital. During that time Miruko and Ryukyu would go to check on the kid as much as they could, with Miruko being a lot consistent in going than Ryukyu. Fortunately his condition was getting better. The only problem was what the doctor had told them about his eye, his 𝗲𝗏𝗏. That eye was blurred currently now. However, the doctors allowed from them to actually visit Izuku. They had both brought a small snack for the kid, with Ryukyu having to help Miruko with it. Wait, can Miruko not cook of something? Jiro asked Ryukyu. Midnight said, it's not that she can't cook, it takes her a longer time to figure out recipes, Ryukyu stated. As the two of them opened the door they looked and saw the green-haired kid's unbandaged eye shoot towards them, not literally in fear. How are you? The kid asked, shaking a bit. Calm down there, Greenie, my name's Miruko. I'm the hero that saved you, Rumi said. Yeah, it's okay kid, we're not gonna hurt you, my name's Ryukyu. We just wanted to see if you're okay, Ryukyu stated. As the two of them got closer to the kid, Izuku was still unsure of how to respond but felt something that he hadn't felt in a long time. Care. Hey, we brought you some food, my friend helped me make it, she's a great cook, bet it's a lot better than what the hospital's been giving you, Rumi stated as she and Ryukyu both placed a small bento next to him. Izuku was hesitant to reach for it and wanted to say that he didn't need it, until they heard his stomach grumble. Having an empty stomach while you're recovering isn't good for your health. Go ahead and eat, you'll feel better, Ryukyu said with a smile. With that the kid slowly reached for the bentos and opened them and started to eat, hesitant of course, but the two were able to see him loosen up a bit. The two heroes then grabbed few napkins to clean off the kid's face from the food. Ah, look at that, you two are already treating him so well, Midnight said. Well, I guess we are just trying to look after him, Ryukyu said. So Greenie, your name's Izuku, right? Rumi asked, now wanting to see if all the information she had on the kid was true. Weiss, Izuku replied, you're 5 to 6 years old. Rumi asked, I am 6, Izuku replied. Where do you live? Rumi asked. The last question made Izuku freeze and shed a tear. He looked to the two pros with a sad look that pierced both their hearts. And nowhere, Izuku said as he started to cry too. Ryukyu went and started to wipe away the tears from his eyes with a napkin. If you can you tell us why your parents did that to you? Ryukyu asked, feeling her heart sink seeing this kid look so sad and lost. Midoriya, that right there is the reason why. It's so hard for us to not want to protect you, Midnight stated, with everyone pretty much agreeing. 3 With that Izuku turned to a stuttering mess, wondering why and how that would want people to protect him. Izuku, you're just too kind to not want to protect, Melissa said. that and you always try to save us, so kinda makes it pretty hard for us to not want to do the same. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 said, yeah, and you're just so adorably cute too. Mina said, you're always so nice to others, 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗁. It's only natural that we'd want to repay you for it. Uraraka said, those that are kind can bring out the best in people, and you do just that. Aizawa said, yeah, I mean you even were able to make Monama grow a bit of respect for you, and just look at all the pro heroes and families that you've influenced for the better. Kendo stated too. Yeah, I mean just look at Eri. All of us want to protect her for the same reason we want to protect and be with you, Izuku. Nijire said with all that Izuku couldn't really argue, but just smile, being shown more and more care from the ones he loved the most. They said that my quirky's useless, so they threw me out, Izuku said, looking like he was about to cry. The two of us know what you quirk is, Greenie, and well, we don't think it's useless at all. If anything, it's really cool, Rumi said, which surprised the kid. Why, you really think so? Izuku asked. Yes, of course we do. Your quirk is amazing, Ryukyu said. But I need other people's help to us it, Izuku said. That doesn't change a thing. Your quirk is still very special and very powerful, kinda wish I had it, Rumi said, which shocked Izuku even more. Really? Izuku asked. Yeah, I mean look at my quirk. All it does is let me jump higher and gives me rabbit ears and tail, Rumi explained. But you're a pro hero, Izuku said. Yeah, and I became one with hard work and using my quirk to the best of its ability, Rumi stated. Indeed, Izuku know that it's not the power of your quirk that determines how strong you are, it's what you do with your quirk that does, Ryukyu states 6. You're correct about that, Ryukyu. I mean look at me, before I got OFA my quirk just gave me the ability to float and nothing else, but I still became a pro hero before I got OFA, Nana stated. Or me, my quirk just gives me a tail, but I'm strong cause I worked hard to learn how to fight, Ojiro said. Mine too, all my quirk does is erase people's quirks for as long I can keep my eyes open. I had to learn how to fight basically quirkless, Aizawa said. Or mine. My quirk relies on me being able to get the person to talk. If I can't get them to talk, I basically have to fight quirkless. As well, Shinso said, even my quirk falls under this. There's always the possibility of someone or something out there that could outsmart me, and intelligence without strength can't win ever fight, Nizu stated. Yeah, me and quite a few other pro heroes we know are just like that. We may not have very powerful quirks on the surface, but it's the way we use them that make us strong, Rumi said, and that also applies to you too, Izuku. Ryukyu said, putting her hand on his shoulder, making Izuku ease up even more. But Greenie, how did you get that cut on your face? Rumi asked, since they seemed to have gained his trust. I was looking for food when someone threw a broken bottle out their window and it hit me, Izuku said, holding his bandaged eye. When did this happen? Ryukyu asked, concerned. I think before the winter season, Izuku said, a bit unsure. Wait, you've been ravaging around and threw garbage to find food? Rumi asked. Yeah, I mainly would find food people threw away. It tasted bad in the beginning, but now I don't really care what it tastes like long as it's editable, it'd eat it, Izuku stated, making the two pros sad that this kid had this happen to him and angry that society had allowed for these kind of things to happen to a child. This is so sad. Why does it always had to be him? Kendo asked. The world doesn't like those that are different from everyone, Tokoyami stated. How could people be so heartless to not help or at least give Midobro a real meal? He's just a kid at that time. Kirishima stated, along with Tetsu. Humans, or really all living things, are selfish by nature. If you want someone to help you, first you have to offer something they want. It's very rare to find people that will do things without expecting something in return, Lost stated. It's the reason why the terms hero and true hero are not one and the same, Nana said, but the whole point of being a hero is to do just that, help others for the sake of helping them and nothing else, Izuku said. You're right about that, young Midoriya, but sadly most heroes are like that as well, mainly heroes that are doing their job just for fame and money, Nizu stated. So what's gonna happen to me now? Izuku asked, concerned. Well, you have two options, Greenie. One is you'll be sent to an orphanage. It won't very nice, but it'll be better than living on the streets, Rumi said, and saw the look in Izuku's eyes change to looking frightened and scared. The second option would be I become your legal guardian, Rumi said, which surprised Ryukyu that Maruko would offer something like that. Of course, who wouldn't be surprised hearing Rumi say that? Midnight said, well, judging by how Rumi been acting towards Izuki, could see it if she can swallow her pride, Ryukyu thought as she saw Rumi with Izuku's mother and aunts going to him. "Hey Greenie," Rumi said, "Miss Miruko." Izuku said nervous, "Izuku, calm down, it's okay. We and Rumi have been talking and," Inko said, surprising everyone that she called Miruko by her real name. "She'd like to ask you something," Mitsuki said, giving Rumi a small push. "What would you saw if I thinking on just say it, god damn it." Thinking became you aunt or teacher, Rumi blurted out 3. The theater went silent for a minute as everyone let that sink in. The number 5 hero asked to Izuku's aunt, "The hero that's famous for being hard-headed and a loner, 𝗬𝗏𝗍 really?" Izuku asked just as shocked, "Yeah, the 3 of us talked with Rumi about this and well, we agreed for this," Ray said. But, Miss Miruko, I don't think that I'd met you expectations," Izuku said in a low tone. "Greenie, you need to lighten up a bit more. After seeing what you've been through, you can handle anything besides, like they all said, who wouldn't want to protect you?" Rumi said, making everyone even more surprised. "Izuku, you should accept Rumi while rough around the edges. She's quite a nice person on the inside, as you can see from the universe," Ryukyu said. "Don't word it like that, Ryukyu, anyway. I also heard you started to focus on kicks, so if you want I could teach some of mine." Rumi offered this and mixed with a couple of the pro heroes also agreeing for Izuku to accept, eventually made Izuku buckle. If you really think I can met your expectations. Then okay Aunt Miruko," Izuku said, which made Rumi blush a bit, being called an aunt. "Thank Greenie, and don't worry, I won't be to HRD on ya, and you can call me Rumi or Miruko if you want," Rumi said, patting Izuku on the shoulder. "Look as this Izuku, you've gotten yourself quite the family," Lost said. "Well, looks like Izuku's getting more and more family that will protect him. Better be careful with what you do, Katsuki, cause now if you try anything on Izuku you're gonna have a lot to deal with." Lost thought Izuku looked at Rumi shocked but also had a small spark of hope in his eyes. "Why, you really mean it? You want to hurt me?" Izuku asked. "No, of course not. I may make mistake, but that I'd never do," Rumi stated. With that, Izuku moved up and hugged Rumi and started to cry. Please let Mestri with you," Izuku said, holding on to her. This act made Rumi crack a bit. Seeing this kid want to stay with her regardless of the mistakes she could make in the future, Rumi hugged back. But when she did, they all noticed parts of Izuku's body started to change, and Ryukyu saw what looked like a mark of a crescent moon form on Rumi's shoulder. Is this Deku-kun's quirk activating?" Uraraka asked. "Looks like it. I mean, the Greenie did just accept me or that version of me as his mother, so if would make sense," Rumi said. "His quirk is also supposed to enhance the quirk he gets from other, so that would mean he could hear better, jump farther and kick a lot more stronger than Aunt Rumi," Izuku analyzed. "Will he also get my quirk as well?" Ryukyu asked. "Yeah, he will, along with quite a few others," Lost said. "Such as?" Denki asked. "In that universe Izuku basically gets all of your quirks," Lost stated, surprised everyone but also made them smile, since that meant that world Izuku saw all of them as friends and family. They then saw that Izuku now had ears and tail that resembled Rumi's, along with his legs looking a lot more muscular. What just happened?" Izuku asked, a bit afraid. "Must be your quirk, Greenie. This just proves that I want to help you," Rumi said. Izuku then gave a light smile and hugged Rumi. "Thank you, Mama," Izuku said, which surprised Rumi a bit, being called Mama, as she felt an arrow got through her heart. Again, who would have thought the hero that can send villain to hospital with one kick could have such a soft side? Midnight teased. "Hey, you be quiet, Namuri. I mean, try to be mean to my nephew right now. Just try." Rumi yelled. Midnight then froze and just looked at Izuku, as she knew that was impossible to do. "Exactly, you can't. Only people that could are ones that don't have a heart," Rumi said, eyeing Katsuki. "You're gonna play like that? Dang it, why do you have to be so innocently adorably Midoriya?" Midnight thought. As days passed by, Rumi was able to get all the paperwork done to become Izuku's legal guardian, and during that time, Ryukyu accepted being Izuku's aunt. Yet when she did, like what happened with Rumi, Izuku's quirk activated and he transformed into a dragon, with Ryukyu also getting a crescent moon mark on her shoulder. Eventually Izuku was released from the hospital. Rumi brought him to where her and Ryukyu live. "Wait, you two live together?" Midnight asked. "No, that's a different universe. We just live close to each other," Ryukyu clarified after showing him around the home and letting he get used to where everything was. The 3 of them made a meal together. "Wait, Aiza, you know how to cook?" Ryukyu asked. "A little. I used to watch chefs make food and started to imitate them to make what I found taste better, Izuku said. Well, maybe you could give your mother some tips of cooking, Ryukyu said with a smile. Hey, I'm not that bad at cooking. I'm just a slow learner when it comes to this. Rumi pouted. One with that. The three of them had a good laugh, and over the dinner they made, wow, even thought it hasn't been a full day. You can tell they'd make a great family, Melissa stated. Well, do you really think anyone that isn't a JRK wouldn't act like that with Izuku? Mina said, but a child having to learn how to cook just to survive it is terrible. Momo points out, wanting to go over and hug Izuku. 5 after dinner they cleaned up and get ready for bed. We see Rumi with Izuku in his now room, with Rumi currently tucking him in. Good night, Greenie. Rumi said, Yo mama, could you sleep with me for tonight? Izuku asked with a timid expression. Seeing this again made Rumi feel like she'd been punched through the heart. Oh so bo. Midnight said, but Ryukyu covered her mouth. Don't make such a wholesome moment dirty with your words, Namuri, Ryukyu said, letting go of Midnight's mouth. All right, Greenie, let just not make this a habit, Rumi said, to which Izuku nodded. Did he just make the number 5 hero stutter? Some of the pro heroes thought. Rumi then went over and got on the bed as Izuku went and hugged her. Good night, Greenie, Rumi said. Good night, Izuku said as he fell asleep. Rumi just looked to the window and just watched the night sky. A lot's happened in the past few days. It's sudden, but I can feel I made the right choice, Rumi thought as she fell asleep. And that it's everyone lost, said, stopping the screen. Man, that was so wholesome and pure. Rumi, I never that you could act like that, Ryuku said. Would you please just quiet it with that already, Rumi asked. Even the way you're acting right now is out of character for you. Looks like that kid really can lighten people up, Hawks said with that. Those pro heroes were now riled up in a nice argument. Hey Lost. Melissa said, yeah, what is it? Lost said, plus, could you show us something other than Izuku's childhood? Melissa requested, hoping that other points in Izuku's life would be more happier. Sure thing, but I can't guarantee what you'll see is joyful though, Lost said, searching for a universe until her found one. Oh god, this is gonna be brutal, Lost thought, seeing what universe he found. Lost said, looking nervous. Something wrong, Lost? Nizu asked. Shakes head around. Sorry, it's just this universe is our extreme, Lost said, confusing everyone. I'll need to send the kids to the playroom again. Fade, can you watch them? Lost said, opening a doorway. Sure thing, but everyone, what you're gonna see, just be ready, Fade said through the door as the kids went in. Why are you concerned about this universe? Izuku asked. All I'm gonna say to all of you is this universe will say a lot about Izuku, Lost stated as he started the screen. As the screen starts, we see Izuku currently knocked out and having some strange device around his head and having weird devices around his wrists, ankles and neck. 5 as the screen starts, we see Izuku currently knocked out and having some strange device around his head and having weird devices around his wrists, ankles and neck. Replace Amanda with Izuku. Everyone in the theater were scared and confused seeing this. What happened to Deku-kun? Uraraka yelled, what does that device on his face do? Melissa said, did villains kidnap him? Inko asked, worried for her son. Just keep watching and you'll understand, Lost said as Izuku started to wake up. He started to panic a bit. What's going on? What's on my mouth? Where am I? Izuku thought when suddenly a TV next to him suddenly turned on and he saw a Billy doll. 1. Hello Izuku, you don't know me but I know you. I'm fairly new in the LOV. I want to play a game, the doll said. A game? What is he talking about? No, I don't have time to think about that. I need to figure out how to get out of here. Izuku thought, scanning the area for anything he could find useful. So in this universe Izuku's captured by a new recruit to the LOV, Nizu stated. What does he mean by a game? What is he gonna do with young Midoriya? All Might said, based on the where most of the devices centered around, I'd saw that the device is hooked into his upper and lower jaw. May said 1. But if that's the case, what does it do? Melissa said 4. You've stated time and time again that you do anything to save the people you care about. Today we're going to see whether or not that statement is true, for you are not alone in this game, the doll said, so they're here too. This I bad. And I can't use AFO. Must be one of the collars on my neck or the straps on my limbs. Izuku thought. 1. All the traps that you will face will give you a choice, either for you to let one of your classmates die or for you to endure extreme pain to save them. So I'd use that head of yours to help you have 60 minutes to save your friends. For if you don't, the straps around your limbs will detonate. the doll stated. So that's what you meant lost. 𝗎𝗓 said, to which Lost nodded that 𝗎𝗓 had figured out what they're gonna see. So just what have you figured out? All Might asked. Before I explain, anyone here that is faint of heart, I recommend you don't watch this. 𝗎𝗓 stated, to which no one moved too. Very well, this universe from what we've seen will show us the amount of suffering Izuku would go through to save us. 𝗎𝗓 stated, with Lost agreeing. This scared everyone hearing this. Will Midoriya, Izuku/Dekuku survive? Uraraka asked along with her class 1. I'll be fine and I will save all of you. Izuku stated, trying to give his class some hope. Now, before you can save others, you must first save yourself. The device around your head is hooked into your upper and lower jaw. When the timer on the back hits 0, your mouth will be permanently ripped open. Think of it like a reverse bear trap. Here, I'll show you. The doll said. The TV then showed the same device attached to a pig head and it ripping its jaw open, scaring Izuku. Most of the students were about to vomit seeing that. So I was right about the trap, May said. There's a lock on the back, but if he can't get it off, how is Izuku can to get out of that thing? Momo said, worried. He could try to use his hands to stop the trap from opening. Denki proposed. We have no idea how powerful the mechanism are. He can't use his quirk. That's too risky, Jiro said. He could try to put the device through a pair of parallels pipes, Mina said. That could work. But again, if the mechanism that opens the trap is too powerful, it could break the pipes and not work. And besides, just how is Izuku supposed to get it off when it actives? Melissa said too. Deku-kun, what would you? Uraraka asked. Well, it looks like there's still more information he's gonna give me, like where the key is. Izuku said. Has he and his alternate self started thinking of how to get out? This thing will, and oh, don't let that get to you. I need to stay focused, Izuku thought. Now, given that you are at a great disadvantage, I'm going to give you a hint as to where I've hidden the key, so listen closely. The hint is this: it's in the person staring back at you. The doll said. Izuku then noticed a mirror next to him and knew what the hint meant. So the key's inside me, but where? Izuku thought. Look around, Izuku, know that I'm not lying. You're a smart kid. Will you save the people you care about or will you let them die? The choice is yours, let the game begin. The doll said as the TV turned off. This is so messed up. Making Izuku have to endure this. Kendo said, this is Midoriya we're talking about. He make it and save us, I know it. Kirishima stated, yeah. Don't worry guys, I will save all of you, I know it. Izuku stated, this is a test of how just problem child will endure for us. Aizawa said, wait, where is UA in all this? Shouldn't they have noticed their students were missing? Inko asked, worried for her son. No, that universe they do know their students were kidnapped, it's just they don't know where they are. Lost said, what am I know, stop at me. I need to calm down and think, Izuku thought, trying to get control of his breathing. But he's on a timer. Shouldn't he not have time to do that stuff? Denki said, yes, you're correct about the timer, but given he has 60 minutes total, he has the time for this. Aizawa said, remember everyone, no matter how hard of stressful things get, you have to keep calm and use your head, otherwise you could do something that will make the situation harder than it already is. 𝗎𝗓 said, yes sir. The classes all the said, okay, now think. The 60-minute timer hasn't started yet, and based on how he talked, that timer and the timer to this trap are independent from each other. The trap likely is on a 60-second timer. This is just a normal chair, meaning that there must be something on the trap connected to the chair that will trigger the timer to start, Izuku thought as he got his hand free from the binds but stays seated. Okay, given that the timer is on the backside, I have to assume the trigger is also on the backside, meaning reach his hands around. Got it. Okay, now I need to just take the wire connected to the trigger off and the timer to the trap won't start, Izuku thought as he started to do just that. 3. Incredibly, Izuku, you were able to figure out holes in how the trap's timer starts while under all that pressure, Melissa said. Looks like nerd side of you really is useful in any situation. Denki said, remembering Izuku did the same thing during against the sludge villain, but then had Jiro's Jack stop right in front of him along with Miruko going up to him. Do not call my greenie a nerd, the two of them said, giving off a scary look. Wait, you two, I meant it as a compliment. Denki said, scared. Why, calm down Jiro, auntie. Besides, I don't mind being called a nerd. Izuku said. The two reluctantly withdrew. So Rumi will listen to what Izuku says, huh? That can make things interesting, Ryuku thought. Okay, I got the wire out. The trigger's still there, so the timer still hasn't started. Izuku thought. He stood up, then suddenly fell over in extreme pain. He rolled up his shirt and saw a long stick line across the side of his abdomen. That looks so painful. Denki said, "Wait, does that mean that Izuku has to cut his gut open?" Mina asked, worried. "Seems like it, but based on where on the abdomen it is, as long as he doesn't cut too deep he should be fine," Recovery Girl said, but as he fell he hit the back of his head on the floor and then started ticking. He knocked out the trigger. Kendo said, now worried, "Devon, you have to hurry now." Uraraka yelled. Everyone now was panicked, seeing that now Izuku had 60 seconds to get the trap off or he'd die. "Gee guys, I'm right here. That's not the me in front of you," Izuku said, but wasn't able to do much due to panic. "They all have aged the timer. No focus, I need to get the key out now," Izuku thought as he stood up and grabbed a scalpel. Izuku then takes a deep breath and started to cut into the sticks, all the while screaming in pain. Most of the students covered their eyes, not wanting to see this, with others shifted closer to Izuku. Izuku then drops the blade and then reaches into his gut. "I've got 15 seconds left, Ag. Where is it?" Izuku thought, searching around his gut, then he felt something solid in his gut and pulled it out, and in his hand was the key. Izuku quickly went to the lock and put the key in, and as he unlocked the trap and get it off his mouth, it activated. "You made it, Deku-kun," Uraraka said, now being able to breathe easy along with the rest of the girls. Now he has to deal with that large cut on his side. Doesn't look like he hit any veins, but he'll need to put something over it to reduce the chance of infection, Recovery Girl stated. 1OH. Does that mean? Izuku's girlfriend all thought the same thing. "Ow. Oh man, that hurts. Need to bandage it with something," Izuku said to himself. He then ripped off his sleeves and tied them around his waist and over the cut. "Dang it," Izuku's girlfriends all thought, since they were hoping he'd take off his shirt. 5. Okay, I'm okay. The 60-minute timer still hasn't started, meaning it'll likely start when I leave this room," Izuku said. Then a light shined behind a door, showing another key. "Must be the key to one of these straps. Okay, I can do this. I will save everyone," Izuku said as he went through the door and the timer started. "Wait, just who's involved in this game?" Aizawa asked. "All of Class 1A students," Lost said. "The own goal of all this is to test if young Midoriya's word is true." Nizu asked. "Yeah, this villain, or really murder, in that world is known as Jigsaw. His motives are to make people appreciate their lives and to try and stop them from committing harmful things to either themselves or others. Or in this case, test to see if a person is really truthful," Lost explains. 1. What's his 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗧? Aizawa asked. "He has the ability to create and manipulate chains." Lost states basically what Pinhead can do with chains. He does that by putting people in life or death situations. All Might said, "His motive was noble. The way he's trying to achieve it is entirely twisted." Nana adds, "Well, his reasoning is that people have a better outlook of what the meaning of life is once they experience an event that makes them believe that their life is over." Lost stated, "Well, looking at it like that, he's now entirely wrong," Nizu said, which shocked everyone. "But sir, he's basically trying to kill people." All Might said, "Let me explain with an example. Within the world, what kind of people usually are the ones that are the most kind and most humble? People that have had lived a very tough life and people that have looked death in the eye, such as soldiers. While I don't want to use this example as well, young Midoriya shows this as well. Out of everyone here, he's likely lived the hardest life out of all of us, and he is also the most kindest out of all of us," Nizu explained. 4. But that doesn't mean that what he's doing is right, Rumi said, "and what he's doing doesn't even match his motives," Ryukyu adds, which confused some people. He says he's doing this to see if what Izuku says he'll do for his friends and family is true or not. "I think we all know that it's true," Melissa explains for Ryukyu, to which everyone agreed. "Oh, but you're just thinking of that on a minor scale. Once you see what kind of traps and decisions Izuku has to make, you all may grow a lot more protective toward him," Lost thought as Izuku grabs the key. The second he unlocks one of the straps with it, a wire fly out from behind him and grabs the back of one of the collar on Izuku's neck. "What the?" Izuku yelled as he was pulled back. Once Izuku stops, he sees that he's in a room and then notices some of his female classmates by him. Once Izuku stops, he sees that he's in a room and then notices some of his female classmates by him. 2 from left to right. It's Tsu, Mina, Izuku, Jiro, Momo. "It's us." The respected girls all said, "What kind of trap is that?" Melissa asked, looks like they're all connected by the same wire, to the collar. May said, gee guys. Wake up. Izuku said, shaking Jiro and Tsu. What's going on? Jiro said along with Tsu as the other two also started to wake up. Midoriya, what happened to you? Tsu asked, seeing some BLD on the side of his torso. Why are there collars on us? Momo asks as she started to panic, what's going on? The wires go towards those blades. Mina said, girls. I need you to calm down and do not move forward, okay? Izuku ordered, snapping them back into reality. Midoriya. What's going on? Momo asks, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. We've been kidnapped by a villain and he wants to test me. Izuku said, no, Aizawa, this is not your fault at all. Momo said, Beeb, you guys are all there as a result of the villain wanting to test me. Izuku stated, seeing that his other self wasn't wrong. Still, it's not your fault, Greenie. Jiro said, yes, young Midoriya, while they are there because of you, that doesn't make it your fault. That like saying if you told someone to go somewhere and they ended up getting hurt and saying you're the one to blame for them being hurt. All you did was tell them go somewhere. It's not like you orchestrated something to happen to them. Same applies here. You're not the one that put them there. All Might stated, test you. For what? Jiro asked. Then a speaker started to play. Welcome to your first test. The doll stated, who are you? Why can't I use my quirk? Mina yelled, one of the collars is a quirk-canceling collar. Izuku said, in this test, each of you are connected to each other by the same cable. The only way to release the cable from your collars is to simply walk to the keys in the glass box in front of you. The doll said, really okay. Mina said and then tried to run but was caught by Izuku. What are you? Mina said but was cut off. Don't. There's still information we need to know. Running for the keys could started that clock over there. Izuku stated, Midoriya's right, we need to gather any information we can. Momo said, but be warned, for if one of you try to go for the key, the 60-second clock will active. When the timer hits 0, the cables will retrace, decapitating anyone who still is connected by the cable. The doll said and then stopped. Again, everyone, that there is the reason why it's better to calm down and wait. If young Midoriya hadn't stopped young Ishido from getting the key, it would have started the timer and caused the situation to be far more difficult than it already was. Nizu stated, so they all share the same cable, meaning that if one moves forward they all are pulled back. May said, how are we all supposed to get out of that? Mina asked, afraid of the chance that one of them may die. They or we have to rely on Aizawa to figure out a plan to save all of us. Momo said, he won't have as much time as before. The 60 minutes timer is ticking and he needs to save everyone before that timer ends, or Kendo said, referring to the straps on Izuku's limbs. Decapitated. Mina said, scared, I don't have as much time to think. Izuku thought, Momo, can you give me a rough estimation of how long it'd take to reach the keys and unlock the collar? Izuku asked one. What do you? Momo said but was cut off. Momo, I need you to focus. We don't have a lot of time. I need an answer. Izuku yelled, shakes head around. Sorry, I'd say about 15 seconds average for each of us. Momo said, meaning it'd likely take 18 to 20 seconds each due to the collars straggling us. That won't work. That'd take a minimum of 70 seconds to free all of us. Come on, think of something. He said, I can save them all, I just need to think. Izuku thought, I'm sorry for yelling at you, Momo. Izuku said, bowing. No, it's fine, Aizawa. Besides, if anything, it helped keep me centered. Momo stated, yeah, Izuku, that there is one of the reasons you're such a great leader. Melissa said, you did similar things back on the Sea of Thieves Dekukuin and you saved our whole alliance. Uraraka added, they're correct, young Midoriya. That's one of the main things that make you a hero, your ability to keep calm, think and strategize in the heat of battle. All Might said, BB, but isn't that something all of us can do? Izuku asked, yes, all of can do it, but you are far better at doing it and thinking of every kind of possibly and being able to make very quick and accurate assumptions of what can happen. Ryukyu said one. I'm sorry to say this, but there is no way for them to escape that without one of them not making it, ectoplasm stated. Luckily none of the students heard that. Ecto, how did you make that assumption? Aizawa asked. Izuku's math is a bit off, but regardless, it'd take a minimum of about 63 seconds for all of them to each get a key and release the cable, and that's if they can coordinate it with each other without making a single error. given that the cable will start to make the collar choke them, the necessary amount of cooperation needed is near impossible, ectoplasm stated. Then how are they all supposed to survive? He said Izuku has to save all of them. Was he lying? Midnight asked. No, there is one way for them to all live, Lost said, which caused a lot of them to now want to know. Just keep watching. Lost said. Wait, Midoriya, can you see the design of the key? Momo asked as she had caught on to why Izuku asked her that question. What do you wait? Izuku said. That could be it. If going one by one won't work, then maybe it's cause only one or two people need to. If all the keys are the same, then only two people would need to go and grab their key, and once they unlock themselves they can unlock the person next to them. He said I'd have the chance to save everyone. Izuku thought, Yamomo, you're a genius. Izuku said, okay, here's what we're gonna do everyone. Ishido, you're gonna go in first to grab your key. Izuku ordered. Okay. Mina said, once you grab it, step back here and unlock your lock. At the same time Ishido's coming back. Jiro, you do the same. Izuku said, okay, but what about us? Tsu asked. The keys are all the same. I can tell by seeing two of them. Once you two unlock your cable, you'll each help me. Tsu and Yamomo get out cables off. Izuku said, lying. I have to lie, or they won't believe me. It's our best bet at getting out alive. Izuku thought. Midoriya's correct. I can tell as well. The keys appear to have the same ridge lines, Momo said, backing Izuku up. Seem like Midoriya really is an out-of-the-box thinker. Ectoplasm said. Momo, thanks for the idea. Izuku said. And no thank you for stopping me and us from freaking out. Momo stated. Wait, but what if one of us messes up? Mina asked. Don't think like that, Ishido. We or they need to believe they can do it, Jiro said. But it is a worthy concern, Jiro thought. Okay, everyone get your hand between your collar and neck. Ishido, on the count of 3 you go. All right. Izuku ordered. Got it. Mina replied as everyone did what they were told. 3:21 go. Izuku yelled. Mina then rushed over to her key. Get as close to the blades so Ishido can get it quicker. Izuku ordered, stepping back. Got the key, Mina said as she started to rush backward. Jiro. No. Izuku yelled. Okay. Jiro replied, going. It took a total of about 17 seconds for Ishido to get her key and come back. Jiro likely will take about the same or longer since she's already short of breath from the collar, so we'll have maximum of 24 seconds to unlock everyone's cables. Izuku thought. Then Jiro suddenly falls forward, right when Mina unlocked her cable from her collar. Why'd I fall forward? Jiro yelled, now worried. You all share the same cable, so when Mina released her cable from her collar, it released the resistance Mina had on the cable, meaning that Yui now putting too much pressure on the cable and fell forward since the cable now didn't have the resistance to keep you up, Melissa explained. Then what gonna happen now? That wasted a bit of time. Momo said, we can only hope the greenie can figure it out. Jiro said, Ishido, get me and Tsu out. Jiro, hurry. Izuku ordered. This isn't good. That wasted about 8 seconds. Jiro getting back up. It takes about 3 to 5 seconds to unlock the collars. Ishido's unlocking Tsu and then me. There isn't enough time to get Yamomo out. What do I do? Come on, think. Izuku thought A/N. Just like to point out how the characters in that saw trap, the first guy that got his key, after he got it, it took like 18 seconds for him to unlock his collar, and the others were between 5 to 15 seconds to unlock their. I understand the stressful situation and all that, but still it was a little absurd that they took that long to unlock their collars. Okay, I got it. Jiro yelled, going back as Mina unlocked Tsu and then went to Izuku to unlock him. Couldn't Tsu get one of the keys and then rush to get Yamomo out? Uraraka asked. No, that'd take too long. The timer would hit 0 by the time Tsu put the key in the lock. She wouldn't have the time to actually unlock the lock, Izuku said as he tried to think of what his other self can do. Think. I can't let her die. I swore I'd keep them safe, all of them. Izuku thought as he saw the look in Momo's eyes, as she started to realize that she might not make it. Wait, I got it. Izuku thought. Yamomo, run as far away from the blades as you can. No. Izuku yelled. WB. Momo asked but was cut off. Just do it. Izuku yelled, desperate as Mina unlocked him. Momo then rushed forward with ease. How did Yamomo move forward so easily? Denki asked. Oh, I get it. 'Cause they are all connected by one cable. Because she's the only one with the cable connected, it means that there would be close to no resistance from the cable, letting her be able to move a lot more easy. Mei answered, "Everyone, get behind Momo and get ready to pull." Izuku ordered. 3 seconds left. Izuku thought as he wrapped the cable around his arm. "Momo, take a deep breath." Izuku ordered. They all rush behind Momo and get a grip on the cable. The timer hit 0 right when Jiro got her cable off. They are pulled backward by the force of the cable, with Izuku's arm slamming into the blade all the way to the bone, but not hard enough to cut his arm off. While Jiro was trying to unlock Momo from the cable, Izuku yelled as he also felt the cable tightening around his arm. Some of the students almost vomited seeing Izuku's arm nearly get cut off and being crushed by the cable around it. "My God, is that brutal?" Rumi said, putting her hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Would Aizu really do something like that for me?" "First," Momo thought, placing her hand on his arm. "Jiro, get her unlocked." "No." Izuku yelled, "Almost got it." Jiro said, fidgeting with the key. Eventually Jiro was able to unlock Momo from the cable and they all fell back aside from Izuku, who still had a blade in his arm. "Midori, are you okay?" Mina asked. "Why, never better. Just, I need something to make a tourniquet," Izuku asked as he started to pull his arm away from the blade. "Doesn't feel like it went in the bone. I just need to reduce the bleeding as much as I can," Izuku thought. "Here, takes a breath, this should help," Momo said, still trying to catch her breath. Her and Jiro both tore of one of their sleeves and tied it around Izuku's arm. Based on what he said, the tourniquet should help, but he'll need some way to close the wound if he still has other tests to complete, Recovery Girl said. "How many tests does Zuzu have to complete?" Mina asked. "I think about 6 or so," Lost replied. "What do you mean you think?" Aizawa asked. "Well, it all depends on what traps Jigsaw uses and the amount of people that are involved in that game. Us guiders don't always get 100% information about universes sometimes," Lost explains. "Once all of them compose themselves, chains suddenly shot out and latched themselves on the girls' collars. The girls all scream. 'Do not be alarmed, you 4 are safe,' the doll said over the speaker as the girls were pulled away. 'Don't worry, I will save everyone.' Izuku yelled as the girls are pulled away. A door opened and Izuku saw another key and a flare. 'Wait, I need to see if there anything in this room,' Izuku said, but was cut off when the straps around his limbs started to beep. 'So they will also explode if I take too long to progress,' Izuku thought as he quickly went through the door and got the key, but then sees that the key doesn't got to any of the straps. 'This is how he wants me to close the wound,' Izuku thought, holding the flare. 'Wait, that can actually work. I thought that was a movie thing,' Denki said. 'Yes, cauterizing a wound, or burning a wound closed does work. Using a flare, while it's not recommended to use a flare for that, it can work but will leave quite a scar,' Recovery Girl stated. 'Well, I need to do this sooner or later,' Izuku thought, lighting the flare. He then aims the flare to the end of his wound and after a few deep breaths presses the flare on his wound and moves it down his wound. Once Izuku finishes, he rewraps his arm. 'So there doesn't seem to be anything here that could be useful,' Izuku said, looking around and seeing a door with a lock on it. 'Okay, the key likely goes to that door. Okay, next trap in through that door,' Izuku said, going to the door. When he unlocks the door, he sees a large window and 2 chains next to each with the words, 'Take them, 1, okay.' So that trap involves these chains. The timer is at 55 minutes. What if I just don't take the chains? Izuku thought as he started to walk away, form the chains only to hear his straps start to beep again. So he's forced to do these traps or else they detonate. Aizawa said, 'Okay, guess I have to,' Izuku said as he grabbed the chains. Right when he did, he felt the chains lightly pull back and the Billy puppet fly forward and slam into the glass, scaring Izuku. Some of the people in the theater jumped out of their seats seeing that. 'Thank God Eri and Kota aren't here. I bet Fade brought them to Kirito and Asuna,' Lost thought. For, what's with the Billy puppet? Kendo asked, still a bit shaken from what they saw. 'It has to do with Jigsaw's son. Before he was a villain, he was a normal person with a wife that had a son on the way. He made that doll for his unborn son,' Lost stated. 'What happened?' Izuku asked. 'One day when his wife was at the hospital, when she was on her way out, someone slammed out the door and the door slammed right into her belly, killing their unborn child,' Lost explained, which shocked everyone. After that, Jigsaw was diagnosed with a brain tumor,' Lost said. 'So he didn't start out as a villain,' Hilda said. 'With all of that, He decided to kill himself by driving off a cliff. He survived, and from that experience is when he started his work of testing people, 𝗏 said. So that's why he believes what he's doing can help people. Since it helped him, Ryuku asked, well, in a way, yes. An example he gives would be, how would you and your friends react if you were told the exact day you were going to die? 𝗏 asked out, to which everyone stayed quiet. Exactly, it would shatter your whole perception of the world. You'd start to make the most of your life each and every day, hoping you can make a great change before your time comes, 𝗏 explained. But even with all that, his reasoning doesn't match up with the reason why he's testing 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 said. Well, the reason for that is just the E forcing him to do it, since he's their news member, 𝗏 explained. Behind me are two of your closest friends, the doll said as one of the lights turned on, revealing 𝗧𝗏 with his hands strapped behind his back and a barbed wire noose around his neck. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗪, the boy who you've already saved from death and the one that ridiculed you during the entrance exam, the doll said. Then another light tuned on to the left of the doll, revealing Todoroki with the same barbed wire noose around his neck. And Shoto Todoroki, the boy who you helped find the truth of what he is and helped him accept who he really is at the cost of your body, the doll explained. And Shoto Todoroki, the boy who you helped find the truth of what he is and helped him accept who he really is at the cost of your body, the doll explained. One Shoto on the left, 𝗧𝗏 on the right, and Izuku in the middle, and there's no cloth in their mouths. What's Aizawa supposed to do? Momo asked, afraid. Seeing this, all of the other were horrified. Seeing this, two of the best students just a few inches away from being a hanging corpse, 𝗧𝗏, Rei said, trembling, seeing her son in the state. Mom, it's okay, I'm right here, I'm not in any danger, Shoto said, going to comfort his mother. Wait, what does he mean that Izuku saved 𝗧𝗏 from death? Kendo asked, which made the ones that were there for the stain incident flinch. Well, I can tell you, but 𝗏 said, but was cut off. That information mustn't leave this theater. Nizu said. They all nodded, wanting to know. Well, what he's referring to is during the incident with Stain. You all were told that Endeavor was the one that took down Stain. Well, the reality is that Izuku, backed up by Shoto and 𝗧𝗏, were the ones that actually beat Stain. 𝗏 admitted. Everyone now was stunned. Izuku had taken on Stain and won. Really? Dekuwhatif fought Stain. Uraraka asked, why? If I didn't, 𝗧𝗏 would have been killed, but because we didn't have authority to attack villains, the police chief came up with the credit going to Endeavor, Izuku stated, but you were the one that beat Stain. You put your life on the line for the sake of others. You deserved the credit. Kendo stated, backed up by quite a few of the students, but even still, he broke the law by both fighting Stain and using his quirk. Aizawa stated, being backed by some of the pro heroes. Oh, so if these students saw a villain about to murder children, the best thing they should do it, just ignore it and wait for someone else to deal with it. 𝗏 stated, making some of the pros silent. Or what if a villain was about to kill one of their parents? You're saying that by law they are obligated to not do anything and let the villain kill their parents simply because they don't have an ID card that states they're hero? 𝗏 added, making the parents in the theater flinch. Or, if one of them took down the most dangerous villain in the world for the sake of saving lives like a true hero would, you're saying that by law they should be thrown in prison for saving lives because they're not classified as heroes in the eyes of the law. 𝗏 states, making all the heroes be silent, for they really couldn't find a good argument to counter his claims, since this wasn't about taking credit anymore, and really he was right. Why should someone that is devoted to saving lives be punished for doing just that just because they don't have the approval of others to do it? But still, while all these points are reasonable, Todoroki and Midoriya still broke the law. 𝗧𝗏 stated, okay, then what are you supposed to do if the law itself is unjust and allows for the suffering and killing of innocent lives? Since that's what your quirk law allows to happen. Making people, especially the quirkless, suffer and die at the hands of villains simply because they can't use their quirk to defend themselves, or else they themselves is the villain in the eyes of the law. 𝗏 countered, shutting up 𝗧𝗏, laws like that don't even exist. 𝗬𝗵𝗲, yeah, not on a large scale at least, 𝗏 said, shocking the heroes. What do you mean yet? Nana asked, now starting to worry about how the world is heading. I've lived thousands to millions of lives across the multiverse. I've seen the most just and fair societies grow so corrupt and unjust to point where a newborn baby can be put to death right out of the WMB just cause they were born with brown eyes instead of blue, and don't think your dimension is any different. I mean, just look at what your laws or lack of laws made Izuku go through, Lost said, hitting a nerve in everyone with that last statement. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, can we please just move on that whole thing? I is in the past now. I really don't mind taking credit or not. I saved people. That's what matters, Izuku stated, chuckles spoken like a true hero, Lost said along with Nana. Aizawa, maybe we should have a small discussion with the government about the current quirk laws, Nizu suggested. Two choices are available to you, Izuku. Let go of one of the chains, killing one of them in the process. Or holding the chains for a total of 5 minutes. The doll stated. In that moment Izuku pulled back on the chain as hard as he could and managed to get the chains coiled around his arms and clasps his hands together. If I let go of one of these chains it will kill one of them. I need to keep them around my arms and not let go. I will save them no matter what. I can take it. I have to. Izuku thought to himself, will you allow for one of them to die, saving yourself physical pain, but live with the guilt of sacrificing one of your friends and have their blood on your hands for what you've done? Or will you endure the pain and save them both? The choice is yours, the doll said as it was lifted to the ceiling, and Izuku felt the chains then suddenly start to pull back. He has to keep the chains from retracting. Rumi said, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 was able to get a better grip on the chains. He can do this. Kirishima stated, but what will that do at his arms? Melissa said, worried at what she's gonna see. What will likely happen is we'll see the chains start to sink into his arms and possibly break and very likely dislocate his arms and shoulders. Recovery girl stated, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃, hang in there. No pun intended, you can do it. Hilda shouts, felling the noose, pull him closer to the edge. One, is there anything 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃 we can do? Shoto shouts, is there? Likely their nooses connect to these chains. Maybe they could know that would work if their hand were free. I can't think straight. Izuku thought as he slightly shook his head, just need to hold on, just hold on, don't let go. Izuku thought as the chains then retracted even further, pulling Shoto and Hilda closer to the edge. Izuku then looks down and see images appear on the screen by him. One side or pictures of Shoto's family and the other pictures of Hilda's family. One, how'd he get those pictures? And why is he showing him them? Shoto asked, holding his mother, likely to increase the amount of guilt Izuku would feel if he lets go of one of the chains. Nana stated, you can do it, Deku-kun. Don't give up. Uraraka yelled along with the others, yeah, you've been through worse. Denki said. All the girls just looked at Denki, both angry and disappointed. Kid, that's probably the worst thing you could say to encourage someone in that situation, Rumi said, hitting Denki on the top of the head. Oh, but why? Denki asks, 'cause it can be interpreted as an insult as well. Like this clears throat. Come on, you've been through worse things than just that, Ryukyu stated, saying the second part in a mean-like tone, making Denki understand. Ow. Think my shoulder just dislocated. Just 70 more seconds. Come on, don't let go. Izuku yelled at himself as he then started to feel the muscles in his arms and chest start to tear and the bones in his arms start to crack. As for Hilda and Shoto, the two of them, due to Izuku now having his arms extended out, were now on their toes, just barely standing on the platform. Just let go, Izuku, let one of them die to save your body. The two of them are already far enough in your debt, Jigsaw said from a speaker. And I will save them. No matter the cost. Izuku yelled out as some of the skin on his chest started to tear open. Why should you? Just what have they done for you in return for saving them? Jigsaw asked, being my friends. Izuku yelled back. As for Hilda and Shoto, they were shocked that Izuku was willing to go through all of this just for the simple reason of them being his closest friends. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, why you'd really do that for us? Hilda and Shoto both asked, both shocked and scared about their Izuku poetically doing something like that, and that went for everyone there in the theater. Would their world Izuku really do that for all of them? Izuku froze as everyone looked to him for an answer. He knew the answer that he'd give them if he was really being honest, but he knew that if he did say it to them it would make them more scared out of fear of him willing to lay down his life for all of them. Him not responding though made them all know the answer to that question. Well, if that's the case, then all of us will just have to train to be just as or stronger than anyone so that 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 will never be put in that kind of situation. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍 stated one. Gradually everyone started to rally behind 𝗕𝗁𝗁's statement, "Yeah, we'll train hard." For Dekukuin. Uraraka yelled, "To protect Izuku." Melissa added, "Yeah." Everyone close to Izuku yelled, basically almost the whole theater, "Gosh Aizu, even when you're not trying you still inspire everyone to do their best." Ryukyu said, "BB, but I just want to keep everyone safe." Aunt Ryukyu. Izuku said, "Exactly, and the fact that you're willing to do anything for that and the fact that everyone wants to keep you just as safe causes things like this to happen." Rumi stated, "None of us want to see you have to do something like that for us." Inko said, hugging her son after. The next 70 seconds had pasted the chains stopped and retracted back, allowing for Izuku to now check on his arms now were okay, no broken bones but I think they're just cracks along them. My left elbow's dislocated along with my right shoulder and I have skin tears on my chest. Izuku thought analyzed his body. As for Ilda and Shoto, the barbed wire nooses on their necks broke and their wrist straps came off and a door behind them opened. Midoriya coughed. "Where do we go? What's going on?" Ilda asked, backing away from the ledge. Same for Shoto, "Just go through the door, you guys will be alright. It's over for you guys, you're safe." Izuku said, tired. "What about you?" Shoto asked. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Izuku said with a weak but confident smile as the two of them went through the door, always trying to keep a brave smile. "Kid. You really take after Toshi and I," Nana said. All Might always said, Izuku said but was cut off, that no matter how scared you are, you should smile to show that things will be okay. Right? Nana said, leaving Izuku a bit shocked. Chuckles, "You shouldn't be so surprised, young Midoriya. After all, she was Maya." All Might said, "Will Izuku be okay?" Ray asked, "Likely he'll be fine. He needs to pop his elbow and shoulder joints back into place, which can done. It's just painful without anesthetics. As for the tears, since they don't appear very deep, at most what will happen is his arms and chest will be much more weak until the tears heal." It amazing how he didn't break a bone during that. Recovery girl stated. 1A light shines at a nearby door with another key under the light. "Okay, I need to get my elbow and shoulder back in position." Izuku thought he then grabbed his elbow and after a few seconds, knocked it back into place. Then his shoulder, he went up to a wall and on the count of 3 he slammed his shoulder into the wall. Imagine the scene in Godzilla vs. Kong, when Kong knocked his shoulder back into place too. "Okay Huff, okay I'm okay, I can barely even make a fist, doesn't matter. I need to save them, all of them," Izuku said to himself as he walked over, grabbed the key and unlocked another strap. I gonna skip some of the traps," Lost said quickly, seeing what traps were next. What? Mina asked. "Well, some of the traps, you really don't want to see, trust me. All you need to know is that the only ones now left for Izuku to save is Uraraka, Kirishima, Toru, Koda, Denki, Ojiro, Tokoyami and Katsuki." Lost replied, "How much time is left for Izuku?" Melissa asked. "Around 20 minutes, Lost replied as he resumed the screen. The screen now showed Izuku approaching a dark room, most of his shirt gone, and his whole body covered his BLD and cuts everywhere. "Oh man, that last one hurt. Even my neta I will save still wasn't as bad as what I had to do for showed Izuku through going into the room looking at his hands and feet, which were a bloody mess. So, Zuzu even saved the pervert, huh?" Mina said, with some of the girls saying the same, all the while glaring at my neta. What did Izuku have to do?" Nijire asked, nervous and holding on to Izuku. You don't want to know," Lost replied, making Izuku's girlfriends shift closer to Izuku and Nijire to fully hug him. Pretty sure they wouldn't want to see things like Shoji in the rake trap or Mineta getting his DK nearly torn off, and I especially don't think they want to see what Izuku had to go through to save them. Lost thought. 7 Hello. Anyone out there? A voice said in the dark room. "ภิkrishima. Is that you?" Izuku said as he entered into the room. "Midoriya. What going on?" Denki asked. "Just don't move, what's happening?" Izuku asked. "I think we're spinning in a circle." To replied. "What's going on?" "I can't bring out Dark Shadow." Tokoyami said. "Would a quirk canceling collar cancel Tokoyami's quirk?" "Well, even if it doesn't, I need it to for this 3. You all have quirk canceling collars on," Izuku said as the lights in the room turned on and Izuku saw Kirishima, Torshi's still invisible Denki, Koda, Ojiro and Tokoyami were all chained to a moving carousel and noticed a shotgun pointed at chest height towards them. Kirishima, Торushi's still invisible 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗏, Ojiro and Tokoyami were all chained to a moving carousel and noticed a shotgun pointed at chest height towards them. 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏. What happened to you? Kirishima yelled, seeing how bloodied Izuku was. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, Izuku said. Whoa, so we're in a carousel and that shotgun? Denki said. How is Aizawa supposed to save them? Momo asked. Wait, Uraraka and Bakugo are still not there, so lost Izuku still has more traps to do. Nijire asked, worried. Yeah, after this one it's 2 more, Lost replied. Okay, based on these 2 buttons here, I have to assume they either trigger the shotgun to go off or it somehow stops the shotgun from firing, Izuku thought, trying to see how the shotgun is rigged to fire. Congratulations on getting this far. Not one of your classmates has died yet, Jigsaw said over a speaker. Right. Midoriya. What does he mean? Who is he? Toru yelled, not getting an answer as Izuku was too focused on waiting for what information Jigsaw was going to give him. Currently now 6 ride the carousel, with their lives in your hands. To save them you must press the 2 red buttons you see before you, however in doing so you will give a sacrifice of your own. But be warned, for the buttons will only work 4 times, Jigsaw said, only 4. That mean I need to figure out how to save the other 2 remaining and I need to do it fast. Izuku thought 1. Know that the gun will continue to fire until all 6 rounds are spent, 6 can live or 4 can live. Will you endure the pain to save them and figure out how to save the last 2, Izuku? We will see, let the game begin, Jigsaw stated as the carousel stopped. So Deku-kun has to press the 2 buttons to save them, Uraraka said, but how can he save the other 2? Mina asked, maybe by trying to see how the trap's designed, maybe he could find a flaw in it, Melissa said, maybe check how the gun fires. That could work. Mei said, but it's unlikely Aizawa will be able to think of that, given the situation and the task he has to do. Momo said, guys, you know I'm right here. Izuku said, but again couldn't get through to them. Just let them be, Greenie, they're just worried about you, Rumi said, patting Izuku on the back. Boo. Izuku said, but was cut off. No buts, since you would likely do the same thing there are if it was any of them in that situation, Ryukyu stated. Koda was first up in front of the shotgun. Midobro. Save him. Press the buttons. Kirishima yelled, snapping Izuku out of thought. Izuku rushed over and went to the buttons and pressed them. When he did, he felt an extremely hot iron spike pierce into his hand. Izuku yelled, Eith. Man, that hurts. It's steaming hot and is twisting around in my hand. Izuku thought, struggling to keep his fingers on the buttons. Likely 2nd or 3rd degree burns are gonna appear on and in his hand from that, and likely the loss of felling in some of his fingers if the spike hit or is cooking nerves in his hand. Recovery Girl stated. The gun slowly rose upward as the mechanism that fired the gun slowly started to prepare the gun to fire. After a few more seconds of Izuku screaming in pain, the gun fired, and Izuku let go of the buttons and held his hand in pain. It's fine, I'm fine. Okay, it took the machine about 8 seconds for it to actually fire and about 3 for the buttons to raise the gun upwards, so if I wait a little longer it will minimize the amount of time I have to hold my hand with the buttons, Izuku thought, looking to hand which not had a small hole in it, not bleeding due to how hot the spike was. Very well thought out. Doing that will also minimize the chance of young Midoriya's finger slipping off one of the buttons, Nizu stated, but also risky if he mistimes it. Nizu thought, Miss Recovery Girl, could you quirk heal something like that? Inko asked, most likely no. Sorry Mrs. Midoriya, but if I were use my quirk on his body being that injured, the stamina required for it to work would even killing him instead. It's why I can't heal All Might's wound, Recovery Girl stated. Wait, couldn't Eri do that? Melissa asked. She probably could. Yeah, her quirk rewinds people to young points in their life if I remember for the report, if could work and could even heal All Might's wound, Ryukyu said, which made a lot of people imagine how the world would change if All Might regained his full strength again. But their one problem, Eri doesn't know how to use her quirk, Izuku stated. That's why she here in UA, so she can use her quirk to help. Aizawa stated, speaking of our snowball, what's she and Koda doing? But Nijire asked, I'll see, checks through portal. Eri and Koda are fine. Looks like fate brought them to Kahami Temple, Lost said. Oh man, and it looks like all the girls there have taken quite a liking to Eri too. Lost thought, seeing Eri playing with Momoyo, Benkei and Yoshitsune with all the other girls in the back talking. Kung. There's no temple named that, All Might said, different universe, All Might, Lost stated //. Random question for all of you. Who do you think would win in a duel, 𝗵𝗃 or All Might? If anyone has played 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 you should know who 𝗵𝗃 is. Midoriya. You okay? Denki asked, Why I'm fine, Izuku replied, Okay, I need to think how can I save the remaining two. Jamming the gun. No, I can't reach it and there isn't anything here long enough for me to reach it holding the buttons after the fourth time. No, there's too many variables and I do. Izuku thought but was snapped back into reality when the carousel stopped, with Toru in front of the gun, Midoriya. Toru yelled, Don't worry Hagakure, it'll be okay, Izuku said trying to calm her down since he didn't immediately press the two buttons the mechanism started to move to make the gun fire and after a few seconds Izuku pressed the two buttons. Maybe Izuku could try to jam the chain, Melissa said, but how? There isn't anything that is long enough and thin enough to fit through the fence, May asked. There is, but I don't know how Izuku would get it, Melissa said and then getting bugged on what she talking about after the gun fired and Izuku let go of the buttons. Midoriya, can you reach the gun in any way? Denki asked, and no I can't, Izuku replied. Maybe try to find something to fit through the fence like one of the metal legs holding the table with the buttons, Tokoyami purposed. Wait, could that work? I can't think straight with how much my hand hurts but it's my best bet at saving them all, Izuku thought observing the metal table legs. I gotta say Sho, your students sure are smart and capable. Being able to think up idea like that in those kind of situations, Emi said not jokingly for once, they take after problem child's ability to do that, Aizawa said, how can young Midoriya break off a metal table leg? His body is already at its breaking point and he can't use OFA. All Might asked worried, just watch, Lost said next one in front of the gun was Ojiro. Izuku readied his hand to press the buttons while lightly hitting the table legs with his leg to see if any of them felt weaker than the others after pressing the buttons and the gun going off. Izuku went and looked at the table legs. It's my best chance to save them all. I think this one's the weakest, right? Or it this one. Doesn't matter, need to get to work on breaking it, Izuku thought as he started to slam his body into one of the table legs to try and break it off the table. He's not fully thinking straight and not seeing right. The weakest leg would be the far right one, sign it's farther away from fence and there's more rust on it which would make the metal more weak, May stated. It's something that's to be expected from how badly hurt his body is. It's very likely one of the traps Midoriya had to beat caused some head trauma. Recovery girl said Izuku managed to cause a deep dent on the pole when Tokoyami was the next one in front of the gun, Midoriya. Press the button. Hurry. Denki yelled. Izuku pulled himself up and pressed the button and after the gun fired he went back to getting table leg off. You've run out of chances to save them. Now how will you save the last two, Izuku? Jigsaw asked over the speaker. Midobro. Hurry. You can do it. Kirishima yelled, We believe in you. You can save us all. Denki added, Need to save them, come on, break. Izuku yelled, slamming harder and harder on the table leg. Then Kirishima stopped in front of the gun, Midobro. Kirishima yelled, break, break, break. Izuku thought Midoriya. Hurry. All of them yelled as Kirishima closed his eyes bracing for the gunshot. Izuku gave one last push into the table leg and it broke off. So he quickly grabbed it and stuck it through the fence and lifted the bike chain off the gear and lifts the muzzle of the gun upward as if fires and blows off a bit of Kirishima's hair. The gun goes off after the bike chain reaches enough tension for the tension to pull the trigger. I'm pretty sure that how the trap work won most of the theater almost passed out from how close that was. Oh man. That was close, Kirishima said holding his head. But, Izuku, he looks horrible after that, Melissa said. Seeing how badly hurt Izuku now looked after that. Hey Melissa, you know I'm right here. I'm okay, Izuku said trying to comfort her and his girlfriend since it seemed that they just forgot that wasn't there. Izuku, still seeing a version of you go through something like that, it's scary. What if something similar to this happens in our world to you, Aizu? Momo asks out, then I'd save all of you too. Izuku announced, not realizing that statement just made them all more scared. I'm glad you found a very worth inheritor for Ohitoshi, but you really need to do a better job at guiding his heroic spirit, Nana stated, to which All Might just gave a defeated smile. Izuku positioned the table legs so that it would stay in place, and when Denki was up the gun didn't fire. I did it, I saved them. Izuku said and then passed out as a small trail of BLD started to come out from his head. Wait. Lost, where was young Midoriya's hint of how to save the other two? All Might asked, causing the others to also ask that as well? Yeah, and was that even what Midoriya was supposed to do? Shoto asked. Well, the hint was very subtle. What he was supposed to do was hold down the buttons after the fourth time until the last two shots were fired. The hint that Jigsaw never stated that two of them would guarantee die. Lost explained one. So my assumption before was correct, Izuku said, but still, even that hint was way too vague. No one would be able to think of that in that situation. Kendo said, well, that's mainly cause of the LOV in that universe playing a part in the trap. Lost said when Izuku woke up he felt that he had some bandages on his head and limbs. Looking around he saw prison bars in front of him with and heard a familiar voice behind it but couldn't tell who. Who's there? Izuku asked, getting his bearings. Deku-kun. Deku-kun. Is that you? Uraraka yelled, You Uraraka. Izuku said, waking himself up and going to the door. What he saw was Uraraka with a mask-like device on her neck, blind-folded, and her right cheek having what looked like a stick on it. What he saw was Uraraka with a mask-like device on her neck, blind-folded, and her right cheek having what looked like a stick on it. One, replace Michael with Uraraka. Add a BLD and the stick is on the lower side of the cheekbone rather than the top side. How is Deku-kun supposed to save me? Uraraka asked. So, a kind of mask-like trap based on the gears the trap would close around her face. May said, so how can we stop the mask from fully closing? Maybe putting something solid on the top of her head. Melissa said, or putting her head between two parallel pipes. Momo said, maybe, but from the looks of it, it doesn't look like that room has any gapes wide enough for her to put her head through. Melissa said, what about cutting of the leather straps? Mina said, that actually, yeah, that could definitely work. But where would Uraraka bet something to cut it? Izuku said, Deku-kun. What's going on? I can't see, Uraraka asked, moving around. Wait. Don't move. Uraraka, don't move, you're connected to a cable, do not move around, Izuku yelled, seeing a long cable coming out from the backside of the trap. Hello, Ochako, Izuku. This is your second to last test, Jigsaw stated on a television test. Deku-kun, what's happening? Uraraka asked again. Just don't move around. Uraraka, just listen, Izuku ordered. Uraraka has followed your word without question and often has blindly trusted you with her life. So today we'll see if her blind faith in you can truly save her. The device around her neck is a death mask, Jigsaw said, scaring Uraraka with the word death. Come on, think likely the key in that stick. Till then I need to keep Uraraka calm, Izuku thought. The mask is on a spring timer. If you cannot guide her to the key in time, the device will close on her head, killing her. Think of it like a Venus fly trap, Jigsaw stated. He's so curly calm naming these death traps. Aizawa stated one. Just shows that he has lost a significant amount of his morality, like you with my feelings. So Mary show you you're no better than him. Emmy said, no joke, and that doesn't even connect right, Aizawa replied. Now, given that you've experienced a similar trap, I will not be giving you a hint as to where I've hidden the key. So is your word really save her? Let's see, Jigsaw said, Deku-kun. I'm scared. Uraraka said, don't worry, you're okay, you're gonna be fine, but you have to trust me. Izuku stated, no matter what happens I'd always trust you, Deku-kun. Uraraka said, hugging Izuku. Thanks, 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄. Izuku said, red-faced one, okay. I need to keep her calm while I think of what to do. I have only 10 minutes left on that timer. If this likes my trap, then her trap's timer will start if that trigger comes out, Izuku thought. Okay, Uraraka. I need you to move to your left. There's a table to your left, okay? Don't take a step forward, okay? Izuku ordered. Uraraka said and started to slowly shift to the left. You're doing fine. You're okay. You should feel the table with your hand, Izuku said. Uraraka then felt the table with her hand and stopped to face the table. Okay, now slowly move your hand around the table and tell me if you felt anything sharp or pointed, Izuku ordered. Uraraka moved around her hand. Felt nothing. Uraraka takes slow deep breaths. You're okay, the timer hasn't started yet. You're okay, Izuku stated. Why is Midoriya saying that again and again? Denki asked. It's for emotional support. When you're trying to save someone that can't see anything, you have to talk as often as possible to try and keep them calm. It may not sound like a big deal, but just hearing another voice in darkness can be very reassuring. Remember that everyone, Nizu stated. Yes sir, all the students replied. I don't feel anything sharp Deku-kun, Uraraka said. That's fine Uraraka, just stay put, Izuku said. Then it must be out of her reach. There clearly is something shining on the table, think. Come on me. Only one thing I can think of, Izuku thought. Okay Uraraka, I want you to grab the table and then move it so that it's facing the direction of my voice. Oh, Izuku ordered. She then slowly grabbed the table and moved it in front of Izuku. Okay, now I want you to push the table as hard as you can toward my voice. Okay, Izuku said. It's reckless, but it's the only thing I can think of, Izuku thought. Wait, just how is young Midoriya supposed to do this thing really? Nizu asked. Well, on the back of Uraraka's head was a keypad with the code on the top. What he's supposed to do was tell Uraraka what the code was, thus allowing her to take off the blindfold. From there they could think of a better way to get the knife and get the key, Lost stated. How the heck is Izuku supposed to think of looking for how to get the blindfold off? No one would think of doing that in that situation. Melissa yelled. Well, Jigsaw wanted to give Izuku a hint to check, but the LOV cut the hint out of the video. Lost added, Hey-kun, I'm scared. What if this doesn't work? Uraraka asked, Hey, it'll be okay. You're gonna be okay. I need you to trust me. I've saved you many times before and I'll save you again right here. You're gonna be okay, Izuku said in a calm tone. After a few seconds Uraraka pushed the table over and Izuku grabbed it, and like he thought that shine was knife. Okay, so I need to cut off the sticks and grab the key and unlock the trap. I'll have 60 seconds, so I need to make it count, Izuku thought. That's very risky. It all come down to have. Well, he can keep Uraraka still, Ryuku said, and with just 60 seconds at most they could take a 8-second break, Ectoplasm stated. I trust you Deku-kun no matter what. You've always been able to keep all of us safe. Keep me safe, Uraraka stated with a red face, but for Izuku, he nearly passed out and looked like he was gonna cry out of joy for how much Uraraka, along with the others, cared about him. Okay Uraraka, on the count of 3 I want you to run to my voice, Izuku said. WBUF. Uraraka asked, the key is in you cheek. I need to remove the sticks and grab the key to unlock you, understand? Izuku said, BB, but no okay. Oh, and I trust you, Uraraka said as she positioned herself to where Izuku's voice was coming from. 1, 2, 3. Izuku yelled. Uraraka ran over, pulling out the trigger. When she got to Izuku he wrapped his arm around her body holding her in place. Uraraka said, red-faced but was cut off. I need you to keep still Uraraka. Do you understand? Izuku ordered. Let's do it, Uraraka said. Okay, here goes, it's gonna hurt, Izuku said. He then started to cut open the 4 sticks and having to tighten his grip on Uraraka's body as she screamed in pain. And dunno Uraraka, I gonna reach in and grab the key. Okay, Izuku said. Takes a breath. Okay, do it, Uraraka said. 15 seconds left. Izuku thought as he reached into the open cut, and after a few seconds he pulled out the key. Izuku then moved Uraraka's body to his side and unlocked the trap and got it off her right before the mask shut. Everyone breathed a sign of relief. No matter what, we can always trust Midobro to look for us, Kirishima said, patting Izuku on the back. Yes, and as such he can rely on us, all of us, to look out him just as much, Hilda added. But there's still one person left for Izuku to save, Ryuku said, eyeing Katsuki-1 after the trap came off. Before the two could say anything a gas suddenly started to cover the room. Uraraka. Izuku yelled, worried, as he slowly fell asleep when he woke up and saw that he was restrained to a chair with a table in front of him. Once Izuku found his center, he noticed that the person in front of him was 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗃. Izuku yelled, nerd. What the hell's going on? Katsuki yelled, trying to use his quirk. 𝗧𝗃, calm down, Izuku said. Don't order me around, Deku. Katsuki barked. So even in situations like that, he's still like that. Rumi said, Katsuki, you need to actually think about things fully for once. Mitsuki said, not yelling thanks to Inko and Rei being there. Don't order me around, you hag. Katsuki barked back, surprising Mitsuki that he didn't say, old hag. Then a screen turned on showing the Billy puppet. Hello Katsuki, Izuku. Welcome to your final test, the doll stated. Test. Oi Deku. The hell's going on? Katsuki demanded. 𝗧𝗃, just listen, Izuku asked. Before I announced what you must do, Izuku, Allow me to show you the audience that has been watching this whole time, the doll said when he did. A large door opened and behind it was a massive glass wall that had all of Class 1A's students chained up and watching you guys. Izuku said, 𝗵𝗃𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲. They all yelled back worried, that's not the only one that have been watching during this own time, your game has been broadcasted to all of you, the doll stated pointing though the TV screen at a camera, so we'd have been watching the whole time. How have none of us found out where Izuku and 1A are? Kendo yelled, unfortunately, even UA needs a lot of time to figure out where they would be, and we can't find out where someone is in under an hour, Nizu said, so, now that you know who's been watching. Your final test is this, the doll said as a gun dropped in front of Izuku, you state that you would even give your life to save those you care about. You have two choices. Izuku, either use the gun's single bullet to kill either yourself or Katsuki, the boy that had tormented you all your life while all of you watches you do it. What will you choose? Izuku, the choice is yours, for if you refuse to choice the two of you will both be killed by the descending ceiling. Let the game begin, the doll said, and the screen turned off too. Everyone in the theater were frozen seeing this. Izuku was given the choice of kill himself or Katsuki, while everyone he knows, everyone he cares for watches as they all wondered just how their Izuku would react. Izuku himself was much the same. He didn't really have a good idea of just how he would react to that, but regardless he likely would choose to spare Katsuki's life over his. For it's not about just who the person you're saving is. A true hero save lives no matter the relationship they have with the person. One Izuku looked at the gun and then looked to Katsuki who was frozen in place, realizing the whole situation. Then Izuku grabbed the gun and pointed it to his head. Don't do it. Both 1A on the screen and everyone in the theater yelled as Izuku was bombarded by his girlfriends and family all holding on to for dear life. Izuku didn't really know what to say since he knew that anything he'd say would likely just make everyone worry even more over him, so he just let all of them just hug him. Deku, the hell are you doing? Katsuki yelled, saving your life, Izuku said keeping the gun pointed at his head. Why? Katsuki asked, which confused Izuku. Why the hell are you doing this for me? After all I did to you growing up, Katsuki asked in a soft tone. Izuku stopped for a second and looked to his class as they were all shouting reason for him to not do it and to just wait since he had until the timer, which was at 5 minutes left. It's 'cause you look like you need help, Izuku said with a smile, shocking Katsuki. The Katsuki in the theater was just as shocked hearing that, the same line that Izuku had said to him that day when he fell off the log as kids, the same line Izuku said when he tried to save him from the sludge villain, and the same line he said when defending him from UA after they learned the truth. And now, he just heard Izuku say the same line to him, to justify why he's taking his own life. That nerd would really do that for me. After all I did. Katsuki thought, unsure of how to react to this too. Wonder if this will be able to actually make Katsuki change even just a little. Lost thought, Dekuwhatif. Didn't you say you wanted to be the #1 hero? How can you do that if you're dead? Katsuki yelled. Well, I did say that, but I guess deep down I didn't really believe I could beat you, Izuku said as he pulled out a small bit of his hair and slid it to Katsuki. You know what that hair is for. Tell my mom that I love her and I'm sorry that I didn't do enough for her, Izuku said too. No. That's not true at all, Izuku. You've done so much for me. By being there for me whenever I felt alone or just needed to talk. Inko yelled, crying and holding on her to son, and to you guys, I want you all live your lives and fulfill your dreams of being heroes. I know that the next generation of heroes will be great with all of you in it, Izuku said to his class who were all crying, begging of Izuku to not do it, but we can't, Deku-kun. Not without you. Uraraka yelled, 𝗵𝗃𝗬𝗪. You're the one that held us all together. Without you we're lost, Kirishima said as the class rallied behind that statement. You'll all be fine. You were able to get through the USJ by yourselves, weren't you? Took part in finding Stain, saved Eri. All of you were able to do your part without me. You guys can do it, with or without me, Izuku said. I know no way could we have not done those things without you, 𝗵𝗃𝗬𝗪. Kirishima stated. Yeah, if you weren't there to fight Stain, 𝗧𝗪𝗪 wouldn't be here, Shoto said, and without you help, the fight against Overhaul would have been way more harder and we might have not been able to save Eri, Mirio stated, or even the summer camp. You were able to save Koda from Muscular, Mandalay said. But aside from Stain and Muscular, I think you guys could have done it without me, Izuku said with a sad tone. No, you're wrong, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 said, catching their attention. Without you, all of 1A wouldn't even be here, 𝗧𝗓 said. Care to explain? Nizu asked, curious. Well, for starters, without Izuku, Uraraka would have died in the entrance exam, 𝗧𝗓 said, scaring Uraraka too. Aru. Uraraka asked, yeah, there's a universe that shows one scenario if Izuku never met All Might and therefore never went to 𝗧𝗓 said, in it, there's what I just said about Uraraka. During the USJ, Minato and Aizawa were all killed and All Might severely injured and his weak form was exposed. During the whole thing with Stain, since Izuku wasn't there, 𝗧𝗪𝗪 was found a rotting corpse in that alleyway. At the summer camp, Koda and all of the WWPC were killed, all of 1A- Katsuki were killed by the gas and a very large chunk of 1B were captured by the LOV. During All Might's fight with All for One, All Might died since no one was able to get Katsuki out of the area. Last is the mission to save Eri, without Izuku resulted in the death of all the heroes that took part in it along with the big three, and Eri remained in Overhaul's hands, 𝗧𝗓 said, finishing his talk. 5 This left everyone shocked. Now knowing how important Izuku was not only for the sake of their universe but for the sake of their very lives and the balance of power between the heroes and villains. So Izuku, you are very much needed to be here in UA, alive with everyone, since without you they really are lost, 𝗧𝗓 stated, patting Izuku on the shoulder. Never thought someone could be so important that his decisions and how he's treated can determine the very course of the world. Just more reason to make sure that we guide young Midoriya properly, Nizu thought. And Kaken, even after all you did to me, you're still my friend, and I've seen how you've been changing since coming to you as so 𝗓𝗫𝗻. No, our dream of being number one for both of us, Izuku said with a smile as he started to cry. Izuku then raised the gun back to his head. Goodbye, Mom, I wish I could see you one last time, Izuku thought as he pulled the trigger. Midoriya/Midobro/Dekugen/Deku. All of the class 1 yelled. All of the students covered their eyes, not wanting to see this, while Izuku's family just held on to Izuku tighter. Is that it? Is that how it ends? Inko asked, crying. No, 𝗧𝗓 said, shocking everyone. What do you mean? We just saw, Inko said, but stopped, not wanting to say it. Just keep watching and you'll see, 𝗧𝗓 stated, to which they all took a breath and looked back at the screen. Once the shock of Izuku shooting himself started to dissipate, Katsuki noticed that there was no BLD anywhere. He then looked closer and saw the bullet right next to Izuku's head and realized that it was a RBB bullet. Wait. Deku's still alive. It's a RBB bullet. Katsuki yelled to his class. I know that a RBB bullet would still likely kill a person if shot in the head that close, but I needed it to make sense for Izuku to be knocked out from the shot 11, so Izuku's still alive. Inko asked along with the rest of Izuku's family, and 1A 𝗧𝗓 simply nodded. The restraints on Katsuki then came off and the glass window moved up, allowing for the rest of 1A to examine Izuku's body. Then the TV screen turned back on and the doorway to the outside world opened. Congratulations, Izuku, all of you. You've survived, and Izuku, you have proven that your word is true. I stated that you can save all of 1A, and that included yourself, for if you chose to shoot Katsuki, a gun behind his chair would have killed him and toxic gas would have been pumped into your class's glass room, killing all of them. You and your class are now free to return to your lives as heroes. Congratulations, Jigsaw said. 6 The screen then pan out with police and UA arriving at the door and getting 1A to hospitals. And that's it, 𝗧𝗓 said, stopping the screen. Needless to say, everyone was beyond shocked. Now know the kind of length Izuku has the potential to do for all of them. Then Aizawa went to and grabbed Izuku by the shoulder. Aizawa, sir. Izuku said, confused and a bit scared. Listen, Midoriya, while yes, you need to help others and keep others protected, that doesn't mean you can go off all willy-nilly and throw your life out the window for that, since just think how would your friends and family feel if they heard that you were killed, Aizawa scolded. 6 He's right, kid. You are the true personification of what is mean to be a true hero. However, at the end of the day, we're all human and all of us can only take so much. Unlike some, you have something to live for. You have family, friends, a future. You can't just risk throwing that all away on a whim, Nana added. But still, all I want is to save other, Izuku said, looking down. And that's not a bad thing, young Midoriya, but you can't make yourself an exception to that. You need to also keep yourself safe and live. Not just for yourself, but for everyone that you've inspired, everyone that you made a connection with. You need to protect your life just as much as you protect others, since imagine how everyone would feel if you died, how they would act, what they would think, All Might said. After a bit more consoling from the UA staff, they all hugged Midoriya and he went to the front of the theater. Plus, everyone, I'm sorry that all my actions to save others make all of you afraid. I'm sorry for not thinking of your feeling. I'll make sure to be safe and live, Izuku stated to everyone. After a moment of silence, everyone that was close to Izuku ran up to hug him, with Izuku's family crying. About 20 minutes have gone by and currently now, everyone that was holding on to Izuku now had calmed down enough to let Izuku go. Hey, you doing all right, bud? Lost asked, seeing Izuku looking really pale. Why? It takes a deep breath. I'm fine, Izuku said, short of breath too. I can finally breath. That even cut off a bit of my blood circulation, Izuku thought with a defeated smile. Anyway, let me get Eri and Koda back here, Lost said, opening a portal, and Eri and Koda were there with some of the girls from Kokami around them. Oh, looks like it's time for you to head back. It was nice getting to meet you too. Hope we'll see you again, Uchi said. Yeah, I mean, you two were even able to tame the goddess of war, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, said, patting Eri on the head. Hey. Like you did any better against her. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 pouted, by big sis. Eri said with a smile that knocked out Mayuchi and Christian. With that, the other two girls gave the two kids one last hug and Eri and Koda stepped through the portal and it closed behind them. Papa. Eri said, going to hug Izuku. Hey Snowball, Izuku said, picking up his daughter. Who were those girls, Snowball? Nijire asked. They're my new bis sisters. They were so nice. Fade brought me and Koda to Kikiu and Asuna and then brought us to Kawakami. Eri said, struggling a little with speaking but had a bright smile and bouncing in Izuku's arms. Well, maybe we could meet them later, Momo stated. Wait, but they weren't even gone that long. How could they have done all that? Ryukyu asked. It has to do with time differences. For those two, it's been 3 days since they were back here, Lost explained. So, why couldn't we see what you guys were watching while we were gone? Koda asked. Yeah, what did you see, Papa? Mamas. Eri also asked. Everyone's face for a few seconds lost their color, remembering what they saw. Shakes head around. You don't need to know about it, Eri. It's something that you'll understand when you're older, Mirio said, begin the first to get his head together. Why a Snowball? You and Koda don't need to know, Izuku said, putting Eri in her seat. This, along with the rest of Izuku's family and both Class 1A and 1B saying much the same, was able to convince Eri and Koda to not question it. Well, I'll try to find something that not as bad for Izuku, Lost said, changing subject and searching for a universe. Oh. Well, this shouldn't be too bad for Izuku, I guess, Lost thought, finding one and getting it ready. One. Care to give us some info on this universe, Lost? Nizu asked. Well, first I need to ask, you all know the idea of the undead, right? Lost asked. Who doesn't? It's one of the most popular ideas for movies and games, Denki replied. Well, this universe is that, Lost stated. The result was mixed when they heard that, with some shocked and some just not knowing how to respond to that, since what Lost said could have the potential for a lot of very bad stuff to happen to their cinnamon roll. Wait, what about our quirks? Wouldn't our quirks be able to contain that kind of outbreak? Ryukyu asked. Very good assumption, but no. In this universe, when the outbreak began, the world governments believed that it was the work of quirks that caused the outbreak, so they released a quirk nullifier chemical across the planet, hoping that it would stop the virus. The result, however, was that it severely weakened the power of everyone's quirk across the planet permanently, and thus removing mankind's best chance to beat back the virus, Lost explained. So the downfall of humanity was humanity itself, Izuku said. Before aliens destroy humanity, humanity will destroy itself, Tokoyami stated too. Wait, does Outworld's governments have that kind of chemical? Nana asked. No, your world governments don't have something like, but some are trying to create something similar to it, Lost stated. Hearing that, all of the UA staff made a mental note to have a talk with the world government about that when they return. Well, let's start, Lost said, beginning the screen. We open up to see Izuku, currently looking throughout the window at the shattered country that was once known as Japan. Now it's a new world. A cruel world where those that remains fight to survive against the dead and the scattered pockets of humanity. Everyone in the theater were in disbelief on how destroyed the city around UA looked. Everyone in the theater were in disbelief on how destroyed the city around UA looked. For what they see, how long has the virus been out in their world? Kendo asked. About 2 months, and this kind of sight is what you'd see across their whole planet. Heck, some places aren't even there anymore, lost states. What are you referring to, warheads? Nizu asked. Yes. Quite a few nations ended up wiping themselves out using nukes to try and take out the undead, Lost stated. The undead did all this. Denki asked. Before anyone could call Denki dumb, that's a common accusation, but the reality is all the destruction that you see is really from humanity's reaction to the dead. So yes, the undead are the reason that happened, but humanity's response to it is what's responsible for all the destruction. Lost clarifies for Denki and everyone so they don't call him dumb. What's come of UA itself? Aizawa asked. You'll see, Lost said with a somewhat joyful tone. I'll leave out that the Japanese government left them behind in the evacuation of the home islands. Lost thought, sign how much the world had changed. We could have stopped this, but instead humanity did this to ourselves, Izuku said to himself. Then 𝗧𝗪𝗏 came into the room. Midoriya, it's time for the check. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said. Okay, then let's get started. Izuku said, going with 𝗧𝗪𝗏. As they leave the room, what is shown is UA students all working together around UA, and as the two walk through, all the students just look at Izuku with respect. So UA is still alive in their world. Aizawa, well, for the most part, yeah. When the outbreak reached Japan, 'cause UA is situated on a mountain and is surrounded by a wall, it proved to be very well protected. Where are we then? Midnight asked. You all died. Lost blurted out, shocking the UA staff. What? How? All Might yelled. Some of you by protecting the students, others from exploring the city for supplies, and then were found half-eaten alive and one of the undead. Lost explained, further scaring the UA staff. Is anyone one of the heroes in this theater alive in that world? Nizu asked. Yes, but only one, and it's Rumi, and she's not in good condition. Rumi in their world lost her leg when they had to cut it off when she was bitten. Lost stated. So, the infection works like the traditional undead virus does. Recovery girl stated. I lost my leg. Rumi yelled. One, you were made a cybernetic one to replace it, and for the most part are fine. Lost explained. What's with the way they are acting around Midoriya? Denki asked, which caused everyone to also realize how the students were acting around him. It's cause after the UA staff were killed, Izuku for all intensive purposes became the main leader of the rest of you. Lost said. Everyone then started holes at Izuku, the shy, quiet, and reserved kid they knew, the leader of UA. It just didn't sound possible, with some more than others refusing to believe it. Really, the nerd is the leader. That's ridiculous. Katsuki states, watching what he says. Thanks to what has previously happened. One, oh, would you just shut your face? The greenie would make an amazing leader. Jiro yelled. One, yeah, I mean, look at what he did on the Sea of Thieves. Even Principal Nizu commended him for his great leadership. Melissa said, during the USJ, Midoriya was able to lead me and Mineta out of the shipwreck zone. Ribbit. You said, when we encountered Stain, Midoriya was able to give me and 𝗧𝗪𝗏 good advice and information on how to combat Stain. Shoto said, Aizu would make an amazing leader with his ability to inspire others around him to do their best. Momo said. One, with everyone pretty much saying something to prove Izuku would be an amazing leader. Katsuki was unable to argue, being completely outnumbered. And having to watch his mouth. 3. So 𝗧𝗪𝗏, how are we doing on the wall and defenses? Izuku asked. Everything's going smoothly, no sign of a wave anywhere near here. The wall's still in prim condition, yet on the outside of the wall we'll need to start removing the bodies out of the trench, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 stated. Then get it done soon. I know it's a gross task, but it has to get done. Now how's our water supply? Izuku asked. As of right now, it's fine, but ever since the last wave out, water purifier has taken some damage. It's holding for now, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said. Then we better get started on finding a new way for water, or ask Momo to create new parts for it, Izuku said, sad suggesting Momo. But Midoriya, this kind of problem would be of any issue for at least 3 months. I don't see the reason to deal with it right now, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 stated. While that is a reasonable reason to think that other me, that kind of thinking irresponsible, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said, but he's right, isn't he? They don't have to worry about it now, so why should they? Mineta asked. It's not a matter of right and wrong, it's a matter of thinking long-term and short-term. In the short term, yes, they shouldn't worry about it. But in the long term they have to, unless they risk the problem getting worse and worse as time passes, Izuku stated. But before anyone could say anything, Lost stopped them and told them to just watch. Izuku then stopped 𝗧𝗪𝗏 and pointed his finger at him. That mentality right there is the exactly reason why the world is what is now. The classic kick the can down the road. Hilda, you're not thinking long-term, just like how the public across the world didn't think the virus was a big deal cause it wasn't a big problem yet. And just look at what happened as a result. I learned from humanity's mistakes and I don't intend to repeat them, Hilda. So get some people together later and we'll start thinking of ways to get fresh water, okay? Izuku said. One chuckles looks like young Midoriya. Both ours and theirs do make amazing leaders. Nizu said, thank you Midoriya for discipling my other self, Hilda stated, bowing to the screen. Being able to determine the important things you need to survive and being able to give clear reasons why to others so they can understand all the virtues needed for a great leader. Aizawa, Ryuku said, patting her nephew on the back. Wait, but why was Aizawa sad when he suggested to ask me to make new parts? I sure that version of me could easily do that, Momo said. It could be due to the chemical loss said. Your quirk may be very weak now in that world. Izuku purposed, still a bit red. I understand Midoriya. You're right, I'm sorry, Hilda said, bowing. Don't worry about it, Hilda. It's fine. Now back to the check. How food? Izuku asked, getting back on topic. Of course, our food supply is in prime condition. The greenhouse is being well managed and we managed to find a few more livestock from the expeditions into the city. As for what we already had, we still have at least 2 roomfuls of canned food, Hilda stated. Good, just make sure they don't rot and that the livestock are all checked for bite marks or signs of sickness. Can't have a pandemic of food poisonings erupt, Izuku said. Of course, Hilda replied. Now on to the others. How's Yamomo? Izuku asked, concerned. She still is creating supplies at the same pace, Hilda stated. I understand how she feels, but she needs to take a break, since the chemical bombing her body can't handle using her quirk that much, Izuku stated. So that's why. Momo said. What did the chemical do to her quirk? Nijire asked. It basically tripled the amount of lipids required for her to create things, Lost replied. Well, it'd make sense. Momo's quirk of being able to create anything would be incredible in an apocalypse. No matter the location, she could create anything that is needed, so she'd probably feel a high sense of responsibility to use her quirk, Izuku said, and the same could be said for Kaminari as well. He could provide an infinity amount of electricity for you well if he doesn't short-circuit, Melissa added, to which made everyone crack a smile. No. I'll let them have their laugh and not tell them, Lost thought, since he knew that Denki's quirk due to the chemical, each time he short-circuit small parts of his brain would actually be severely damaged. I know, but no one's been able to convince her to stop, Hilda stated. Keep getting Jiro or Kendo to do it. Those 2 are the only ones Yamomo will listen to. I had Melissa run a scan on her body and her quirk it's starting to use her muscle fibers instead of her lipids, likely since she barely even eats. She needs to rest and eat or else her quirk will destroy her body and she'll die, Izuku ordered. Yes, of course Midoriya, in fact I think those 2 are already heading to her now, Hilda stated. Good. Now back to Melissa and also 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Has anyone been able to get them to also take a break? Izuku asked. Why would me or 𝗧𝗵𝗲 be overexerting ourselves? And just how am I in UA? What happened to Island? Melissa asked. Well, because you 2 in that universe are the head leaders in the cybernetics team. Melissa, you're in UA as the sole survivor of Island, Lost said, shocking Melissa. And that means Papa, Melissa said, trembling. Hey, don't worry honey, I'm right here, David said, going to comfort his daughter, but that doesn't explain why Midoriya is asking for us to take a break. May said, just keep watching, Lost replied. No, or at least not as much as they should, Hilda replied. Good God. Those 2 need to relax and realize that it's a bell and whistle or a quote of how many cybernetics limbs they need to make. Miss Maruko is the only one with 1 inch, Izuku said as he started to get more stressed. Yes, but they always say that they need to be prepared in case, Hilda said. They have about 20 or so cybernetic limbs. Miss Maruko is the only one with a cybernetic limb. They can't forget that they and all of us are still teenagers. They need to relax. We can't have the 2 most brilliant minds here drop dead from overworking themselves, Izuku stated. So that's why. May said. Aizawa is right though. All of you are still at the end of the day just teenagers. And all of you are still human. We need to relax and rest, Ryuku said. But this just proves how much of a good leader Deku-kun is. How much he cares about us and everyone that he leads. Uraraka stated, much to Izuku's embarrassment. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 but guys I don't think I'm. Izuku said but was cut off with 𝗕𝗬𝗓 kissing him. No, you stop doing that Izuku. You can do it, 𝗕𝗬𝗓 said now hugging him as the rest of his girlfriends joined in. All of us have been trying but they just won't budge, 𝗧𝗪𝗓 said. If it comes to it I might tranquilize them if I have to. They need rest and that goes for the others too. Yamomo and Kaminari since he needs to let his brain recover, Izuku thought. Bakugo and Todoroki's teams also should be coming back by today also, 𝗧𝗪𝗓 stated. Good, they're our best scouts, Izuku said. So Izuku really seems to know what he's doing Rei said. Yeah and he set everything up well, Mitsuki added. Just how are things done lost? Nizu asked. Well the way things are for them is, Izuku, Momo, Kendo, Melissa, Mirio, Shinso and Katsuki are all the leaders of UA. They all work together to run the place, each being the leader in their own fields as you could tell, Lost explains. So I'm sent out to explore the city. Katsuki asked, 𝗬𝗪𝗓𝗂𝗏 you would be the best one for that with how good you are at fighting Izuku said. Just shut your mouth Deku but why is Icy Hot also there too? Katsuki asked which surprised a lot of people since Katsuki didn't yell for Izuku to be quiet. He's there to make sure no gets left behind since you do have a tendency to not work as a team with others, Lost said to which Katsuki just grunted. Looks like Katsuki has changed a bit. Lost thought then suddenly Kendo comes running. Through the halls, everyone gear up at the front entrance Bakugo's back and he's got a wave coming in fast. Kendo yells out as Jiro said the same message through everyone's earpiece. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 get the wounded and the ones that can't fight safe. Kendo give me and ETA for Kaken and the wave's arrival, Izuku ordered as everyone started to mobilize to the front of UA and see that the wall is at least 3 times as taller. Based on the distance I'd say 10 minutes, Kendo replied as they Shinso ran into them, Midoriya orders. Shinso asked, alright you now the drill, Kendo and 1B take the left side, me and 1A take the right and Shinso takes the center with the remains of the general studies and 3A stationed inside the wall. Mirio you ready? Izuku stated, yeah we're ready, on your mark Midoriya? Mirio replies through an earpiece, so they're under attack. Uraraka asked, why do they call it a wave? Aizawa asked, due to what the horde of the undead resemble when you see them, Lost said. You see Izuku, you were able to give out proper orders to them in the heat of the moment like a real leader. Melissa stated, 𝗵𝗃𝗏 that's just basic organization and distribution of defense. All of you could do something like that, Izuku stated, true, but not all of us can maintain enough composure in the situation to actually make the call to make it happen, 𝗧𝗪𝗓 said. Yeah there's a difference between knowing what to do and actually doing it, Ojiro added, even though it's likely a easy question. How is the virus transmitted? Recovery Girls asked, through the traditional undead methods of getting bitten, scratched, transmission of bodily fluids and even eating the undead bodies. Lost replied as Izuku arrived to the front gate he saw all of 1A and 1B currently waiting on the gate for the wave to come into range. Guys, we're Kaken. Izuku making his way to the top of the wall. Deku. He's and Todoroki's teams are in a car just a few feet away from the wave. EA for Bakugo at 2 minutes before the wave hits, Uraraka stated. Alright looks to everyone okay everyone. Remember we look out for each other and watch each other's blind spots. This isn't the first wave we've taken on. Just remember the plan and keep your heads cool and we'll make it through. Izuku said to everyone yeah. They all cheered back, ready on the mounted guns. And everyone, final checks on your armor and ammo. Izuku orders, weight armor. Kirishima said, well it would make sense, that's one thing very few zombie movie and shows don't think about. Momo said 9, yeah, if someone trying to bite or scratch you, if you're wearing something strong enough and thick enough they wouldn't be able to get through it. Melissa said 1, then wouldn't me and Kirishima be fine? Tetsu asked, yes. However the chemical made it so that when you use your quirks you experience extreme pain as your bodies are no longer able to properly adjust to that change in skin to rock or metal. Lost stated everyone waits as they see Bakugo's car getting closer and closer. Open the gate. Izuku orders they open it and Bakugo's car comes in, off the truck. Everyone. We got wounded. Get them to the med bay. Katsuki orders, Kaken get up here. And Uraraka closed the gate. Izuku yells, don't order me around. Katsuki replies while getting to the top, and Izuku throws him a fresh mag incoming wave. Far about 50 meters out. Jiro states they all then look and they see the wave, they all then look and they see the wave too. Remove Dina and text, everyone ready. They'll be range in under a minute. Izuku yells, I thought the undead were slow moving. Denki said, well, there are quite a few zombie or infected movies where they can run. Izuku said, that why they call it a wave cause of the size of the horde. Ojiro asked, that's part of it, but the real reason will be shown soon. Lost stated, fire. Izuku yells, everyone then start firing their weapons, all of them having a silencer on them. If you can't aim at the head, aim for the kneecap. Izuku orders, they're all wearing earpieces. Why the legs? That won't kill them, Kirishima asked. It's a common thing people seem to forget when dealing with the idea of a dead body. While they may still walking around and unable to feel pain, a zombie or infected still rely on their bodies being able to perform basic movement, Recovery Girl stated. Yes, meaning that if you were to shot a zombie in the kneecap they would unable to walk and thus making them more easier and less of risk to take out since they would only be able to crawl around. A very smart idea for those that aren't a very good shot. Momo adds, Kendo, Ashido ready with the oil waves about to crest. And Ashido get ready to spray acid on the wave when it crashes for as long as you can. Izuku orders Kendo and Mina get in position to pour flammable oil on the wave. The undead wave then crashes into the wall and they all start to climb over each other to get over the wall, resembling a tsunami. The undead wave then crashes into the wall and they all start to climb over each other to get over the wall, resembling a tsunami. This but much wider too. All of the theater were at the sight of seeing what looks like thousands of zombies climbing over each other to get over walls, while Ryukyu and Pixie Bob covered Eri and Koda's eyes and ears. While they really do resemble that of a wave, Denki stated, could you imagine seeing that? The fear of seeing a literal tsunami of dead bodies coming over a wall. Mina yelled, scared. With that kind of tactic, the only way you'd be able to be completely safe would be over large bodies of ocean. Yet the downside to this would be, the wave would be easily taken out by explosives since they're so closely bunched, but that wouldn't be a very good idea since the sound of the explosion would draw in more of them. Izuku muttered, that's all true, young Midoriya, but how could they be able to beat a wave that massive? All Might asked, well, what they're doing now does work, using fire and mine as acid. If they have enough they could take the wave out, but only if they have enough fuel and Mina can assert enough acid, but I doubt that due to the chemical having weakened Mina quirk, likely meaning that she can't handle producing acid as long as she used to, Izuku stated. Or maybe, putting things on the wall to make it harder to climb. Like spikes and barbed wire. It might not kill them but it'll still buy them time to take them out, Melissa said. Oh. Or maybe even put things inside the wall and have make it so that you can stick them through the wall then you need to. May added to Mirio. Ready the blades. Izuku commands over comms, roger that. Open the gaps. Mirio orders inside the wall. We see what remains of Class 3A and what look like giant cutting-like machines. Inside the wall we see what remains of Class 3A and what look like giant cutting-like machines. 6 add arms reaching through the gaps, blades forward. Mirio yells, they all push the blades through the gapes and into the wave, right. Mirio yells, right. Everyone saying pulling levers to the right making the blades spin left. Mirio yells, left. They all say pushing the levers to the left making the blades spin the other way. They continue shouting those 2 words, while on the outside we see what's happening, while 1B and the general studies classes are all shooting down onto the wave and burning it. Class 3A's blades are cutting into the wave making it drop a bit in height. Gotta thank 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲 for coming up with the idea for those blades, Izuku thought. Gotta thank 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲 for coming up with the idea for those blades. Izuku thought replace the soldiers with the students and the Tao T with the undead one, amazing. Looks like your idea really does work 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲. Melissa said, oh, those babies are even better than I thought. May yelled, such amazing planning and leadership kid. Nana said, wait, but why aren't they using their quirks? Or at least a little bit. My quirk could blast them back, Nijire asked. Well, Nijire, you just don't really understand just how much the chemical reduced the power of quirk in their universe, and the universe you, At most she can barely even produce a single spiral of energy before passing out from exhaustion. 𝗧𝗏 said. All the student continue to push back the wave until after about half an hour the wall is clear. Alright Shoji, you and your squad link up with 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗏 squad and clear out the remaining few and make it perimeter. Uraraka, I'm gonna need you and Ishido to help in getting the bodies out of the trench and disposing them. Izuku ordered. On it. They all replied going to do just that. Alright everyone, the wave's been dealt with. Anyone that wants to try and search the bodies for supplies can now just stay inside the perimeter and within sight of the gate. Izuku announces as the gates open. The student then all head out with large bags and gloves to go and search the dead bodies for anything useful. Hey, you know Izuku, you really do know how to handle things and keep everyone happy, Kendo said, going up to Izuku and giving him a kiss. So, I'm with Izuku in that universe, Kendo said, blushing, while the rest of Izuku girlfriends were a bit jealous but understood that it was a different universe. Well, you and Jiro are actually with Izuku in that universe, 𝗧𝗏 states, making Jiro blush. How long? Jiro asks. About a month before the outbreak both of you got together with him, 𝗧𝗏 said. How far are they? Mina teased Amina. Could you please not ask stuff like that? Izuku said, embarrassed. Yeah, you already know how sensitive Greenie's heart is, Mina. Jiro said. What? I want to know, Mina stated. But I'm not trying to be a leader, I'm just trying to keep us all safe, Izuku said. Yeah, and that's the number one thing a good leader wants, you dummy, Jiro said, lightly hitting Izuku on the shoulder and then kissing him on the cheek. Izuku. Melissa yelled, coming out. Yeah, Melissa? Izuku, we need some help in the med bay. Melissa said. Alright, I'm coming. Izuku replied. Well, you can keep watch while I'm gone, right? Izuku asked the two of them. I'll head out with them on the ground to watch the ones that are far away, Kendo said, heading down. Yeah, of course I'll stay up here for overwatch. Now get moving. Sounds like they really need it, Jiro said, pushing Izuku one. Okay. Also the thing with Yamomo, Izuku said, heading down the wall. Kendo already told me and her will go to her when everyone gets back in the walls, Jiro stated. With that, Izuku left and headed to the med bay, along the way going around to help some of the students that looked a bit hurt or tired. I'm here, Melissa. Oh, Miss Miruko, you're here too? Izuku asked, coming into the med bay seeing Miruko and the rest of Bakugo and Todoroki's squad. Yeah, when we were out there, ran into some thugs and they busted up my leg a bit. Just need some fix to the plating, Rumi stated. Wow, that leg looks awesome, Rumi said. Rumi, don't start thinking about, Ryuku said, but was cut off. Don't worry about that, I'm not. No way I'd willing lose my leg for a cybernetic one, Rumi said. Just what can it do? Melissa asked, along with May. Well, it allows for Miruko to be able to kick through almost any kind of material. It holds ammunitions inside the thigh. A hidden blade is located under the foot and has buzzsaws cross it, the case the dead grab her leg. Along with a bunch of other things that only you and May would think of adding, 𝗧𝗏 stated. Maybe I should start trying to make cybernetic limbs. May said. 5. Yeah, me too, I could help you if you want, May, Melissa offered. No, nope. 𝗵𝗃, you stop that. And Miss Shield, I already have enough to handle with 𝗵𝗃 here, Power Loader said, stopping the two. Well then, on the subject of location, how far did you guys make it? Izuku asks. Pretty far. If I remember, we were about 5 miles away from Shiketsu before we ran into that wave, Kirishima states. Good. We still need to see if the other hero schools are still alive ever since the Japanese government left us. Anyway, I leave you all be, Izuku said, heading over to Melissa. Wait, left them? What does young Midoriya mean? All Might asked. See, you thought. Lost, what did the Japanese government do? Nizu asked, with more and more of the theater also now wanting to know. Fine, I'll tell you. When the virus hit Japan, the Japanese government called for the complete evacuation of the Japanese islands to the Kamchatka Peninsula, 𝗧𝗏 stated. Okay, but that still doesn't explain why they're still there, Aizawa said. During the evacuation, UA and all the other hero schools were chosen to be the safeguard for the evacuation, but when it was complete, the Japanese government banned the hero school from getting on the ships, 𝗧𝗏 said, which shocked everyone. What? We helped with the evacuation. Kendo yelled. Yeah, we safeguarded the Japanese people from the dead. Kirishima yelled. It's cause the Japanese government was persuaded to think that powerful quirks were one of the reasons for the outbreak and thus believed that, since UA and the other hero schools had people known for having such powerful quirks, bring them on to the ships would be the same as bring the virus on the ship, Lost explained. That doesn't make a lick of sense whatsoever. Sure, our quirk may be strong, but there are so many people out in the world or in Japan that likely have quirks that are much more powerful than ours. 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝗧𝗏 stated, that's completely irrational way of thinking. If anything it should, them demanding for the hero schools to get on since we are the ones that would know how to fight the infected and thus protect the public. Aizawa stated, that logic wouldn't even make sense based on the chemical bombing that nullified quirks from the world governments. No one's quirk is really powerful anymore, 𝗕𝗬𝘀𝗧𝗏 said. What's happened to the Japanese government and the people now? All Might asked. From the info I have, they're currently stationed on the Kamchatka Peninsula and are planning for the military to start slowly retaking parts of Japan. Lost said, that's still irrational since they have put themselves in a great disadvantage having to rely on supplies line that long across the sea and having to perform naval invasions to carry out those missions. Aizawa stated, Roger that grin sir, Rumi said. You know not to call me that. Izuku says back a bit flustered, Izuku. Can you help me with taking off the armor plating? Melissa asked while Shoto was on the hospital bed. Yeah, of course. You doing okay, Todoroki? Izuku asks, why even? Shoto replied, nervous, glancing at his forearm. Did I or he just stutter? Shoto asked, looks like he's hiding something, Izuku said after a few seconds of them thinking what it could be. Wait. Don't tell me, is Shoto infected? Ray asks with a few tears coming out as all the other came to that conclusion as well. Yes, yeah, he got bit on the back of the wrist, Lost admits. Does that mean they're gonna? Ray said, now crying. Hey, Mom, it's okay. I'm right here, I'm okay. Shoto said, hugging his mother. What's gonna happen? Aizawa asked. Just watch. Lost stated as the two got to work removing the armored plating. Shoto was looking more and more concerned. Dang, these teeth marks go almost 2 inches deep into these plates. We might have to start using stronger material, Melissa stated. We can handle changing the material. We have the need supplies for that. Todoroki, give me your arm, Izuku said, motioning to Shoto's right arm. It being the last piece of armor he was wearing. Shoto froze of a second as he started at his arm and then back to Izuku. Todoroki. Izuku asked, not started to get concerned as he noticed some blood coming from his hand. Todoroki, you're bleeding. Take off the armor plate. We need to get the bleed under control. Melissa stated, reaching for Shoto's hand, but Shoto pulls his hand away from the sheer body language. Izuku was able to figure it out. Todoroki, don't tell me. Izuku said. Izuku then rushed and pulled off the armor plate and they all saw a very clear bit mark of the backside of his wrist. Everyone in the med bay looked at Shoto. When Miruko went over and held him down, Miruko, what are you doing? Kirishima asked, help me hold him down. He's bit, we have to cut off his hand. Rumi ordered, boo, Kirishima said, but was cut off. You want to have put a bullet in his head when he turns. Rumi said, looking Kirishima in the eye. She's right, we have to. Melissa, get me something to cut. Tsu, call Hatsum and have her prepare a new arm for Todoroki. Izuku requested, wait. Momo said as her and the rest of 1A come into the med bay. Isn't there some other way other than that? Siro asked. Yeah, couldn't we maybe freeze his arm, killing the virus from the cold? Mineta asked. That kind of assumption is ridiculous. Even if that could work, 1, it would likely also kill the flesh of the limb, and 2, for that kind of method to work you would still have to cut off the limb as to not hurt the rest of the body and then try to reattach the limb. Recovery Girl said, why are they being so defensive about that? They cut off my leg in that world for the same reason. Rumi said, well, in your case. When you were bitten, on your way back to UA your leg got stuck under part of a collapsed building while running from a small wave and they had to cut it off, or else you would have been killed, that and you weren't afraid to have that happen and demanded it even. This, however, they believe that there could be a chance to not cut it off since there isn't an immediate external danger that is forcing them to have to make the decision right then and there. Lost explains 1, they're not thinking rationally nor correctly. If this is the traditional zombie virus, the longer they take to remove the arm, the less likely it is that Todoroki will not turn even if they cut it off, Aizawa stated. How long does young Todoroki have till he turns? All Might asked. It's based on where on the bodies he's infected. On the hand it takes just under a day to turn, But they only have about 2 hours to cut it off after the bite, or else it won't matter if they cut it off, Lost said. Then when did he get bitten? At minimum with the information they would have a little over an hour, Izuku states. Well, that I don't know. Lost states, making everyone more worried and for Rei to cling even more on to her son. Guys, we have to do this. We're wasting time. The longer we wait, the lower the chance is he's not gonna turn after we cut it off, Izuku stated as Melissa came back with a hatchet. Sorry, we don't have a bone saw. This I the only other thing that could get it done quick, Melissa said, giving it to Izuku. Sign. Alright. Melissa, give him anesthetics to reduce the pain. Miss Miruko, hold him in place, and Kendo, Jiro, keep them back please. Izuku ordered. They all follow the order, with some of 1A eventually agreeing. While outside the med bay, more and more students started to hear what was going on and were yelling for Izuku to not do it. Alright, anesthetics are in, but it won't block all of it out. Tourniquet is in place, Melissa said. Okay Todoroki, know that I'm doing this to save you, not cause I want it, Izuku said. Shoto was shocked at what was happening, while he fully understood that, yes, this needed to happen or else he'd turn. It still didn't erase the fact that he was scared and he was willing to show it. I'm scared, Shoto stated. I know, but this needs to happen, or else things are gonna turn by the next day. Todoroki, now are you ready? Izuku asked one last time. Yes, do it, Shoto said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Izuku and Nijire covered Eri and Koda's eyes. I can't see this, Rei stated in her son's arms. At least they've taken every precaution to reduce the pain and the BLD loss. Even sterilize the blade, something most people especially in that situation would forget, Recovery Girl stated. Wait a sec, couldn't they use his Aries quirk to help Todoroki? Nijire asked, to which most then start to think that as well. Well, no, for two reasons. One is that the chemical made it so that Eri can only rewind a person back about few hours at most. The second is in that world they never had the chance to meet Eri since the outbreak started before the work studies began, Lost stated, which shocked everyone that was close to Eri. Is she okay? Mina asked. As of now, all I know is that she's alive and not with Overhaul anymore. Where, however, I don't know, Lost said, trying to give at least a little bit of comfort to Eri's mothers. They're still covering Eri and Koda's eyes and ears during this. I'll make the cut fast. Take deep breath, Todoroki, Izuku said as Mei came in with the cybernetic arm. After a few seconds, Izuku then hacked at Shoto's arm. It took 3 hits for Izuku to cut through the arm. Loud screams were heard throughout the halls as Melissa and some of the other students there did their best to stop the bleeding. 𝗓𝗏, start calibrating the arm to fit Shoto, Izuku said. Right away, Mei replied, coating the limb. Alright, we've stopped the bleed, he should be fine, until we can attach the cybernetic limb to him, Melissa stated, finishing bandaging up what's left of Shoto's arm. Well, now Huff, what? Shoto asks, still a bit shaken from what happened. We put you in lockdown, Izuku stated, which shocked everyone. What, why? They cut off the limb, meaning that he's not infected. Mina said, yes, that may be true. But they don't know how long Todoroki had that bite mark. They need to quarantine him to see if he'll turn. If not, Aizawa stated. Correct. They need to take every precaution to prevent an outbreak in UA. On the surface it may look unjust to lock someone up out of precautions, but it's necessary if you understand how the virus works, Recovery Girl added. What? Why? Many people yelled, disagreeing with Izuku call. We have no idea how long it's been since Todoroki was bitten, meaning that we don't know if we remove the limb in time. He needs to be quarantined until the next day to see if he turns or not. You can all visit him whenever you want, but he need to contained until the next day. He'll be give food and water during the whole thing, Izuku explained. Still, you just cut off his arm and now you want to lock him up. One student yelled, yeah, where's your heart? Another student yelled, monster. Some of the student all started to yell, angry at Izuku's action. Why are they being so mean to Deku-kun? He's just trying to keep them safe. Uraraka yelled, it's a predicament all leaders eventually will find themselves, Nizu stated, catching the students' attention. They do and order things that can and will keep the people they lead safe, but due to the people not fully understanding why the leader is doing it, will see it as unfair or unjust, and therefore the people will view you as a villain or monster in this case, Nizu said. But he or I am just trying to keep them safe and making sure an outbreak doesn't happen, Izuku said, a bit sad seeing people that he's trying to protect turn against him. You're correct, problem child, but still, this is what it means to be a leader. Making tough decisions and taking the responsibility. Remember that all of you, being a leader over a community and/or nation isn't the same as being a leader in a battle. Aizawa said, "Yes, sir." They all replied, "Shut it. All of you." Rumi and Katsuki, who had woken up in the other bed, said, "He's right. You want an outbreak to happen here." Rumi said, making the student back off a bit, "It's not like Deku wants to do this, you know. He's doing this for all of you. To keep you all safe. Get that through, you thick skulls." Katsuki yelled, to which the student all started to back off. Everyone was stunned hearing this. Hearing Katsuki Bakugo defend Izu, holy Siu, he just defended Zuzu. Mina said, looking like the world was ending, "Teach like hell I'd actually defend him." Katsuki said, though he couldn't argue that world's Izuku was in the right. Well, I sure as hell would. They're all just blind and don't understand. Rumi stated, "But I look like a dictatorial tyrant," Izuku stated, which surprised quite a few people too. What do you mean, Izuku? That's impossible. You're the kind to be like that." Inko said, "Yeah, you always care about what your action will do to other people before doing, always think about other before yourself, the exact opposite mindset of a dictator." Momo added, "Why, but that me is having Kaken and Aunt Rumi scare them into accepting my decision. The exact action of a tyrant and dictator, ruling through fear and scaring people into obeying my command." Izuku said, "But that still doesn't make you or him a tyrant. He's not making them do it, nor is he telling Bakugo or Miruko to scare them. Those two are just doing that on their own." Kendo said, "Papa isn't mean or uncaring. Papa's is always so kind." Eri said, "But in the end that's how others can perceive that me's actions, since he's the leader or they see him as the leader." Izuku states, "Yes, but that just it's how others perceive it, not how everyone does, and besides, you are 100% in the right for that situation. You're not a tyrant nor dictator in that universe, mainly based on his reason. If he/you were a tyrant, his reason for doing that would be to protect his own life, yet your reason was to protect all the students in UA. Trust me, me and the other guiders have had to live lives as brutal dictators, tyrants, and even corrupt kings, unfortunately, and I know from experience that you is not a dictator." Lost said, "All of you stop. Midoriya's right. We need to take this precaution. We can't take risks in this world." Shoto stated, agreeing with Izuku, "Are you sure, Todoroki? I don't want you to feel like I'm forcing you." Izu asked, "No, I understand. If I was in your position I'd do the same thing now. Help me to the quarantine room." Shoto asked, slowly getting up. Izuku and parts of 1A helped Shoto over to the confined room. While on the way they could hear all the small whispers from the students, calling Izuku a monster or heartless or unjust. Once there they put Shoto in the room and sealed it. "All right, Todoroki, you're gonna be in here till the next day, as I said before. You will be given plenty of food and water, and people are free to come visit you anytime." Izuku stated, "Well, why do I still not have the cybernetic arm?" Shoto asked, "It's another precaution 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gave. In the case that you turn, we don't want you to have that limb, since with it, you could easily destroy all of UA with its power." Izuku explained, "Okay, I can see why that's the reason." Shoto said, "Well, is there anything you want?" Izuku asked, "No, I'm fine. This won't be so bad. We've all been through worse than being confined to a room for a day." Shoto replied, "All right, if you need anything, your earpiece still works, so you can ask for people to come by if you want." Izuku said. The two of them then said bye as Izuku left to head by to his room. "Hey, will Shoto?" Ray asked, no being able to finish. "Don't worry, he'll make it through to the next day, Mrs. Todoroki," Lost stated, which calmed down Ray. "See, Izuku, the way you're talking with Todoroki proves you're not a tyrant. You're actually asking if he's okay and understands what's going on." Nijire said, I guess. But still, what about everyone else after what Kaken and Aunt Rumi did?" Izuku asked, "Don't worry about. There will always be people that will disagree with actions. Over time they will understand." Ryukyu said, "Yeah, and besides, I assume they all should know how I act from how long I've been there in that universe, so should be used to how I act." Rumi added, "We see Izuku in his chair looking out the window thinking about how the students reacted with his action when Kendo came in." "Izuku, are you okay? I heard what happened," Kendo asked, coming over to him. I don't know, Kendo. The students, my friends, they're scared of me. I can see it. I just want to keep them safe." Izuku said, "You're our leader, but you're still human. You did the right thing to protect them." "Kendo, that's just it, Kendo. I didn't want to be a leader. And I still do. I tell them all time and time again that if they don't think I should have this kind of authority to say it, and I have suggested other to take my place. 𝗧𝗪's a better organizer than I am, 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲 is more forward-thinking than me, 𝗕𝗫𝗁𝗁𝗍 is more calm than me, and Izuku stated but was cut off with Kendo kissing him. Izuku, that there is the key reason why we want you as our leader. You're kind, compassionate and considerate of all of us. You do all you can to help all of us, never making exceptions to what you do and always ask for others to act as a check to your position as leader. All of those ventures are the reason why we want you to be our leader, because we know that you won't abuse that position. And it's one of the main reason why I love you. And I know Kyoka would say the same thing. Kendo stated, hugging him. Nice job, Kendo. Being able to console Aizu. Momo said, still a bit jealous but still glad that Universe Izuku had someone that could comfort him. Yes, and Midoriya, your claim about me is not correct. You are a much better organizer than I am. You were able to properly position out the 3 classes to defend against the wave. 𝗧𝗪 stated, doing the robot. Yeah, he's right. Midoriya, and while I may be more calm than you, you're a lot better at strategizing and giving orders when necessary. Shoto stated, indeed, and Aizu, I don't really understand why you think I'm a better forward thinker. During the combat training with All Might, you were able to outsmart Bakugo and remember what the goal of the exercise was. Momo said, it's cause I heard how you were able to pass the first part of the licensing exam. You outsmart a girl with a IQ-related quirk. Izuku stated, red, since Momo was laying her head on his shoulder. That is true, Greenie, but Momo told us that it was from the words you said when you guys were going to save Bakugo that allowed her to be able to make that plan to beat Inu. Jiro stated, this surprised Izuku that the person that was the top of their class was inspired to make a plan from his words, since he thought that it would be the other way around. Sign, you always know what to say to cheer me up. Izuku said, going up to the window. Well, I am your girlfriend. Kendo said, following. Hey, you ever think things will change? Like, you think one day we'll beat back the dead and put things back together? Izuku asked, seeing the destruction humanity had done to themselves in its attempt to contain the dead one. I don't know, Izuku, maybe we will one day, but what I do know is that the things that we've done, the things that we've achieved thanks to you, our lives, our stories here, will be remembered when that day comes. Kendo said, hugging his arm. Yeah, guess you're right, then let make those memories a good one for them. Izuku said as the two held each other, looking out into the remains of the city. And that's it, everyone. Lost, said most of the students, and some of the pros were clapping at the end. That was so nice, and a good breather from the other things we've seen Midobro go through. Kirishima stated, yes, and it really showed how much of a great leader Midoriya can be. 𝗧𝗪 said, doing well. This replace Bowser with 𝗧𝗪 4 replace Bowser with 𝗧𝗪. That universe just proves more and more how much you deserve to be a hero, Izuku. Nana stated, along with All Might. So I take it you all like that universe? Lost asked. Why, yes, Lost. Compared to the previous ones that we've seen, this one, while their universe itself is much more damaged than the others. It was nice seeing young Midoriya like this, Nizu stated, with the UA staff and heroes all agreeing. Well, then I'll go and find another universe for you all. In the meantime, here snaps fingers and a door appears. All of you head in. Behind that door is a 5-star buffet-style restaurant. You all seem hungry. Lost stated as the door opened. With that, all of them went in through the door to enjoy a meal with each other and for Izuku's recent family members to grow closer to Izuku. Alright, I think this one, while dark, should be a good one to show them. Should I leave Eri and Kota to see it though? Lost said to himself, getting the universe ready to show you when they return. Hey Lost, Shadow said through a portal. Yeah, what is it? Lost replied, the 3 of us found another one of those universes and we're wondering if you want to help us out. We know you're the one that takes these universe the most personal. Shadow asked. I don't think I should. While I would love to destroy that universe, I need to stay here. Lost stated, containing his bloodlust and longing to want to take part in destroying that universe. And just what kind of universe do you want to take out, Lost? Nizu asked. Suddenly the two of them looked back and saw the vast majority of the theater now filled back up with the students, the UA staff and the pro heroes. Oh, my apologizes for not knowing you've all returned. For what you just heard, you all really don't want to know, Lost stated as Shadow closed the portal. No, Lost, we've been asking you questions about yourself, and each time you've stated that same thing. While you know almost everything about each of us, I think it's fair that you Answer us this one question, 𝗵𝗂 said with some of the UA staff agreeing. I don't know, 𝗧𝗏 said, but after some thought, he agreed. If I keep playing it off I'll have to tell the whole theater. Doing it now with the one that wanna know will stop that from happening, 𝗧𝗏 thought. Fine, I'll tell you, but only you and the UA staff since you're the only ones that wanna know, 𝗧𝗏 said. Fair enough, 𝗵𝗂 said. Alright, I'll tell you and then snap some images into your head so you understand, but be ready for what you're about to see will be intense. 𝗧𝗏 said, a bit nervous. 𝗵𝗂 and the UA staff that wanted to know came close to listen so only they could hear him. The type of universe that me and the other guiders try to destroy are universes where anything related to RPE and sexuality/abuse is widespread or even government-sponsored. 𝗧𝗏 stated, which shocked all of the heroes hearing that universes like that even exist. 𝗧𝗏 then raised his hand and snapped his fingers and instantly the UA staff all saw images of the things 𝗧𝗏 and the other guiders have seen taking out those kind of universes. If anyone knows what 𝗬𝗁𝗎 is or what dropout is, then those are good examples of the images the UA staff saw and the kind of universes the guiders try to destroy. And if you don't know what it is, I don't recommend you find out unless you want to be scared for life. Like how I was when a friend of mine recommended I search up what those were, and I did like a idiot. 30 all of the UA staff that had now seen this were frozen with Midnight looking like she was about to cry, while as for everyone else that was there, seeing that whatever the UA staff saw made them react that way was more than enough to prevent the rest of the theater from wanting to know what they saw. You guys okay? This is why I didn't want to tell you, 𝗧𝗏 stated. Yes, give us some time, dear. Midnight blurted out, horrified that dimensions and universes like that exist. I like to ask, what do you really mean by destroy? 𝗵𝗂 asked, I mean that we take out whatever person or existing power that is causing/making that happen to them, remove them and then help rebuild the universe and save the people/women that were affected by changing their universe's ending, 𝗧𝗏 explained. You can do that. All Might asked, it's not that we can literally, it's more like we can cause the universe to go off its ending, so that we can then come in and change things. Since 𝗧𝗏 explained, short explanation, since the guiders can't interfere in a universe unless it goes through an event that changes its set ending. If they find a universe and they don't agree with the ending it has, the guiders can set up their own event in the universe that will cause the universe's ending to change, and with that, they can interfere with the universe and change the ending without the universe disappearing. For after about 10 minutes had passed, the UA staff were calmed down enough to start to act normal again. You sure you all are okay? 𝗧𝗏 asked again. Yes, we're doing okay now. I thank you for telling us, and at the same time, I apologize to you all for having you to see all that, 𝗵𝗂 said to the UA staff. I've seen a lot from what happened to me as a lab rat, but I never saw that. 𝗵𝗂 thought. Well, if you all are sure, I have the next universe ready for you all to see, 𝗧𝗏 stated. Then can we have some info? Aizawa asked. He didn't see or hear what the rest of the UA staff saw and heard. Well, there are quite a few changes compared to your universe. First is the quirks in their world are just known as mutations, and those with mutant abilities are treated almost as their own species, 𝗧𝗏 stated. Own species. Why, sure, they have power, but they're still human, Izuku asked. Yeah, and aren't most of the people in the world mutants in their terms? Melissa added, well, that's your universe. In this universe, mutants have been around as far back as the time of ancient Egypt but weren't discovered by the world as real until the mid-1960s. And Melissa, in this universe, only about 0.4% of the world population are mutants or have the mutant X gene that makes them mutants, 𝗧𝗏 explained. Only 4%. So about 30 million people have quirks or are mutants, Momo stated, but wouldn't that mean they would be treated like almost gods? Denki asked. Yeah, the amount of things that someone can do with a mutant ability would be amazing. Kirishima stated, agreeing. True, but you're forgetting that in the beginning in your world, when quirk came, people were scared and wanted those with quirks to be removed, 𝗧𝗏 said. Yes, in the beginning, the world didn't know how to respond to the appearance of quirks, All Might added, but still, the potential of what they can do would outweigh that, wouldn't it? Denki asked. Yes, but at the same time the potential power can also be seen as a threat to already established power such as government, 𝗧𝗏 said. So just what are we going to see? Izuku asked. This, while extreme, will show a possibility of just how the world could have reacted to the appearance of quirks, 𝗧𝗏 said, starting the screen. As the screen starts, what is shown is New York City destroyed with hovercraft-like objects patrolling the city. That's New York City. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 said, shocked seeing an American city completely destroyed. That's New York City. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 said, shocked seeing an American city completely destroyed. What happened? Izuku asked, concerned seeing this world look that destroyed and dark. Just keep watching. All I'll say is this all was out of fear, 𝗧𝗏 stated, which confused some of the students. The future, a dark, dislocated world, Izuku narrated as the screen zoomed into what looked like a concentration camp, a world of war suffering, loss on both sides, mutants and the humans that dared to help them. Izuku narrated as Koda was seen among a huge crowd of people in the camp with him burned onto the side of his face. 𝗘𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗁 Mandalay said, going to hug him. What are they doing? He's just a kid. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 stated, this one of the millions of concentration camps across their world. The purpose? To exterminate any and all mutants and to punish any human that would dare try to help the mutants. 𝗧𝗏 explained, why? Why would people do this to each other? Mutant are still human beings. Izuku said, not to them they are, bud. 𝗧𝗏 stated, why does Koda have an M branded on his face? Ragdoll asked, likely it's cause, as Izuku stated, there are humans in the camp there as well alongside the mutant, so they need to know mutant from human. Branding a mark on mutants would be a easiest way. Nizu said, touching his own scar over his eye, fighting an enemy we cannot defeat. Izuku said, the screen then shows a truck driving past what looked like a massive burial ground with a whole tube full of fresh bodies now being dumped into the yard. Most of the students vomited seeing this. With the 𝗕𝗶𝗍𝗵𝗃𝗍 coving Eri and Koda's eyes, why? Just what's the reason for doing this to themselves? Izuku asked again. Simple, just one word can explain this fear. 𝗧𝗏 stated, fear. Fear from what? Rumi yelled, fear of losing power, fear of being challenged, fear of feeling weak. 𝗧𝗏 stated, a selfish, short-sighted and greed-filled reason. Aizawa stated, that's ridiculous. Committing and justifying basically mass genocide out of superstitious fear. Melissa stated, well, you'd be surprised the amount of wars that happened from those reasons before quirks. Izuku stated, are we destined down this path? Destined to destroy ourselves like so many species before us? Izuku asked while on screen was shown a person searching through the remains of withered bodies and finding a symbol in the ground of an X, but when he found it, a faint glimmer of orange light started to come off him from behind. As he looked behind him, he was frozen with fear as the glow became stronger and stronger until the screen cut off. What happened to him? 𝗕𝗵𝗃 yelled, concerned, I think you know what happened to him. I'm moving forward. 𝗧𝗏 stated, what's 𝗓𝗔𝗂, or mutations? Izuku asked, well, I don't fully remember all of your mutations, but, Izuku, your mutation is, you have likely the most powerful mutation of telepathy. You can read minds, see what others see, feel their emotions and even control their bodies and conscious. 𝗧𝗏 explained, for this made Izuku then started to mutter his head off with the potential things he could do with a power like that until his girlfriend stopped him. We now seeing barren and deserted city and capital of Russia, Moscow, with two hovering like carriers in the sky patrolling the city. We now seeing barren and deserted city and capital of Russia, Moscow, with two hovering like carriers in the sky patrolling the city. Then we see one of the carriers open up and drop three strange human-like robots into the city. What are those things? May asked, both scared but intrigued on what those were. They're known as sentinels. They're what humanity built in order to exterminate mutants, 𝗧𝗏 stated. How? With just how many kind of mutations there could be, just how can a single machine be able to counter all of them? Melissa asked. 𝗧𝗏 stated, we then see Monoma sensed that the sentinels had landed. They're here. Monoma stated to Kendo then threw a purple-like energy that opened a portal to the rest of the team. Time up. Kendo said, sentinels. Monoma added, the team then all got up and actives their power with an older Eri also being there as well. What is Eri doing there? Nijire yelled, now very worried for her little snowball. Yeah, why is she there? Momo added, it's due to her mutation, 𝗧𝗏 said, which is. Aizawa asked, I can't really explain it that well actually, 𝗧𝗏 admitted. Wait, so what are our mutations? Mine's the ability to open portals and Monoma's is enhanced senses. Kendo asked, yeah, as for the others, 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 has the same ability. 𝗕𝗁𝗧 can absorb energy into his body, and thanks to a weapon 𝗧𝗂𝗁𝗃 fire is back in a concerted shot, and 𝗬𝗧𝗃 has a fire-based mutation. Lost explained, where are we? Uraraka asked, well, most of 1A are dead, either that or are being experimented on. Lost stated, which scared the class. Experimented. What? Izuku asked, to increase the power the sentinels have. Lost replied, 𝗬𝗧𝗃. 𝗕𝗁𝗧 said, opening his hand. 𝗬𝗧𝗃 then blasted out some fire into 𝗕𝗁𝗧's hand, and they saw red-like energy go through his body into the weapon in his other hand. Then him and 𝗬𝗃 then ran, with 𝗬𝗃 being able to have herself and 𝗕𝗁𝗧's phase through objects one. As they left, the remaining four readied their abilities, with 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 turning to metal and 𝗬𝗧𝗃's body turning to fire. As they waited, they all saw the sentinels drill through the ceiling until they landed in front of them. The second they saw them, 𝗬𝗧𝗃 shot out a powerful blast of fire at the sentinel. The second they saw them, 𝗬𝗧𝗃 shot out a powerful blast of fire at the sentinel too. Whoa, that's one powerful burst of fire, Kendo stated, but how long can he keep it up? Shoto asked, in their world, mutants don't really have much of a drawback to their power other than slight fatigue. Lost stated, so he won't like overheat or things like that. Izuku asked, more or less yes, he won't. The X gene alters their bodies so that their mutation doesn't really have a negative drawback on their bodies, so they don't need to really worry about hurting themselves with their abilities. They just need to understand how it works, and that's about it. Lost replied, while behind 𝗬𝗧𝗃, 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 was facing another sentinel. The two charged at each other, with the sentinel beating him to the punch and knocking him to the ground. Kendo then opened a portal for Minona, who jumped through it and landed on the sentinel's back, allowing for 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 to regain his footing and bash the sentinel to the ground. Excellent teamwork, you three, Vlad King praised. Yeah, but what can Minona really do? Mutation isn't combat related, 𝗬𝗧𝗃 stated. Can't you see what I just did? Minona stated. Is there any way to take them out? Melissa asked. The only real way is to fully destroy its body, which is easier said than done. Lost said back, with 𝗬𝗃 and 𝗕𝗁𝗧. While running, a sentinel dropped in front of them. 𝗕𝗁𝗧 immediately shot at it, which knocked it back, and the side of its chest was busted open, but overall it didn't do a thing to it. Right when it was about to attack them, a portal opened to their side and Minoma jumped through it and into the sentinel, distracting it. Kendo then opening another portal that 𝗬𝗃 and 𝗕𝗁𝗧 ran through. As the sentinel threw Minona to the side and changed its hand into a large blade, Kendo then jumps back through the portal and on the other side saw Natsuo. Who's that? Most of the students asked. It's my older brother, Natsuo. Shoto answered. Why is he there? Rei asked, worried for her son. Well, first off, in this universe him and Shoto aren't related, and he's there after being rescued by Izuku. Lost answered. Just what is their plan? From how they're acting, it seems to be heavily based on Eri. Ryukyu asked. Again, it's cause of her mutation. Lost restated. Kendo then opening another portal and Natsuo jumped through it and using his ice slide past Eri and 𝗕𝗁𝗧. Once he got close to the sentinel, his whole body then turned to ice as he then encased the sentinel in ice. Back with 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧, he was being thrown around by the sentinel but overall not hurt since his body was steel. 6 Back with 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧, he was being thrown around by the sentinel but overall not hurt since his body was steel. He threw a punch at the sentinel which caught as it twisted his arm. Then the sentinel's body started to change, and within a few seconds the sentinel's body, like 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧, was now steel, with 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 looking in H and in fear. 3. Did it just copy my mutation? 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 asked. If it did, how? It's a machine, and no machine can suddenly alter its entire body like that. Least not with the tech we have now, Melissa stated back with 𝗬𝗧𝗃, who was still blasting fire at his sentinel. It changed its body at that of ice, allowing it to better withstand 𝗬𝗧𝗃's heat. While as for Natsuo, the sentinel changed its body at fire and slowly start to melt the ice around it, so they can alter their bodies to counter any mutation they go up against. Izuku stated. Yeah, more or less you're correct. Lost stated. But how? The only way for something like that to happen would be to find a mutation that could do similar things. Mei stated. Well, that's exactly what they did. They found someone with a mutation just like that and used them to help build these machines. Lost said. And who is it? Nizu asked, now wondering if their universe's government could be doing something similar and therefore had to know what kind of quirk he needs to look for and protect. You'll see soon, but you're gonna be surprised who it is. Lost stated. One 𝗬𝗧𝗃 was then grabbed by the sentinel and was being choked to death as his fire started to go out. While Natsuo was grabbed by his sentinel and held in the air by the neck with Eri and 𝗕𝗓𝗓, they phased through what appeared to be a bank vault door. 𝗕𝗓𝗓 laid on a table as Eri went behind him, and blue-like beams came out of her hands into 𝗕𝗓𝗓 head with Eri and 𝗕𝗓𝗓. They phased through what appeared to be a bank vault door. 𝗕𝗓𝗓 laid on a table as Eri went behind him, and blue-like beams came out of her hands into 𝗕𝗓𝗓 head. What gonna happen to Natsuo? Rei yelled, worried like any parent would be seeing her kid get grabbed like that. Yeah, and what about me in a ways? Are we gonna be okay? 𝗧𝗧𝗧 asked. Technically yes, you're all gonna be fine. Lost stated, a bit confused on how to respond. They're gonna see them die and then see the timeline change, so I don't really know what to say. Lost thought, what do you mean technically? All Might asked. You'll understand is a bit. Lost stated, what am I doing? Eri asked, seeing her older self doing that. Yeah, just what kind of mutation does Eri have in their universe other than walking through objects like Mirio? Nijire asked, still protectively holding on to Eri. It's a little hard to explain. Best I can put it is she can transfer a person consciousness. Lost stated, transfer consciousness. To who? Izuku asked. That's just it. I don't really know how to explain that. Lost stated, lying, not wanting to spoil too much. Getting back to 𝗧𝗧𝗧, the sentinel raised its free arm up and punched 𝗧𝗧𝗧 to the ground, and then punched 𝗧𝗧𝗧 head so hard that it dented in 𝗧𝗧𝗧's skull, killing him, with Aizawa in the back motionless. As for Natsuo, he was being choked by the sentinel, until the sentinel raised up its temperature and tightened its grip, causing Natsuo's head to split off of his body. As for Natsuo, he was being choked by the sentinel, until the sentinel raised up its temperature and tightened its grip, causing Natsuo's head to split off of his body. Rei passed out, seeing his son be killed and having his head stomped into pieces, while the students all vomited seeing their classmates be killed. Though you said we'd be okay. Kendo said, with all of the theater now wanting an explanation. That's why I said technically you'll be okay. Just keep watching and you'll understand. Lost said, trying to calm them all down. How is it technically? We just died. 𝗧𝗧𝗧 yelled. Lost just motioned them to keep looking at the screen. The sentinel moved towards the vault door when Minona came through a portal behind it to try and slow it down. The sentinel threw Minona over its shoulder and went to go stab him when Kendo opened a portal in front of the sentinel, making it go through and missing Minona. However, right before the two portal fully closed, the sentinel was able to jab its arm through the portal and piercing Kendo through the gut, cutting of its arm in the process. However, right before the two portal fully closed, the sentinel was able to jab its arm through the portal and piercing Kendo through the gut, cutting of its arm in the process. Kendo. Minona yelled, holding on Kendo as she died. Minona then looked to the sentinel as the other two sentinels came in as well, scared but determined to face the impossible odds to buy time. Kendo nearly passed out seeing herself die, not passing out thanks to Izuku comforting her, while Minona was frozen seeing himself basically as a dead man walking. Minona grabbed his knife and jumped at the sentinel, whose face opened up and a powerful blast of heat hit Minona in the chest, killing him. Once done, the sentinel reactivated its fire and melted through the vault door. It locked eyes with Eri as its face opened up, and again, "Too late, you dumb machines," Eri stated. One, the sentinel then blasted its beam at Eri, but just when it was about to hit her, they, including the sentinels, disappeared and the whole location changed as if they were never there in the first place. What just happened? Nana asked out along with all the pros. Is this cause of Eri's mutation? Izuku asked, with a few of Izuku's family coming to that conclusion. Yeah, it would make sense, since all they did was buy time for Eri to use her mutation, Aizawa said, so her mutation lets her control time. Rei asked, still a bit shaken seeing Natsuo be killed. Not necessarily, it's hard to fully explain, you'll have to wait to know it. Lost stated, then what is shown is red and blue people, with the blue beating or pointing weapons at the red, the blue shouting at the red to stay down or shouting at them, calling them monsters and other negative terms, with the red all begging to be left alone, that they didn't do anything wrong, all the while with the screams of fear, pain and anxiety being heard above it all from the red. So few of us left, Izuku stated as a blue holographic-like object was seen around his head. Professor Uraraka asked, "I've found them," Izuku said as the screen panned out and what was shown was a massive transport-like plane moving to the location. Izuku imputed, "Oh no, Zuzu. Your hair." Mina stated playfully, seeing Izuku without any hair, the most iconic thing about him. Gone. Toru added, Looks like he's about 50 or 60. Momo stated, wonder if that's how I'll look when I'm older. Izuku thought while trying to hide his blush, what was that we just saw? Mei asked, it's called 𝗬𝗏. It's a device built for Izuku that basically connects his mind to all the people on the whole planet. Lost stated, what can he do to them then? Ryukyu asked, find their location, feeling their emotions, control their minds and even kill people too? Lost stated, scaring everyone with that last one. What? No way would I do that. Izuku yelled, yeah. Deku-kun wouldn't kill. Uraraka stated along with his girlfriends, did they forget they saw a version of Izuku kill? Lost thought too, what's with the people being blue and red? Rumi asked, it's to distinguish mutant from human, red is mutant and blue is human, Lost explained. So, mutants really are treated like their own species, Rumi stated. We then see a part of the Great Wall of China with a few sentinel along the wall patrolling the wall. With the jet in the background flying past them, the jet then turns towards a mountain that from a closer look is actually a shrine, and in it all of the people that were seen to have died where they're alive and well once it lands. Uraraka comes out with white hair and he eyes fully white and then change back to normal. Then after, Todoroki come down, lighting a cigar. One next is Izuku, who is a wheelchair or a hover chair since there weren't any wheels. The last person was Katsuki, looking just as old as Izuku coming down from the jet. So we're still alive, Kendo said relieved, what's with my hair and eyes? Uraraka asked, it's from your mutation, you have the ability to create and control thunderstorms, Lost stated too. Wow, that's one powerful mutation, Ochako Mina stated, what about me? Shoto asked, hold on, Todoroki, you shouldn't be smoking. That's bad for your health and doesn't set a good example for the next generation. Hilda stated, being robbed the robot with his arms. Calm down, please Hilda. That isn't this world, Shoto, and besides I know that Shoto would never smoke, Rei stated. Yeah, she's right, Hilda. But anyway, Shoto, your ability is quite powerful. You have hyper regeneration, your entire skeleton is coated in what's known as adamantium, one of the most strongest metals in their universe, and you have 3 claw-like bones that are located in between your knuckles on each hand. Lost explained. 6. Wait, you said his skeleton is coated in a metal. Meaning that someone put it there? Rei asked, now worried. Yes. However, how and who it was isn't important right now, just know that it doesn't negatively affect him thanks to his healing factor, Lost stated. 5. Why is my baby in a wheelchair? Inko asked, holding on to her son, its cause in their world, Katsuki, who has the power to create magnetic fields and therefore can manipulate most forms of metal. When he was being shot at one time, when he was defending himself, one of the bullets bounced and hit Izuku in the spine, paralyzing him from the waist down, Lost explained. So even in other universes that kid hurts my greenie, huh? Rumi stated, giving off a scary aura. Whoa, hold on Rumi, while yes you're not wrong about that, it seems like that was a total accident, Ryukyu said, trying to calm Rumi down while Shita was angry towards Katsuki. She was calm enough to remember that this was a different universe. Then there's the group head into the shrine and are met with the others. Professor, you made it, Natsuo said as Minona came down from the roof. Natsuo, glad you're still in one piece, Uraraka said as the two hugged. Hey kid. Shoto said, Professor. Eri said, coming out from the temple as her and Izuku smile at each other. I'm younger than Natsuo though. Shoto stated, not in that universe, hon. Rei said, why are they all calling me Professor? Izuku asked, it's cause, long before the war, you were the principal/professor of your own school and they all attended you school, Lost explained. Was it just a normal school or? Nijire asked, overall yes it was normal, it's just their mutants and human could freely interact with each other and mutant would go there to learn how to use their mutant abilities. That and underneath the school was a massive laboratory that originally housed 𝗬𝗏, Lost explained, along with a lot of other things. Lost thought, one, kind of like you, teaching the young mutant how to properly and safely use their mutant abilities, just like how we UA teach and train students to become heroes, Nisa stated, but aren't they violating law by using their abilities? Hilda stated. 6. Laws like that didn't exist since. At that time the world was still in the stage of trying to figure out how to deal with the mutants. Lost said. We then cut to the inside of the temple. Whenever the sentinels attack, Minona spots them. Then I send Shishida back to warn us of the attack before it happens. Kendo then scouts out the next site and then we leave before they ever knew we were there. Eri explains to them, "'Cause we never were 𝗵𝗃𝗲, so we were right. Eri has the power to send someone back in time." 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 said, "Yes, so lost. Why is it so hard for you to explain?" Izuku asked, "Well, it's 'cause you all are correct. But that's not the full picture of how her ability actually works," Lost stated, making them more confused. "What do you mean you were never there?" Shoto asks. She projects 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝗧𝗏 back in time a few days to warn the others of the coming attack, Izuku states. "So she sends 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝗧𝗏 back in time," Shoto states. "No, not exactly. She just sends his consciousness into his younger self, his younger body," Izuku clarifies. "Wow," Shoto said. "So that's what you meant, Lost?" Aizawa said, to which Lost nodded. "Interesting, so Eri can send a person conscious mind back into a younger version of themselves with the knowledge of the future, and I assume when she wakes him up, that timeline vanishes and a new one is written with the information that was given to their younger selves," Izuku analyzed. "But wouldn't that mean the timeline of them dying still would exist?" Nizu asked. "Well, both yes and no. In some universes you're 100% correct, while in other like this you're semi-correct. In this universe the timeline of them dying only exists as a memory, only the one Eri sends back will remember," Lost states. "Then that would mean that 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝗧𝗏 has seen us die over and over again." Kendo asked, to which Lost just slowly nodded. "This might just work." Izuku, Katsuki said. "What might work?" Eri asked. "The Sentinel program was originally Dr. Kurosaki Hisaki. In the early 70s he was one of the world-leading weapons designers. But covertly he had begun experimenting on mutants, using their gifts to fuel his research," Izuku stated while he was talking. The screen showed Kurosaki looking over pictures of his test subjects, all of whom were students of Class 1A. Everyone in the theater were disturbed by the sight of those pictures. Seeing young kids, their students and their bodies being used at guinea pigs to fuel research, this is completely messed up. How did no one ever find out about what he was doing? Momo yelled. "Simple, it's 'cause mutants in their minds aren't human and therefore don't have and don't deserve the protection the law gives to humans," Lost explains. "What about the basic rights of freedom and the right to live?" Izuku stated. "They're not humans in their minds and therefore don't deserve any rights whatsoever, and any form of basic rights do not apply to them," Lost restated. "Still, that doesn't give them the right to perform these actions on them," Nana states. "That's true, but on a social standpoint, not so much. Imagine if you were in a world where superpower don't exist and then suddenly someone started to make something float. It would scare people since they don't know what's going on and believe the most negative thing about that person," Lost explained. "What Lost says is true. Look at the Salem witch trials. People being hung or burned at the stake from doing new things that were never seen by others and therefore weren't understood by others and therefore feared by others. So while they may not actually have the right to do this, they believed they do since they think by doing this it will protect us and hurt them." Nizu added. "The classic us versus them mentality," Izuku thought hearing this one. "There was one mutant that had discovered what he was doing," Izuku stated. "A mutant with the ability to transform herself into anyone." Katsuki finished. The screen then showed Himiko Toga searching through documents and transform into a government official. Toga. Everyone yelled, seeing that Himiko Toga was the one that had found what he was doing. "But she's a villain," Hilda stated. "In your universe she is. You forget that this is a different universe," Lost said. "She has the same ability as our worlds does, but she doesn't need to drink people blood and is much more powerful," Izuku stated. "How do me and Deku know her?" Katsuki asked. "Well, Toga and Izuku in their world met when they were kids and grew up together instead of you and Izuku growing up together," Lost stated. "So, my nephew can even change the heart of a villain," Ryukyu said, a bit unsure of how to respond to knowing that world's Izuku grew up with a villain. "I wonder if I could do something similar with my world's Toga." Izuku thought. Mystique, Tetsuya said. "I knew her as Himiko. We met when we're children, grew up together. She was like a sister to me. I tried to help her but only succeed in driving her away. She hunted 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 across the world, and at the Paris Peace Accord in 1973 after the Vietnam War she found 𝗧𝗧𝗏 and killed him," Izuku explained while he was speaking. The screen showed what Izuku was saying and how Himiko came face to face with 𝗧𝗧𝗏 and then put a bullet in his head. Eri and Koda had their eyes and ears covered, but wouldn't that be a good thing in some ways? It would stop he from capturing and experimenting on more mutants. Minato asked, in some ways, yes, you're correct, Minato, but think about it. The world isn't aware of the things he did or was doing. The world is still trying to figure out what to do with mutants, on top of the fact that this is during the Cold War era and now one of their top weapons designers is killed by a mutant from reasons that they don't know about and likely will never believe, Aizawa stated. Yeah, likely this action will only backfire, Izuku added. It was the first time she'd kill, Izuku said. It wasn't her last, Shoto added. But killing 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 did not have the outcome she expected. It only persuaded the government to believe that they needed his program, Izuku said. We then see a man from underneath the table shot 𝗵𝗃𝗁 with a taser and confine her. They captured her that day, tortured her, experimented on her. In her DNA they discovered the secrets to her transformative power. It gave them the key they needed to create weapons that could adapt to any mutant power, and in less than 50 years, the machines that have shoved our kind to brink of extinction were created, Izuku stated. Taking action without knowing the full story? Classic way to create conflict, Aizawa said. Wait then, if all that's needed to make those kind of weapons in their world, then they can be created in ours as well. Nana stated, which scared everyone at the thought of a government making those sentinels. Lost, I must ask, have or is there governments in our world that are working on these kind of weapons? Nizu asked. No, none of them are, since your world 80% of the whole population have quirks, meaning that most people in government have quirks, and people don't view people with quirks as a different species since the majority of humanity has a quirk, Lost stated too. So it's cause the majority of people have quirks, the reason our government haven't made these machines. Izuku asked, in a way yes, since if they would do the same thing as this universe did, it would mean having to kill of 80% of the entire human population, including most governments, Lost stated. So the size of the quirk population was one of reason why our world isn't at war with those with quirk. Nizu thought one, but what's the point of telling them all this? Denki asked. Yeah, even if Eri has a time-related ability, there's no way they could or should be able to alter time on large of a scale, Aizawa added. But it all began that day in 1973, the day she first killed, the day she truly became Mystique, Izuku said. You want to go back there, Eri said, putting the pieces together. If I can get to her, stop the assassination, keep her out of their hands, then we can stop the Sentinels from ever being created, Izuku said, and end the war, before it even begins, Katsuki said. I could send someone back a couple weeks, maybe a month, and they'd still be safe, but you talking about going back decades. You have the most powerful mind in the world, Professor, but the brain can only stretch so far before it snaps, Eri explains. So can she or can she not actually do it? Kirishima asked. It's not that she herself can't send some back that far, it's just the normal person would die before ever making the journey, Lost clarifies. Hold on, the couldn't that me do it cause of his healing factor? Shoto asked. You're good. Yes, and that's exactly what they do in fact, Lost replies. Wait, but if Bakugo can control metal, can't he destroy the Sentinel? Denki asked, not realizing the Sentinels aren't made out of metal. One, dumbass, if he could they would have won war. It should go without saying that the Sentinels aren't made out of metal. Jiro scolded. What about Midoriya? Couldn't he crush them with his mind? Minato asked. That me is telepathic, not telekinetic, Izuku stated. It would tear you apart. No one could survive that kind of trip, Eri stated. What if someone's mind has a way of snapping back? Shoto asked, catching everyone's attention. What if someone can heal as fast as they're ripped apart? Shoto asked, knowing the answer already. After some debating, they all agree to carry out the plan. Everyone but Izuku, Katsuki, Eri, Natsuo and Shoto are stationed outside to be the safeguard and buy as much time as possible in case the Sentinel find them. So I wake up in my younger body, God knows. Where then what? Shoto asked. What a sec, wouldn't that mean Shoto would wake up as a child given how young he already looks in that time? Rei asked. No, in the world Shoto is actually well over 100 years old. The only reason he looks so young is because his healing factor misses Todoroki, Lost stated. You'll need to go to my house and find me. Convince me of all of this, Izuku said. Wouldn't you just be able to read my mind? Shoto asks. I didn't have my power in 1973. Shoto, I'm going to need you to do what I once did for you. Led me, guide me. I was a very, very different man in 1973. You'll have to be patient with me, Izuku stated. Well, I'm sure I can be patient, Shoto stated. You'll need me as well, Katsuki said. What? Shoto asked. After Himiko left Izuku, she came to me and I sent her a dangerous path, a dark path. If you want to convince her, you'll need both of us there during a time where we were farther apart of ever, Katsuki stated. Sign great, so where do I find you? Shoto asked. It's complicated, Katsuki states. What does Dekuku mean he didn't have his power? Do they have something like the quirk-canceling collar we do? Uraraka asked. No, it's 𝗧𝗪𝗓, whose mutant ability is basically 𝗕𝗁𝗧𝗔 quirk, was able to make a temporal mutation suppressant. With it he was able to alter it a bit for it to treat Izuku's spine, thus giving him the ability to walk again at the expense of losing his ability. Lost stated. Wait, then my baby is a drag addict? Inko asked, now very concerned for her son. Wait mom, that's not me. I'm right here, Izuku said, hugging his mother. Well, by definition yes, that Izuku was a drag addict during that time, Lost states. There is no way that it happened to our Izuku. Melissa said, yeah, Aizu is way too pure to do something like that. Momo said, yeah, and besides we're his aunts, there's no way we'd let that happen. Ryukyu and Rumi said, what about Bakugo? What's so complicated about getting him? Kirishima asked, well, you all know the US President John F. Kennedy. Lost asked, yeah, the 35th President of the United States and youngest elected president. All Might stated, then you know that he was assassinated, right? Lost asked, to which they all nod. In that universe Katsuki tried to save the president but failed to curve the bullet far enough, and in their universe they never found the killer, so the blame for the president's death was put on Katsuki. Lost admitted, which shocked everyone. Why was I alone blamed for it? Katsuki yelled. Well, the simple response was only you were known to have the power to curve bullets, Lost stated. So young Bakugo is being held a prisoner as a federal criminal to the United States. All Might asked, which Lost nodded. Wait, then does that mean Bakugo is just a villain in that world? Kirishima asked out. No, not necessarily. People view him as one, but before the war, by definition, Izuku and Katsuki were revolutionaries/reformers. I know there's a pretty big difference between the two. Izuku wanted mutants to get equality through words and diplomacy, while Katsuki believed that mutants needed to band together and fight for equality. Lost said too, like MLK and Malcolm X, Niza stated. Always that question, how do you achieve peace or equality? Through words or with violence? Nana said. Basically, your body will be asleep while your mind travel back in time. Eri states, as Shoto laid on a table, as long as you're back there, the past and this present will coexist with each other, but once you wake up, whatever you've done will take hold of the timeline and become reality. For the rest of us, this new history will be the only one we'll know. It'll be like the last 50 years never happened this world. This war, the only one on the planet that will remember this world will be you, Eri explained. That's actually a lot of handle. Being the only one in the world that knows and lived in a different timeline, Izuku said. Well, no matter what, I know that 𝗲𝗄𝗎 will get it done and build a better future for all of them, Shoto stated. You won't have a whole lot of time in the past. The Sentinels will find us, they always do, Natsuo states. And this time we can't run away, we can't escape, this is our last chance, Eri states. Takes a deep breath. Alright, let's do this, I won't you guys down, Shoto states. Still might sting a little, Eri state, heavily sugarcoating how painful it's gonna be. Eri then actives her power and Shoto screams in extreme pain and pops out his claws as his conscious slips back into the past. Chuckles, yes, sting a little, Rumi said. I'm sorry, Eri said, going to Shoto. Don't worry about it, Eri, it's fine, Shoto said, patting on the head. So are we gonna see what Todoroki does in the past? Izuku asks. No, well, at least not yet. I'd need one of the other guiders here to show that, and they all currently busy, Lost said, seeing through small portal that the other guiders were currently in different dimensions, each one of them fighting different kinds of infected/undead too. Hey, if they're so busy, how come you aren't? Nana asked. It's simple, unlike them, I can open portal to different points in time much more effectively than the others, Lost said. Care to give a better explanation than that? Nizu asked. Basically, if one of them were open a portal to another universe or dimension and then come back from it, they'd be gone, let's say 5 days minimum. With me, if I were to do the same thing, I'd only be gone for about 20 minutes minimum, Lost stated. So you could go to a universe, stay there for years and then come back here and only 10 minutes would have gone by for us. Izuku asked, Yeah, more or less. The other guiders can't match what I can do with time manipulation. But anyway, enough about me, let's continue. Lost stated, resuming. The screen hours have pasted since Shoto was sent back into the past. Minona was up on top of one of the roofs when he sensed them. There's 12 carriers. 10 miles out. Minona yelled, "They've found us," Izuku said to the people inside, knowing what Minona said thanks to his mutations as Katsuki headed out to help them buy as much time as they could. "We can't stop that many of them," Shishida stated. "True, but what we can do is stall for time," Katsuki said. Uraraka's eyes then turned white as she floated up and the skies around them grew with lighting being seen all around them. "So they're going to buy for time," Aizawa said. "Just how many sentinel are in each of those carriers?" May asked. "Somewhere around 40 to 50 if I remember," Lost admitted. "Can any of yous take them out?" Kendo asked. "Yes, the main ones there that can are Shishida, Uraraka, and Shoto. All the others can only stall for time, unfortunately," Lost said. "Hope they're prepared to see Uraraka die." Lost thought the storm Uraraka created was able to make on the carrier crash into the side of a mountain, so the carriers sent out the sentinels mid-flit and the sky filled with hundreds of them flying to the mutants' storm. Shishida said, opening his hand. Uraraka then called down several bolts of lighting onto Shishida's body. Each lighting strike caused his body to glow more and more red with energy. When he was ready, he motioned for Kendo to open a portal into the sky of Sentinel. Once opened, Shishida started blasting out the stored-up energy he got from Uraraka's lighting out of his weapon, destroying every sentinel it hit, so that weapon fire out all the energy within his body into concentrated shots of pure energy. Fascinating. I could maybe make something similar to it for you, Midoriya. May stated. 𝗕𝗵𝗄𝗵𝗃. Izuku asked, "Well, OFA is a culmination of power, meaning that each time it's passed down the pool of power it has grows larger," Nana said. "Yeah, meaning that OFA must have a massive amount of stored up energy inside you. So if I could just run some Tay," May said, but was cut off. "No way are we letting you run quirk tests on Deku-kun," Uraraka stated with the rest of Izuku's family and power loader, "so his mutation and weapon can actually take out the sentinels," Aizawa said while the students were talking with May. "Yeah, but I wonder what'll happen if he can't release that energy," Emi asked, and Aizawa said, expecting Emi to ask to marry him. "And what show?" Emi asked. "You're not gonna ask," Aizawa said, confused. "Do you want me to?" Emi asked, also confused but a bit happy. "No," Aizawa replied, confused on just what's going on inside Emi's head. "Wow, that was a nice move there, Emi," Midnight whispered. Thanks." Emi replied, a bit red but confused since she wasn't even trying to make a move on Aizawa. "Ochako." Katsuki yelled as he lifted the jet and started to move it towards the storm of sentinels. Katsuki, as he moves the jet into the sentinel, he pulls off the metal plating around the generator in the jet. Ochako then charges a bolt of lighting and strikes the generator, causing a massive explosion. Ochako then charges a bolt of lighting and strikes the generator, causing a massive explosion. Just what was that generator made from? Melissa asks, amazed by the size of the explosion. "The only thing that could cause an explosion that size would be something close to nuclear power," David added. "I don't even know what kind of generator it was, but it does produce power similar to that of a nuclear reactor," Lost stated. "Did it destroy the sentinels?" Mina asked. "Yes, a large portion of them at least." Lost said the explosion caused a massive amount of shrapnel to come flying towards all of them. Most of them took cover behind walls with Tetsu activates his mutation and turning to steel. Katsuki used his mutation to freeze all the metal in the air and place them on the ground safely. But once everyone had gotten their bearings straight again, they all saw that there was one piece of the sentinel, cause I don't know what they're made out of, sticking out from Katsuki gut one. But once everyone had gotten their bearings straight again, they all saw that there was one piece of the sentinel, cause I don't know what they're made out of, sticking out from Katsuki gut. Most of the theater didn't really know how to feel about seeing that world Katsuki being injured given what their worlds had done to Izuku. "Will Kaken be okay from that?" Izuku asked, being the main one that always will worry about others, even Katsuki. "From where it is on the abdomen, the piece could have the intestines, part of the hip bone and maybe the kidneys. With how far in the piece is," Recovery Girl stated. "Just what are those robot made out of?" Katsuki asked. "I actually don't know what those are made of. The early models of the Sentinel I know, but not that one," Lost stated, is it ever stated what the sentinels from the future are made out of? 1. Oh, but now I hope they're ready for what they're about to see. Lost thought. Katsuki slowly pulled out the piece from his gut as everyone looked at him concerned. Then in a fraction of a second a sentinel pulled itself over the wall behind Uraraka and stabbed her through the chest. Uraraka/Ochako. All of the students yelled frightened seeing her suddenly be killed out of the blue, with Eri and Koda having their eyes and ears covered. Uraraka/Ochako. All of the students yelled frightened seeing her suddenly be killed out of the blue, with Eri and Koda having their eyes and ears covered. Meanwhile for Uraraka herself, she was frozen in place. It felt as if she just felt what that version of her was feeling: fear, shock and pain. Ochako. Izuku yelled, trying to get his girlfriend to snap out of it. Awa. Uraraka said, still unable to think straight. Ochako, calm down, you're okay, that's not you, you're alright. I'm right here, Izuku said, hugging her, followed by Tsu and Nijire. After a few minutes Ochako had calmed down from the shock. You okay, Ochako? Izuku asked. Why, thanks Deku-kun, Uraraka said, now holding on to Izu. May I ask, are we gonna see them all die? Nizu said, scaring the students. Yeah, more or less yes, what you about to see is them die. So if any of you don't think you can handle it or just don't want to watch here, Lost said, making a door appear. Some of the theaters, such as the parents in the theater, went into through the door along with Eri and Koda, of course, not wanting to watch their kids die, but surprisingly none of the students decided to got through as well. You guys sure you don't want to see this? Lost asks the students. They all collectively said yes, very well, but if any of you can't take it, that door is always there, Lost said, resuming the screen. Izuku shot upwards in his wheelchair as he felt what just happened to Ochako. The sentinel threw Ochako's dead body over the cliff, showing dozens of sentinels still alive climbing up the wall. No. Shishida yelled as he then shot his weapon at the sentinel in retaliation for his friend's death. Behind you. Shishida yelled to his group. As they turned around they saw hundreds of sentinel on the wall calming their way down, and behind them on the shrine. Before Shishida could fire another shot, 2 sentinel blasted their beam at him as the third one next to him joined in with his body started to overload on all the energy he was being hit with. He started to glow red. He knelt down knowing that this was the end of the road for him. Rah! Shishida screamed in one final act of defiance as his body exploded in all the energy that was stored inside, taking the 3 sentinels down with him. Rah! Shishida screamed in one final act of defiance as his body exploded in all the energy that was stored inside, taking the 3 sentinels down with him. Shishida passed out seeing how he died, absorbing so much energy at once that his body exploded with it. At least he went down fighting, 𝗬𝗧 said in a weak tone. After the explosion more sentinels landed in front of them. 𝗬𝗧 activated his fire and flew up, covering the sentinels in fire, while Katsuki lifted up all the metal in the area and used them of completely cover up the entryway to the shrine. As 2 sentinel land in front of him before they could strike him, Kendo opened a portal behind Katsuki, getting him inside. Itsuka, Tetsu said, activating his mutation. They both nodded at each other and Kendo opened a portal in front of Tetsu. He run through it, and when he did was falling. He positioned his body vertically with his fists forward as he started to build up speed. Another portal opened right before he hit the ground and he flew through the portal right into one of the sentinel, making it fly back with 𝗬𝗧 then covering the sentinel in fire, giving Tetsu the time to stand up. Yeah. That teamwork was awesome. Tetsu stated, I can fly with my fire mutation. 𝗬𝗧 said, confused. Yeah, in their universe fire-based mutation that caused the whole body to turn to fire. One of the things they can do is fly, since they can blast fire that's so powerful it create enough force for them to fly. Lost explained, isn't there something we could do? Izuku asked, no, your mutation doesn't work on machines and Katsuki can't do anything since there's no metal they can use without destroying the barrier, Lost said inside the shrine. Katsuki, now fully feeling the pain from the shrapnel, sank down onto the ground, unable to stand, with Natsuo going to the entrance of the shrine to hold them off as long as he could. Dang, just one hit and Bakugo's down, Kirishima said in a sad and worried tone. Well, what do you expect, sure? Kirishima, I'm an old man, course that'd happen if I got hit, Katsuki said in a low tone, for even he could understand that now was not the time to yell. Each one of them out there put up a valiant effort to by time against the sentinels, but one by one, They fall 𝗧𝗧𝗧 while fighting them get grabbed from behind by the head while another sentinel grabs him by the legs. The two sentinel then start to twist and pull 𝗧𝗧𝗧's body in opposite directions until he split in two with Minona, while on one of the sentinel's backs was grabbed by it, as the sentinel opened its face blasted out its beam with Minona, while on one of the sentinel's backs was grabbed by it, as the sentinel opened its face. Blasted out its beam, it slowed lowered Minona face into the beam, killing him. It slowed lowered Minona face into the beam, killing him a ways, trying to keep two sentinels at a distance, while blasting fire on them. One changed its skin to solid diamonds, while the other changed its skin to rocks, making the force from Awace's fire be completely negated. The two sentinels then rushed him with one first cutting off Awace's left arm. Awace blasted it back immediately, but the second came up behind him and stabbed him through the chest, killing him. Awace blasted it back immediately, but the second came up behind him and stabbed him through the chest, killing him with kendo, the last one remaining outside the metal barrier. Unable to actually do damage to the sentinels, she used her portal to redirect their attack at each other, each sentinel blasting its beam at her, which she opened a portal to make the beam hit another sentinel, but with the overwhelming number of the sentinels, she was unable to keep an eye on all of them, as two of them came up from her sides and stabbed her through the butt with on in front of her, stabbing her a third time. Everyone in the theater were horrified at the sight, seeing the heroes of the next generation be killed right in front of them, with the UA staff feeling it the most for. These were their students, while it wasn't them in their universe. They were everyone in the theater were horrified at the sight, seeing the heroes of the next generation be killed right in front of them, with the UA staff feeling it the most for. These were their students, while it wasn't them in their universe they were seeing die. It still put a hole in their hearts, and it also scared them for. While it was in an extreme, this kind of a future could very well happen in their universe as well if a certain country began to see quirks as a threat to humanity. Or this could have even been their fate if the appearance of quirks didn't go the way it did in their universe. With the last of them outside now gone, the sentinels made their way to the entrance of the shrine. Behind it, Natsuo had covered the inside of the doorway in thick layers of ice, which was quickly being melted by the sentinels' beams. With one last look at a picture of his family he had in a locket, he went forward, reactivated his mutation, and started recoding the door with ice for as long as he can. All those years wasted fighting each other, Izuku, I wish we could take them all back and start again, Katsuki said, knowing that this was the end of the road for them. Katsuki and Izuku then reached their hands out to each other and shacked hands, signifying that even after all they've been through fighting each other, they still will always be brothers. To the end, everyone shed a tear at this sight. Sure, it was Katsuki, but it wasn't their Katsuki, and that's what mattered for how they were acting. That world's Katsuki and Izuku clearly had some kind of a conflict between each other, but from how they were interacting they knew that at the end of the day they were still brothers. Izuku then put his hand on Katsuki's shoulder suddenly, and surprisingly Katsuki didn't swat it away, nor did he do or say anything to get Izuku off him. Instead, Katsuki did the same thing. He placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, showing that, while small Katsuki had changed the tiniest bit from all they've seen. So guess I was right. Katsuki really is changing. Lost thought since everyone else was drowning in sorrows to realize what Katsuki had done. Music. They hear Natsuo, even with all his best efforts. Eventually one of the sentinel's beams managed to break through the ice wall, and quickly one by one another sentinel's beam busted through the wall and into the Natsuo, slowly melting his ice body into nothing. Natsuo, even with all his best efforts, eventually one of the sentinel's beams managed to break through the ice wall, and quickly one by one another sentinel's beam busted through the wall and into the Natsuo, slowly melting his ice body into nothing. The sentinels then stormed into the room. Eri, Izuku and Katsuki looked at the machines defeated, but with Eri still using her mutation to give Shoto as much time as she can give him. The sentinels then opened up their heads and readied the beam to kill all of them. Eri started to cry, knowing that this was the end. Katsuki looked down to the ground, embracing his fate. With Izuku eyeing the robots while knowing that he had been beaten, he sat up straight, raised his hand over his face and closed his eyes, remembering all the good times he had with his friends, his family before the war. Knowing that he did all he could for everyone as the sentinel blasted their beams at them, knowing that he did all he could for everyone as the sentinel blasted their beams at them, yet right before the beams hit them they all disappeared. Everyone now had a glimmer of hope shine in their eyes, for they knew what that meant, them disappearing as the ones that left the theater started to come back. So I did it, I changed the future, Shoto said. Yeah, You did Shoto, but unfortunately I can't show the new future you created, 𝗏 said. Can you at least tell us what kind of future was made? Ryukyu asked, hoping that the new future was a hopeful on, best I can say without actually telling you all is their plan worked and the new future they created is brighter than the one they were all in, 𝗏 said, giving everyone hope and a sense of relief that worlds them had made it. Well anyway that's it, until one of the other guiders get here I can't show you what Shoto went through, 𝗏 said as the ones that had left came back. Hey could you send us back to the Sea of Thieves? For a while. Or maybe somewhere new? Melissa asked, along with quite a few of the students also asking, could I go see Big Sis Mayuchi? Eri asked, sure I can do that for all of you, 𝗏 said, opening two portal, this portal world of PVZGW and the next one goes to Kokami, 𝗏 stated, wait as in Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare. Denki asked, now a little excited, yeah, and if you're wondering, you'll shapeshift into the character you pick when you go in, and when you're killed, you will just be sent back to the start to choose who you want to play, and of course like the Sea of Thieves, the second you walk through the portal, all of the knowledge of what you can do will be sent into your heads, 𝗏 said. Hey Snowball, can I come with you to Kokami? I'd like to meet your big sis, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 asked her daughter. Yeah of course mama. Big sis Yoshitsun and Saizo Xiangyu. Wanted to meet you too. Eri said with a smile that lighted up everyone's mood. Alright everyone. To help all of you calm down, we'll be going the world of PVZGW. We'll meet back in let's say 4.5 hours, Nizu announced to everyone who agreed to the time. Okay, I'll set on timer in the sky in both universes, 𝗏 said, and with that everyone went to the world of PVZGW, wanting to have some action and fun fighting each other in gardens and graveyards. Hold on 𝗵𝗏𝗏, 𝗏 said before 𝗵𝗏𝗏 could head to Kokami. Yeah, but 𝗵𝗏𝗏 asked. Try not to get too forward with Momoyo Kawakami. She can get really physically NTMT with girls, and if you met someone with an X mark on their forehead to not do any unexpected, 𝗏 stated. I'm glad Lost, or I guess Yamato in that dimension/universe is a proto-guider, so that he's not a SDC, 𝗏 thought. Okay, thanks Lost for the heads up, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 said, heading into Kokami after her daughter who was currently getting hugged by Benkei.